eventually, it was a little bit harder for Kyle Teasy to kind of get in his farm. But it was just that one game-changing clash. I think it was either by Flap Teasy or Owen that kind of started up, and it just kind of shook things up there. And then HomeBois wasn't able to bounce back. So for HomeBois, either they kind of contain AP Bren. Like even by the time that they reach that last third or even the Lord, if they get AP Bren contained or maybe not let them get that setup play, it should actually be good for them. But looking at the HomeBois right now, I mean, kind of hard to tell what they'll pull off here in this very first match. Knowing that this is going to be a rematch, could actually go with, what they did yesterday. It did work out well for them as compared to what happened actually in the group stages.
Well, since we still have, some minutes here before they get prepped up and ready to walk out on stage, again, there's a live audience for the people watching online. There's a live audience out there participating, and of course they all have tickets and everything else. So they're following the schedule and everything. So we're theorizing so much here about this matchup because, for us, I mean, me and Burger Kim specifically, like we've watched so much of AP Bren, and kind of rise up here. So, and that's what I want to ask you, Kim, like in terms of AP Bren themselves, like where is their weak point for you? Right, because I think a lot of people will kind of pick apart AP Bren's play style, their pickings, their drafts, and everything else. But I don't know if that's a lot of what people, because people are so focused on why they're strong and why they're so dominant. So where is that opening, in that armor that they have? Like, where is that weak point for this squad from AP Bren?
I'm not saying that anyone kind of like everybody pretty much has that vital role for the side of AP Bren, right? I'm thinking, should HomeBois kind of go for that selective like kind of targeting, right? Like, do they just kind of limit out like Flap TZ, or do they limit out Ogwen here, or do they limit out Kyle TZ? Because everybody still has like a very very important role here. But looking at like the meta currently, right? Like maybe it should focus around like Flap, TZ, or Owen. Not that I'm saying they're the ones who completely change the tides of the game, but they're heroes. It's what's working in the meta right now. So maybe they can kind of look into that, kind of make sure that they put that pressure on that XP and even in that roam position. Speaking of AP Bren, here we have it. This is going to be their lineup here. Starting it off with Ogwen, Marco. We've known all of these names ever since M5, right? These are familiar names. And even Kyle TZ, which I had the privilege of actually watching or casting his games even in the amateur scene all the way to MPL. So I'm just really, really proud of this guy.
Yeah, they have grown so much as we see them walk out on stage, of course, in their jackets and all. Again, these guys have been enjoying their time out there. If you follow them, any of these players out on social media, you know that they've been really enjoying the visit right now. As they get prepped and ready here once again for this matchup to move on forward, they look like they're in high spirits. They're feeling good. They've got some fans out there as well, of course. But going back to it, that, and before HomeBois walks out here, that's the thing. I think, you really kind of have to focus on the draft, but also draft-wise, you only have so many picks. You only have so many bans. You kind of have to just pick what you're confident in. If you're HomeBois, as we see them get prepped and ready to walk out here, but knowing that there's probably a curveball coming from AP Bren in some form or another that could work out in their favor. You just have to play at top of your game, for HomeBois. And it's for, however long it's going to be, whether that's 11 minutes or 30 plus minutes, you've got to be able to have that mental fortitude to match AP Bren. And, that's what I love about how they tie in. Even this, like even Games of the Future, the phygital is combining the physical with the digital, right? And I feel like AP Bren, that's one of their like core values, right? Because Coach Ducky was all about that. Like, you guys need to lift weights, be in the gym, because it makes you physically stronger. And there's a question and something that I've been asked before too. I believe the physical comes before the mental, because your mental gets stronger based on your physical, right? And depending on how you view that or not, like that's something that's happening here. And I love what Phygital kind of pairs in together, because it's that concept, right? It's that ideology. And AP Bren is a team where in these long extended games, when sometimes they might be down and out, they're able to keep that fortitude and pull it for the win, right? Again, even speaking about their last big tournament win was a 7-game series that went to like what, 2 in the morning almost. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
like against
7 games straight.
7 games straight, you know, and that takes a certain level of mental fortitude when you've been playing in games for days and days and days. So, you know, that is still a very strong point here. And why I'm saying, like, AP Bren, they don't have many weaknesses. They obviously do. Every team has a weakness. And I think you just have to be comfortable enough in your team, in your skin, in your teammates, be able to pull something off confidently against a team of this caliber. HomeBois is definitely there. Like, they have the ingredients that they need. It's just, obviously, all of it starts in the draft, which will be upon us in, you know, very shortly here. And that's where we really see how things are going to unfold for them. I would love to see this Burger King where HomeBois, game 1, pulls an unorthodox lineup out that actually works for them and throws AP Bren off their feet, you know, off balance for a little bit. Like, I would love to see HomeBois do that. It's just, I don't actually know, like, if they're willing to go that route here in this high-stake matchup. Again, best of 3 single elimination.
Yeah, it's gonna be really hard too. Like, you know, pulling something off in a crucial matchup like this. Like, it's already eliminations. You're gonna be out. It's no longer the group stages. But I think for HomeBois, they can still pretty much do that, right? Like for AP Bren, like I mentioned, they like coming in prepared. They like they are pretty much prepared for any type of situation. Like, even you know, going a little bit back to like the MLBB World Championships, there was like glimpses of like the behind the scenes on what went on, what Coach Ducky actually told the entire team during the match point in like the BO7, right? Like, something like that doesn't even throw AP Bren off. So I think, you know, trying to catch someone by surprise is just by picking up something super uncontemporary, which is something that I'm a huge fan of, because not only does it give you like a lot of talking points, right? There's so much possibilities for that kind of pick. Say, you know, you pick something, what is off meta right now? Like, like something off meta, you pull it off and like, where's that gonna go, right? Like, HomeBois actually did that even in the group stages where, okay, they got a Barrett's there, they got a Ruby there, they even got like a Paquito there. So I was like, okay, this is pretty much all set. Like, the Barrett's is going to the jungle role. And then, boom, they pick up like a Hellcurt for their final pick. And I'm like, wait, where are the rest of the heroes gonna go, right? Like, yeah, that's what we were talking about before we actually headed into the match. So that was really pretty interesting and very bold, I would say, coming out from the HomeBois, which is something I'm a huge fan of.
And that's what it's going to take, right? And we can only guess so much until we actually get to the draft here. But I think regardless, there's still a lot of room to bring some of these not newer picks, but like picks that we're not used to seeing, you know, and now is the time to do it. And these final couple days left for Games of the Future, I think you're going to continue to see that, actually. I think by the time whatever 2 teams end up even in the grand final, you're probably going to see some form of a surprise or another, right? So with that being said, here we go. Jumping into game 1 draft here. AP Bren and HomeBois. One of the teams have to go home, you know? And it starts here in this best of 3. Game 1, AP Bren will have that priority, that first pick, what they're going to be going for. And I wouldn't be surprised unless it's banned out, Kim's. Guinevere is probably going to pop up, you know, possibly for the first pick. We'll see if one of the teams actually want to go that route and just kind of ban some of these heroes that we've been seeing constantly picked up in the first phase.
Oh, wow. AP Bren most immediately takes away the Faramis.
Yeah.
I think this kind of goes to show that AP Bren might kind of go for that like massive chain CC type of composition, and the Faramis is kind of one sustaining in the clash, something that Udil has also picked up like even before. Matilda's still not going to be open here. I think that's one of the top banned, or let's say it's open. Actually, there was a time, yeah, it was open for AP Bren to take. That was also the matchup with HomeBois where, you know, Owen got into this Matilda, was the MVP, not a single death, and he actually built the Matilda to be like a magic damaged Matilda, like Holy Crystal, Blood Wings, that kind of light up. So that was pretty interesting coming out from their side, and it worked really well for them.
That's what I like to call the big damn Matilda, you know? Like, you just build it that way and it's got the damage. And it's a threat because actually the way her kit works, it has good poke potential, and then you build it that way, it gets scary. Right, so it's a good ban. I mean, obviously, even without that, like Matilda's constantly banned out just because of how strong she is. Nolan also being taken out of the picture here. We know that AP Bren loves that pick if they want to go that route. We'll see, though. Once again, even with this is still leaving some of those other heroes that are picked up often in the first phase. Joy is still open, that's still available. Of course, you still have the rubies available. You still have Nana, of course, that has been in high contention for a lot of the different teams here. So even ban-wise, this is a little bit different. Like typically, Arlon, that's a surprise. That they AP Bren's the one to just be like, you know what, take out Guinevere. So this first phase of the bans from AP Bren already is a little bit of a different pattern than what we've been seeing so far.
Yeah, I was gonna actually point out, like, I was curious why AP Bren banned away that Orlot. Like, most of the time, even all the way back to the group stages, this is what they would prioritize, especially when they're on the blue side. So this kind of goes to show that AP Bren kind of wants to bring out something different also this time. And as for HomeBois, there's a lot to take in here. I mean, yes, you're gonna be the last one to ban out a hero, but also at the same that it can kind of like leave you out in the open of what do I ban out. I was actually thinking of the Joy that AP Bren could pick up. It's gonna be taken out here, but if AP Bren kind of wants to go the safer route, like they pick up a Ruby here, which is pretty much standard for everybody here in the tournament. Very safe pick, flexible. Guinevere's also out, so they can actually kind of start it up with that, but something that Few is also pretty comfortable with. A Vision is also pretty important. The pokes and the backline. They got the Navaria for themselves, which is actually pretty good since HomeBois' Udil actually loves to pick up this hero. So it's kind of like a deny away here from the side of AP Bren, which means HomeBois can kind of go for, okay, so if they don't have the Navaria, like, why not just get a hero that can copy it? Valentina, which is a rising pick, a solid pickup here so far. In the meta, knowing that there's a lot of good ultimates that really can be picked up here by the Valentina. They can also go for, I'm looking at what else is available here. CC is also available, but the Ruby is going to be locked in instead here by the side of the HomeBois.
Okay, if they do pick up the CC here, I think that could obviously work in their favor. But so far, the fact that you have the Navaria, Valentina, it's funny too because Valentina, like, so far, at least from other teams too, it's still not one of those like pickups that gets taken right away. But I like that HomeBois did it. They go with it here. The Rubies paired up really well. I'm not sure though, like AP Bren, knowing that a Valentina's already locked in this early on, it's like, how do you want to play around this? What ultimates, do you want to give over to, to HomeBois?
You know why the Valentina is still pretty good right now? Even despite the fact that she was released back in November 2021, okay? And even up until now, come on, somebody give this girl a break. She's been staying on the ban list or the top pick list. It's all because of like, it really limits out what the opponent can bring out, right? Like once the Valentina is out, you kind of have to double think like, okay, I can't pick up these heroes that have really good ultimates. The Valentina can pick it up. But right now, if you give them like so much CC here or so much crowd control for the side of AP Bren, Udil might actually have a hard time picking up the ultimates. They lock in the Brody here and the Fredrin as well, which is something that Kaltizi is known for doing or known for picking up, even in the M5.
Yeah. And with that too, the fact that, the Navaria paired with the Brody, this is a very, again, all these picks at this point are kind of like signature picks so far. Nothing out of the box for AP Bren anyway right now, right? Like we've seen this so often, and at the same time, it's making me wonder, like even with the Brody being here, like already Brody, Novaria, what you're automatically thinking is, all right, range. These guys got range. We have to deal with that range. If we're HomeBois, like how are we approaching this range? Well, for them, it's like, well, we do have a Valentina, which depends on what ultimate we can take here. We've got a Ruby. So already our responsibility for the Ruby is like, we have to make the play. Like we have to be able to, if you're a Zorn, you have to be able to flicker in and get the I'm offended. The problem is, if you don't get it, it's going to be tough. You're going to be out of position. You're going to get punished. And so, even with that being said, you still have to round out this Ruby pick for HomeBois to allow yourself to do that. Now, the traditional matchup we see here in the gold lane as well, when there's a Brody across from you, is most likely teams like to opt for the Bruno. It's Bruno Brody, right? That is also just because it's a little bit safer. You just try to farm up, get those 2 items, have an impact, because you know you're going to be fighting against Brody fighting from afar. And you have to also be safe enough to deal from the vision provided from Novaria, right? So we'll see exactly how that goes. We have a couple more bans left here, but you can see the focus as well on the XP lane, right? And depending on where that kind of unfolds, that's also going to be a big question. What do they park in the XP lane?
Yeah, they're taking away like I wouldn't say signature picks, but at this point, they're limiting out the XP lane, which is also very crucial in the early game, which you've seen a lot of the teams do. Like instead of going to their usual rotation in the gold lane, they kind of pressure out the XP lane. So you kind of need that solid or that stable type of XP lane that can sustain you up until it reaches the point that you can get to that level 4, help out in the turtle. That's going to be the X-board taken out here for HomeBois as their final ban. I think they're limiting out a Flap TZ here in terms of the hero pool. And for AP Bren, they could take away the Bruno here, or they could take away more XP laners. CC is also out here, so that means it's going to be more focused on the XP lane. And I like this ban coming out from the side of AP Bren too. This CC can really reach the back lines here. As you were talking about, that the HomeBois still needs someone to kind of disrupt like the Brody and the Novaria that has the range here for their side.
Okay, and with that, you know, concerning about range here, the Lapu Lapu being picked up, that's kind of what I was thinking, is like what options would be available in the XP lane, considering there's so many that's been banned out, you know, for the most part. Lapu Lapu is probably one of the safer options you could kind of just go for HomeBois. So like with this lineup, this is not out of the box, as I was saying, but you know, in a way, it's like you have to approach this ranged game that AP Bren is going to have with this, you know, and you kind of got to cover that base here for the most part, because playing out of the box and then against the fact that you're going to be getting spotted out with vision is troublesome. And then Phoveus is still like signature pick for AP Bren. Nothing crazy, nothing new for AP Bren, right? Like this is something they like to do, and now they have a Minotaur. So there's a lot here that HomeBois kind of has to tackle. We'll see what this last pick's going to be. What, anything off the top of your head for that gold lane?
Oh man, like does the Nets kind of go for like the Harriet that can go like head to head with the Brody from the start, or maybe like go for like a safer choice, like you know, the Brody that you've been mentioning earlier that is actually open here for their side to take, or maybe go for something completely different. The Claude I think is still open. That is actually pretty good here with the tanky picks, but there's a Phoveus here that they have to deal with. They're going to be locking in the Claude for the last pick here for the HomeBois, which I think is a direct answer to the tanky front line that the side of AP Bren has. But I'm just a little bit worried that there is going to be the demonic force here coming out from the side of AP Bren, which is not going to make it easy for the Claude.
Yeah, and that's I feel like the name of the game once again is like dealing with this pressure of range. And now that you have a Phoveus who's like the counter of that, like he's all in your face, you know what I mean? Like that's his job. So it's like, for HomeBois, I feel like the biggest issue they have to solve here in game one is like, how do we protect what we need to as we approach the game, but then dealing with getting in range, because it's already hard enough to catch a Novaria, you know what I mean? And when it's just kind of sieging down your lineup, especially when it comes to these objectives, where what I was saying, Kim, earlier, like we'll probably see this happen and unfold. Like pay attention to this, the timing that I've been talking about from AP Bren. I wouldn't expect it to change so much because they had it down to a T, and leading into that first Lord is probably going to be very crucial for them, even with this lineup. So, you know, with that being said, we're jumping in here into the Land of Dawn. Game number one in this second match of the day, AP Bren and HomeBois. Ogwyn, though, taking some damage already.
Yeah, this is classic moves from the side of HomeBois. What they do actually in the early game is make sure that they poke, let's say in the mid or even the gold, make sure that they poke them heavily so that they can go back and kind of recharge and reset before like objectives. And even Zorn here, being super, super aggressive here up against AP Bren, which is something that they actually managed to do even in the group stages. And so far, we haven't seen any of these like any early game takedowns so far, but it's a matter of like pokes from both sides.
And, you know, with that, I like the fact, too, that HomeBois, dealing with the poke, if they want to, dealing with the range, they at least have a couple options to get out, right? Like, the Purifiers are there. Nets is definitely going to need it. He's going to have to kind of break some ankles here, too, Kim. You know, like, he's got to have the timing on the BMI on point, which, you know, again, he's done many times. He's obviously... he's gone through the ropes here, right? Obviously, in the Philippines. So, nothing new for him. But for the rest of the team, they kind of got to give Nets enough time to build up to where he needs to be. So that leaves it up to Adil and the rest of the team, you know, to be able to scale up, to be able to hold the grounds down throughout this portion of the game. And now that this subjective is going to be up here, you're going to see it kind of unfold as both teams really try to get that level 4 available and work around this. But you can already see the positioning happening here. Kyle Teasy will go ahead and start with the turtle, but it's spotted out, right? Chibi's just around the corner for here, so they're going to go ahead and go with this turtle dance first portion of this game.
Flapteasy already here. Oh, Deal got in that demonic force as well. It's going to be Flapteasy starting it up. Turtle already at 1/4 HP. It's going to be Chibi picking it up for the side of HomeBois. There's the appraiser's rat from Kyle Teasy. Sword going to be able to get out, but it still goes on. Flapteasy going to be able to pop in that demonic force and lock it out the first time. There's still not going to be any casualties just yet, but AP Bren, or rather the side of HomeBois, started it off real strong by picking up that first turtle of the game.
Yeah, it's good they get that, right? I mean, at least they're able to pull through with that. No one goes down, so no first blood just yet. And, you know, you're going to have to kind of see these rotations happen now from HomeBois, because with a little bit of this, you know, it's like a baby step, honestly, at this point. But that's what I was saying. If they can secure the first turtles of the game, maybe even all three, that gives them this minor advantage where they really have to go toe-to-toe with AP Bren into that first Lord. And even with that, right now, look how aggressive they are on this side of the jungle of AP Bren.
Yeah, Kyle Teasy going to be soaking up the damage. Not going to go for the full commit. Look at Chibi here. He's actually 2 levels ahead of Kyle Teasy here. And this is exactly what you need to do, right? If you're a Martis, that is so good in the early game. And if you're talking about the light switch, this Martis also kind of has that light switch, right? Once it reaches mid to late game, it's already at par with everybody. It's fine. It does not have that kind of early game snowball, I'd say, once it reaches that mid to late game. So they have to watch out for that here to HomeBois, and they got to capitalize this early game that they have.
Yeah, we'll see how they play around that once again. 30 seconds away from this turtle. AP Bren, though, are they going to get caught out here?
Kyle Teasy forced to use the retribution, and that's going to be Sepat picking up the first blood. Here comes Teasy to the rescue, but he's taking a lot of damage. That's Chibi. Going to go in for that decimate and take him down. HomeBois starting it off real strong here. And this is what they have done up against AP Bren in the group stage. Just pressure out the XP lane. And if you notice it, like they're just letting that gold lane side. Let's take a look at the instant replay here.
Yeah, so as it all unfolded, once again, you know, it's just the scaling that's been in favor right now of HomeBois. The fact, too, like you pointed it out, the Martis has been just farming up, doing well. And that's another turtle now taken as well. So the pace, the tone, it's HomeBois so far. And it's AP Bren finding themselves 3,000 gold behind. And this is quite, you know, not what people are used to seeing from AP Bren right now. It's HomeBois just kind of giving it to them. And so with that, if they can keep the gas going without getting too reckless, that's where HomeBois has to keep it together. This is that play style we were talking about earlier, you know, from the Malaysian region, really kind of paying dividends here. And meanwhile, Nets has just been able to farm up. That's the best case scenario for him, you know. Have that gold lane experience. Hold on, they're going to go for it again.
Flapteasy is going to be starting up. There is going to be the demonic force, but he's taking up too much damage. Kyle Teasy and the rest of the gang forced to back away. Not going to go for more. And that's going to be AP Bren backing it away safe and sound. 3-0 right now. And so far, HomeBois are leading. Looking at the advantage too. Chibi is levels ahead here of against Kyle Teasy, who's just level 7. He's already level 10 here. Interesting choice of emblem too here, Naisu. I think this is one of the first few times I actually have seen this impure rage on a Martis. Usually, like you'd go for a quantum charge. How is this different from the quantum charge here, Naisu?
I thought you were about to call me Kuya Naisu. But anyway, the Impure Rage for the Martis, you know, I think like either way, you can be very flexible with these emblems. And of course, I don't think we actually get a glimpse of, you know, the tier 1 and tier 2, what they're rolling with, but it works, right? And for the most part, it's a little bit of that extra damage. And then of course, you can roll around with the scaling as well that comes with it. And it's kind of debatable. Some players, they like to go even with the assassin emblems. Like some of them still go with that, you know, and they can work around it. But right now, whether it's quantum charge, whether it's this impure rage, he's making it work. And that's what counts for Chibi, because he's doing it against a very renowned jungler and team. So now third turtle's going to be up here. They're going to get in position for this one as they break through. Udil holding on to the demonic force himself.
That's something that we've seen classic moves going out from HomeBois. I've seen this in the group stage where Lapteasy and Odile were kind of going at it. Turtle's going to be reset here. Odile taking a lot of the damage, though, coming out from Few. Let's see. I think they're just kind of... It's going to be Kaltizi. Okay, they're going to go for Zord here. Flickers out. Odile's going to be the first target here. Nice setup there coming out from the Minotaur. It's going to be Kaltizi picking up that turtle. They're still going to go for more here. Kaltizi's going to get taken down, but Chibi getting shut down there by Super Marco, who's kind of free hitting everyone, getting in that double kill. 2 kills for the gold laner of AP Bren.
Yeah, did I just say it, Burger Kim? You can't get too reckless. Pressing on the gas here, HomeBois was, but this is the punishment I'm talking about, right? Yes, they're still ahead. They're holding on to a lead. That's great. But they can't let that happen again. And the fact, too, that Super Marco got those 2 kills, and now he's got the 2 items he needs. He's got the Blade. He's got the Malefic Roar. He's going to be a threat. He's going to be kind of tough to deal with, because right now, Few's still building up, right? He's not where he needs to be on the Novaria just yet. He's trying to scrap up a little bit more gold to get to the items that he needs. And also a DHS being picked up by Super Marco. So now he's got the 3. That was a huge kind of power spike in this last minute that he just went through. And this is what I'm talking about, where this usually happens in the case before that first Lord coming up. So in under a minute, it's going to be there. And Super Marco, if he is not taken care of, if he's not focused down, he's going to be a threat to the HomeBois. So they just got to keep it together right now. The lead they have, work around it, try to get some turrets if they can. But you can see this. That's exactly why Ogwin, for the most part, will just kind of plan himself around here from Super Marco. So HomeBois, they want to make a rotation down bot.
Ogwin here has the flicker. It's going to be Udil taking a lot of the damage. Torn apart memories. Is it enough? It's going to... As it takes out Udil from the backside, Sepat's still going to be going for it. Appraiser's Rat there being popped in by Kaltizi. Knock up from the backside. Sepat's going to get taken down, but Flapteezy's still going to go for it. Demonic Force is still up as Chibi and the rest of the HomeBois are going to be running away from it. There's going to be Astral Echo too from Few. Everybody's real low, but they won't be committing for more, as AP Bren going to be setting themselves up against this Lord. This should be a free Lord here for the side of AP Bren. HomeBois are chunked down to half.
Did I not say before the first Lord, there's a play. There is a play that AP Bren does. And this time, it wasn't even on their will. It was HomeBois that tried to make the play in the bottom side. But Ogwin knew that that would probably happen with the pressure they were putting on that turret. They see it coming, and they fight. And Super Marco, like I said, he had the 3 items he needed. It didn't matter. Udil took a couple hits, got marked up, and then torn apart, right? Like, that's what happened, and now the first Lord is secured. I've been talking about this for months now, that AP Bren, this is their timing, this is what they like to do. And this has now garnered themselves to a point where it's even, economy-wise. But still, Super Marco is huge, and he just picked up a Wind of Nature. So that gets a little bit more dicey for HomeBois, because one, it's like, how do we get to him? And Few is also building up really well now at this point. Another turret's going to fall here. So huge space advantage now for AP Bren to work around with. Yes, it's only 1 turret against HomeBois, but the power play that they're having right now is huge in comparison to the past couple minutes.
Rose Gold Meteor has been picked up too here by Sepat. I'm thinking about what the Homeboys needs to do at this point exactly. Definitely the shutdown on Super Marco will be big. The shutdown goal is gonna have to be there. But at the same time, like AP Bren has already taken back the space that Homeboys has been taken in for the first few games. And so far, like at this point, right, who are gonna burst down? Flap TZ, Cal TZ, all these players already have items that they need. And at this point, like Super Marco can also sustain whatever Homeboys is gonna be throwing out, since he already has the Wind of Nature, like what you pointed out. So it's either up to Nets, who has been quietly farming actually so far for the side of Homeboys,
Yeah.
but hasn't been able to pop any of those Blazing Duets yet.
Well, I would say like Nets is still in a good position to have, you know, some impact here as we get in further into this game. And that is something that AP Bren knows very well. It's something that Super Marco himself, when he's on the claw, does. And you can see it. Nets is already putting the pressure there. And AP Bren is going to respond exactly to that, right? So this is something we're familiar with. It's almost like a game of cat and mouse. Like they have to be able to answer the pressure on these side lanes. AP Bren, even with the minor lead that they have in space, they still have to manage it, right? Because it can quickly go in favor of Homeboys here if they're able to pull down some of this pressure. And that's why also you see Sapat putting himself there in the bottom lane, right? So the rest of this, it's kind of like Homeboys, they have to flip the mindset of, all right, let's protect Nets as much as possible. Let's keep him alive. Let him do what he needs to do. He does have that Purify. He's got some of the items that he needs now in this Claude. He should be scaled up really well. Look at this. Like, taking a look at the items here. On point. He's where he needs to be. Still building up. Most likely that Wind of Nature next. Grabs it as soon as I say. So now he's got it. That's great. Now he's matched up. He's still a little bit behind in terms of gold, but he's well matched up against Super Marco. Now that this next Lord is up here, Homeboys is actually in a good position. If they can pull this off, even possibly with a concealed play from Zorn, if they want to go that route, it could happen. You can see them. They're actually putting pressure in the space around this Lord already. And AP Bren has to respect it. They know exactly that. Nets is going to work on this turret. He's got to make sure he's fine. BMI's back. So still the push and pull here for the second Lord as both teams work on it. The shots, though, coming out from Few, they're going to have to be careful about that.
Not going to be any ultimates invested just yet. Just going to be coming out from Few, just for Division Gaming. Lord's going to be reset here. Appraiser strat onto a deal. Woohoo! Taking a lot of the damage there. Nobody's fully committing to all of these clashes, knowing that there's also pressures on the sides. But AP Bren might actually want to close this out by taking this Lord Ogwen, going in for that setup there. Turtle, or rather Lord though, 1/4 HP here. One more HP. Let's see if Caltese can be able to take it with the Retribution. Storm's going to go down here. Super Marco still free hitting everyone though. And AP Bren might actually just reset there and actually take their time to pressure the side of Homeboys here. But, you know, Homeboys, I like the attempt. There was some light there. They actually could have made some plays. But now AP Bren, this is where they're good at. They're going to be pressuring this mid tower. Second tier already down. Only the inhibitors left here.
Oh, that's tough. Again, still going to be fighting it out. Chibi going to try to keep them at bay here. Nets as well with the rest of the team. They still have a little bit longer for Zorn to be up. Couple seconds here. They should be full forced, of course, by this time that AP Bren gets ready for this assault. So most likely, again, like we just saw from that last exchange, they approached it very well. Homeboys for a little bit looked like they had some control, and then AP Bren punished them, and it's still Super Marco having a massive game. So now Lord's here. It's going to go ahead and charge in.
Be knocking on the doors of Homeboys. Look at the damage too coming out from Few from the backside, poking everyone before they shred this Lord. AP Bren can actually go for the pressure here. Pressure in all of the lanes, knowing that Few is just at the backside to cover. Caltese going to be jumping in, soaking up all of the damage. Flap TZ not going to be investing that Demonic Force just yet. There's a tug from Zorn, but it's not going to do much as AP Bren just going to be backing away from that one.
Yeah, they don't have to find it. I mean, for the most part, AP Bren, they're very objective-based right now. That's what they're thinking. They get the 2 turrets. They're most likely going to get this third, too. It's only a couple hits away. And still, they might put the pressure to actually force the situation if they want to. Chibi already taking a couple shots on the marks here.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming out from Super Marco. Sepat trying to go for the backside. Goes for Bravest Spider, but he gets spotted here by Super Marco. The rest of the gang, Zorn, Flap TZ just zoning everyone and still not getting taken down. Demonic Force is still up as he goes for more here. minion waves are also crashing in here for the side of AP Bren. They might actually just go for the finish, but there's just a lot of heroes still up here for the side of HomeBois. They might actually just reset here and try to go in for the next Lord.
Okay, they take the discipline route, they back off. Sapat was the only one that went down, and I know we didn't get a good look at it, but there was a relatively a good effort from HomeBois there, and it kind of split off also the team AP Bren from really trying to like win that fight through. And in Super Marco, he still did not go down, but overall, Few was able to be very elusive, and he hasn't died, and that's why the Novaria is so strong with the way that her kit works in Super Marco. So it's like HomeBois, your biggest thing is like, how do we find a pickoff? How do we actually get one of these targets locked in? And, at this point, too, Nets has the items that he needs. It's not really much of an itemization thing. It's like, how do we actually execute this and pull it off? And that might come down to just going toe-to-toe with these Lord fights, right? Like, the next one is now up. We're nearly at the 17-minute mark. HomeBois has the items they need. It's like they just have to win this dance, and that's what they're going to get prepped and ready for. But Ogwin also waiting patiently there in the bush. Udil holding on to his own demonic force. We'll see how they approach it. Lord going to be half health here. Super Marco also double buffed up. This is very crucial on how HomeBois tries to get in position here. Not sure if they're even going to be able to right now. Flapteasy also there. Yeah, they have to. So Chibi waiting patiently. He's done this multiple times. Ogwin goes in.
There's going to be the pokes that are coming out from Few, actually causing the rest of the HomeBois to actually back away. Just one wipeout can actually take them down. They don't have any inhibitors left, and that's going to be AP Bren securing in, I believe, the second Lord of the game actually here for this side. So without any inhibitors here, second enhanced Lord for the side of AP Bren. This can create a lot of pressure, but for the HomeBois, right, they have to find that pickoff on the back lines. The only one that can actually do that at this point is Sorn with the nice setup, or Sepat. Actually, you've seen him attempt on Super Marco and Few, but at this point, no inhibitors left. They gotta focus on defending their base here. They have the Lord for the side of AP Bren.
Yep, conceal already used here. They're gonna get spotted out though.
Flapteasy. He's going to be using that demonic force up. Going to keep it going. Look at the damage onto Chibi. Nice setup there by Ogwin. Everyone's real low here from the side of HomeBois. Appraiser's Wrath going to take down Sorn. And from the backside, they're still dealing with that demonic force, which is Odile. Not going to be able to make it. It's only Nets and Chibi left to defend. The Lord is still locking in the base of HomeBois, and that's going to be it. AP Bren takes in game number 1.
Man, oh man. So they take game number 1 here. It took them, it took them some time, right? It took them some time to get where they needed to be. But like I was saying, and how it was going to unfold, they got to that first Lord, they got the pick they were looking for, and then they kind of had this kind of snowball effect from there. But HomeBois, man, in the early game, Berg Kim, they had what they exactly needed. Like they were doing it. In the early game, they were the ones setting the pace. They were the one making AP Bren respond to them. It's just, again, at some point, it's like they lost control here. And as we take a look at the replay, the highlights from this game, you're going to see what we're talking about. Now, this is already 7 minutes in. That was the turtle fight, and you can see just how strong things were for HomeBois. But this is where Super Marco just kind of, he flipped his own switch. He got the double here. And this is where the scaling really went into favor. We've seen him play Brody time and time again. And when he gets these 2 kills, 2, 3 early kills like this, that's what happens. He scales up really fast. He's very good in positioning. Super Marco as a player, that's one of the things that really stands out for me depending on whatever marksman he's playing in the gold lane. His positioning is so good, and the rest of the team does a great job at peeling for him when he needs to. This also was just showing how strong that power spike was at this point in the game on that Brody.
Yeah, it was a shutdown gold actually on Chibi. At that, which is why the massive gold swing went to the side of AP Bren, and not to mention it all went to Super Marco here, which is someone that really you want to give all those kills to. And at this point, 13 minutes in, there were some attempts here by Chibi to actually take in the Lord, but unfortunately for the side, it's going to be a retribution battle, right? And it's going to be Kyle Teasy taking it in here for the side of AP Bren. And once it reached the point that, there was only the inhibitors left here for the side of AP Bren, what they did right was actually take this the safer route, like just go for the next Lord, not force anything too crazy here in the final encounters.
Yeah, and so with that, again, it took them a little longer, 18 minutes into this push, but you could just see at this point, like how that positioning and how everything else was where they needed to be, and it was at this point, HomeBois just had a very difficult time, like trying to go in with that fight and deal with that. And you can see it, Super Marco deserving of this MVP here for game number 1. Very, standard for him. Honestly, at Super Marco at this point on this hero 7-0-2, like he has done this multiple times, and it's such a, when it comes down to it, the micro decisions that he makes within the game. If you just pay attention to Super Marco, you'll know what I'm talking about here, specifically his positioning. And, when he just picks up the 2 items, even on this Brody, that Blade plus the Malefic Roar, he's already a force to be reckoned with. And then it gets to that point where the question, even from the draft, Kim, was like, how do we deal with this range? How do we deal with this elusiveness, is like what I like to call it, because of the fact that you have a Novaria that can basically, shift and phase through the map in a way. Like, that's tough enough. But then you have the Brody who works from range, and then paired up with the fact that you have that Phoveus, a factor of a lot of teams don't actually go with the Phoveus, right? Because it takes a certain lineup and a certain type of player to really utilize that in the best way possible. And Flap TZ does that phenomenally. And so he's in everybody's face from HomeBois. It's tough to deal with because, like, the whole time it's like, imagine it, like in a POV, you're dealing with demonic force, like this guy jumping on you everywhere, and you're trying to catch a Brody or a Novaria. That's not very, easy to do. And that's kind of what happened there. So it was a very well executed lineup. I will say, however, though, HomeBois did a great job in the early game. How can they take what they did in the early game and like replicate it to game 2 and go from early to mid? Because I think that's always, whenever I talk about teams going against AP Bren, that's actually the time frame when I say it's so important for teams. Like, yes, AP Bren is so strong in the late game, but it's that early to mid game transition where, like, even teams that have an early game lead, like they did here, they have to hold it together to mid game. Otherwise, it slips through their hands and the AP Bren will punish. And that's, that's what they have to adjust from game 2. And it's so tough, man, because again, it's like you don't have much time. You're now match point. Your tournament lives are on the line. How do you fix it that quick?
Can't even do like you can't even do something, pull off something uncontemporary at this point, right? Like, I mean, this is match point, match away. Like, you can't afford to make any mistakes. I think for the side of HomeBois here is, again, is pretty much like what we've seen in the group stage. This is pretty much evident in both their games up against AP Bren that ended in a 2-0. I'm not saying that this is going to end in a 2-0-2. We might actually see more possibilities here for the side of HomeBois, but what I'm saying is that it was the same. Like, they had the answers in the early game. Mid-game to late game, they kind of have to watch out for these plays that either, Flap, TZ, or Owen does. And I think in that particular game, it was Super Marco. And we cannot discredit, like, the rest of the teams here, the rest of the members of AP Bren that really enabled Super Marco to be able to pull off that type of play, like a double kill. And I think after that, like, HomeBois really had a hard time going up against AP Bren, or kind of bouncing off that situation where, Super Marco was just able to position himself well and able to kite everybody.
Yeah, but I mean, you look at the best gold laners you can think of, and that's something that always sticks out for them is it's their positioning, it's the way that they decide to, of course, like, initiate on some of these fights. And then I feel like always a layer to that, always a part of that is, again, the roams. Like, it's not even just the roamers, but sometimes it's junglers, sometimes it's the XP laners. The way that they peel for their gold laners is very important. The way they help them disengage, right? Again, you're really trying to protect these damage dealers and everything else, and that's what AP Brent does very well. That's very apparent in all their games throughout, ever since the squad has been together. And I think that's what makes them such a threat, because HomeBois, like this, like I'm saying, you have a lot of that aggression and that tempo setting potential. But with that, it's kind of like you're trying to hold on to that energy, and it's really easy for it to like slip through your hands if you're a little too reckless. And so that's the problem. And you know, AP Bren just so good at punishing that. So you know, while we wait for Game 2's draft, and I agree with you, Kim. Like, there is room here, obviously, for HomeBois to take it to Game 3. Like, there's a huge possibility that we could see a Game 3. Because this was a rather long game that was not in favor of AP Bren in the beginning. So HomeBois, and it almost makes me kind of wonder, like, I'm trying to think, is this the time for them to go with that? It's not weird, but like go with that lineup again. Like, not that specific lineup, or maybe they try to replicate it. I don't know. Like, there's other options you can throw there, but like, is that the time to do it?
Well,
where it's like we want to put all this risk in the early game?
yeah, well, I was thinking like they did pull off that Hellcurt pick for the last pick in the group stage, right? Like the Hellcurt, I get why they actually pick that up. Like, you need someone to deal with the back line. I'm thinking something along the lines of like maybe an assassin, right? Like they're going for the more contemporary draft right now in the current meta, which is, you know, utility, tanky types of heroes. Maybe they can try to pull something off like that. Not, I wouldn't say like in the jungle role, but maybe in the roam role. Like Sword could perhaps pick up something like that. But he's known for pickoffs, right? He's known for these setup plays. So I'm not so sure if they're gonna go that route here for the side of HomeBois here. Like, I'm thinking something along that lines. They need to take down the back line of AP Bren, which is very, very solid actually in game number 1.
And I'm just trying to think, like, really what route they could go, you know, for the most part, because my whole premise before the first draft was really like outside of the box. And I think now that you're facing, like, if you're HomeBois and you're kind of facing this situation where it's like, all right, match point, what do we do? I think this is the time to go outside of the box, because you obviously have like the tools that you need when it comes to like the execution in the early game. And that's what I always think about, those lineups that are outside of the box. And that's why I said yesterday when it popped up, I was like, this is actually genius for what they want to do, because it's a different kind of lineup that you don't see all the time, right? And if there's other iterations of that, then great. Like, bring that to the table in this game where you're now facing your match point of your tournament life, you know? It might be the time to do it, because like I said, you got to throw AP Bren off balance, because really, sometimes if you can get a lineup for you that is very early to mid-game dependent on ending, like, let's get this game over with before they start countering us with items, right? With defenses.
Yeah.
That might be the best case scenario. We want to end this game before that 13-minute mark even, you know, and try to do that. And I think for HomeBois, like, that might be what they have to do. And this is, again, coming from a region that is known for these weird, unorthodox, niche picks, cheese picks, whatever you want to call it, man. And that's where I think they need to fall into place here while we wait for Game 2's draft.
Yeah, just when you think that it's only RQ that's able to pull that off, right? Like picking up a Layla, if I'm not mistaken, in their last game, and it came off as a surprise for a lot of us. Like, I actually thought that it was a redraft coming in from the side of RRQ. Apparently, it was locked in by them. So, you know, things like that, like it kind of, you know, throws you off, and at the same time, like, what are they gonna do with that? How are they gonna play that? For the side of HomeBois, they've already shown signs of that actually in their previous matches, and honestly, I would love to see more of that from the side of HomeBois, because they're known for picking that up. Not just HomeBois, like even just to name some of the other teams that are in the Asian region, you got Todak, actually, that's well known for doing that, and it actually worked for them. So match point, I think, you know, whatever the outcome, bringing something like that, maybe try to stop AP Bren from their tracks could actually be really good. And, I mean, if you go with the contemporary lineup, it's kind of very much predictable right now. But,
Yeah.
if not, let's see what the homeboys can do here for their final draft or their final,
That's what I'm saying.
possibly their final match.
That's what I'm saying. Like you kind of got to be like, you can't be what people are expecting at this point. I mean, like in terms of the composition, and this is always the case, really. Like for playoffs, like once we get through group stages for any of these tournaments, it's really where you have to pull out all the stops, and sometimes it's like, you have a little more breathing room in some formats where it's like, all right, this might be a best of 5 or something like that. But with the best of 3 pressure and then immediately being at match point, you have to pull something through. And then even then, if you get to that game 3, Kim, like you have to do it again. You know what I mean? Like you have to pull that out again or something different, or maybe AP Bren is the one to do it. Maybe even in this game, AP Bren, despite being 1-0 currently, they do it. And that could possibly happen as well. So I think, there's a lot here for HomeBois to consider while they approach this game. And I think that's why, they needed a little bit of time here to really decide, like, okay, what is our approach for this? Because what they did in the previous game, and talking back about the weakness points for AP Bren, like that jungle comparison, or the jungle pacing that's set up there for Chibi in the early game was actually good, and I think that if they can replicate at least that and kind of stop Kyle Teasy a little bit, do that again, give Chibi that little bit of confidence or edge that he needs, is a good place to start, for HomeBois from there. So it looks like we are going to be getting into the draft here for game number 2. So HomeBois will be on that blue. They'll get that first pick priority. AP Bren now on the red. And we'll see how this bans go again. Because, again, the previous game, even ban-wise,
it was AP Bren.
It was a little different pattern, though, right? So HomeBois will take out that Novaria the first ban, though.
Novaria, I'm thinking something along the lines of AP Bren or either HomeBois taking away the R lot here, because knowing that AP Bren loves that very much, especially for Ogwen, who has picked it up the most number of times here in this tournament. HomeBois, I like the fact that they banned away the Novaria this time. Even though they can actually pick it up for themselves, they are on the blue side here. But then again, that's going to open up so many things here that they need to consider too, like CC heavy, chain CC. These are what the teams are actually going for in this current meta. So HomeBois taking away a lot of the heroes here from few, like Novaria. Then you got the Faramis here too being taken away. AP Bren. I'm looking at the Joy ban. Usually comes out from the red side here, knowing that HomeBois has that first pick.
If they don't take it out, if the Joy is not banned out here, I actually think that it might be a good pickup for HomeBois. Take that Joy that's been constantly banned out. I forgot how many times it is. I think it's like 40 times up to this point, but it is a very strong choice, but it's also kind of risky. Like there's some risk factor there, and I think that's, again, what HomeBois needs to do here. So we'll see. A couple more bans left. The Faramis was taken out, Matilda's taken out. We'll see if they still want to opt for what we've seen for the most part, too. The fact, too, that Nana is still left open. You can still work around that. There's the Phoveus. So this is just like, it's like pure respect at this point from HomeBois, right? They don't want to deal with those kind of annoyances, those new nuances. I was
Nuances,
I was gonna say something else. Nuances that came from this lineup in the previous game from AP Bren. It was like range and then pressure combined, because of Phoveus and Novaria. So with that, we'll see what this last band's gonna be. First phase from AP Bren, but if it's not Joy, like I would actually like to see HomeBois take the Joy.
Yeah, I feel like HomeBois kind of banning away the Phobius here is yeah, a respect ban coming through for Flap TZ, and at the same time it's kind of forcing AP Brent to ban away, you know, some of these other stellar picks, especially these glass cannon types of heroes that Chibi is also known for picking up. They ban away the Nolan, and you did mention that you want to see the homeboys pick it up. They can actually pick it up here first, but for AP Brent they can actually answer it out by picking up say an Arlot. They love to pick up Arlot and a Ruby here. Wow,
Yeah.
that's a lot to take in here for AP Brand. So Homeboys kind of has to decide right now. Do we go for Joy, or do we kind of take away Arlot or not? But, you know, since it has always been banned away, it's great early game, which Homeboys is known for. This could definitely create some
Yeah.
pressure up against AP Brand.
This is the reason why I was saying this. As soon as we started to see the pattern of this first bans, the phase of bans, was because this is what I was saying. You know, if you want to pick up anything for Homeboys, it's to replicate what you did in the previous game. And you actually, like, if you're Homeboys, you controlled that jungle side and everything early on. So Joy's able to do that here, possibly for this. But AP Brand picking up CC and Angela. Interesting pickups to go ahead and start up their first phase. Angela has been very, I would say it's not that it's like a very specific condition type hero right now, currently in the meta, but it fits in a lot of compositions. And the fact that you have CC here, who has been a monster so far throughout the games of the future, this is tough, right? They're going to have to be able to answer some of that sustainability, the shielding, of course, and everything else. Homeboys will pick up the Ruby for themselves alongside the Valentina. So they're like, you know what? We'll at least take the Valentina so that depending on whatever else AP Brand takes up, we have the opportunity to go ahead and take some of those ultimates,
Yeah, even down to the skin, right? I know the Valentina can do that. So if you don't have those skins, like, just pick up a Valentina and take care of everything.
Yeah, you get to enjoy
everything,
it, right?
Like, yep. Yep, which kind of forces AP Brand into a situation that, okay, yeah, we can pick up all these good heroes in the jungle, Barretts even at this point, but they need to answer out to the early game here at the Joy. They pick up something that they're known for too is, actually they could have gone with the Red Rin, but instead they went for the Baksha, counter out to the possible tanky setup here from the side of Homeboys. I'm thinking something along the lines of like a Minotaur here for Zorn. That's going to be a lot of problem here for the side of AP Bren, knowing that they have the Angela here that only can invest the Heart Guard onto one hero. So for AP Bren, it seems like they want to go for these head-to-head clashes with the Homeboys with this Angela pick. I don't really see this very often in the current meta, especially when you pick it up in the first phase.
The only thing that scares me here about AP Bren with this first like phase, actually specifically to the two heroes for Homeboys, is the fact that you have a Baksha and Angela. And the reason why I say that is because rotations are going to be very quick. Anytime there's a Baksha, goes around the map everywhere. You pair it up with the fact that you have like this global ult, the Heart to be able to just pop up as well. Like very quickly, in a snap of a finger, AP Bren can be where they want to be, you know, with that kind of speed. And so I feel like in a way for Homeboys, it's like, how do we control that? How do we deal with that? And that's why I think, once again, the pacing that is going to be set in the beginning is crucial for them. And this time it's like, you know, you got to be able to deal with that Homeboys speed, you know, because if you're going to be putting the speed out there, like control it, right? Control it for the most part, because AP Brand will look for those moments where they try to punish you. Now, as we get through the second phase of these bans here, you can already see some of the gold lane focus, obviously coming out from Homeboys. They take out 1-1. We'll see if they still focus on another marksman option, because the carry was taken out by AP Bren, which I think is a great choice, because you don't want to be shredded through, especially if you're this Baksha, right? Especially if you're trying to build around these shields and this sustainability. So they also deal with another big true damage dealer in the department here. X-Borg is going to be taken out. They don't want to be slowed down either as well, and dealt with that kind of layering with the armor. So good, smart bans here from AP Bren. We'll see if Homeboy still focuses on that gold lane, one more option, because still for both, you know, for both teams, like we don't exactly know what they want to throw there for now.
Yeah, I'm thinking this is is this an Ogwen hero or is this a few hero? Because for homeboys, they should actually limit out like Super Marco at this point, right? They're taking away like the gold lane here. Claude is still up. The Brody that actually did so well.
Yep.
And I want to point out the Brody too, because that's one of the marksman heroes that can really protect itself, like in the
Oh.
lane. And just like I said that, there you have it, the Brody for AP Bren. Not only is a signature pick, but I think it can really go well up against like, you know, heroes that can pressure you in the early game, like the Joy. So I like this coming out from AP Bren. No surprise there, but for homeboys, they kind of have to answer it out with their last two picks, especially will they go for like team fight eccentric type of compositions, or will they go for, you know, a hero that can also pretty much rotate fast as AP Bren can here.
It's interesting too. You know, they went with the Vexana, which is you know, it's fine. Like it works because Eternal Guard. I mean, that would add a layer of kind of annoyance for homeboys to deal with. So they give it the Brody for now. They know that they kind of went through some of these gold lane bans. We'll see what the matchup's going to be. Like, is it going to be the Claude? Like, just that gets picked up by homeboys? Do they want to go that? Give it to Nets? Let them try to push? No, they don't. They pick up the Clint and the Tigreal.
And the Tig.
Interesting. So they go with this, and wow, a Hilda.
Oh, wow.
That's scary. That is
Wow.
scary because that's the pressure. That's the counter pressure I was talking
Yeah.
about in the jungle that is going to happen. So this will make that Joy not so enjoyable, right? Like, you know, no pun intended, because Hilda's going to be everywhere in your jungle, trying to slow you down, trying to keep you at bay. But you know, with this, I don't know, Kim. Like, I actually really like homeboys draft here. I'm just trying to picture it, like, and. Anytime a Tigreal pops up, like, let's be honest, if you've been watching Games of the Future, everybody's going to think of that one play from Tigreal that was a five-man setup, you know, KDA machine, and he did it. So, like, the pressure is there. It's like, can you do something? It doesn't have to be five-man. It can be a great three-man setup, you know? But as long as you can pull it off the Tigreal, you can make that work. We'll see if they can. We're hearing the sounds of the Land of Dawn here. Again, it's a match point here between AP Bren and homeboys. AP Bren getting that game number one. We'll see if homeboys draft here can pull them through to a game three ahead of us. But already, wow, Nets getting poked down quite a bit here.
Yeah, this is, I think, one of the first few times that we're going to be seeing a lot of these new picks coming through here. Super Marco also pretty low here, but this is what we expected in the jungle, right? Like a lot of pressure from Owen, a lot of pressure too from Sword. At this point, right, he has to keep the Nets in check here. He really needs that assistance in the gold lane, especially if you're going up against a Brody. But the AP Bren here, they find Chibi, who's taking a lot of the damage here. Wow! And that's going to be first blood being pulled in here by AP Bren.
Remember when I was saying, you know, she's great, but it's a risk as well. Even if she's banned constantly, like, you still have to be able to have a relatively safe start to get where you need to be. And then, you know, your damage is going to show up. But look at Ogwen. He's going to be doing exactly what you expect a Hilda to do, and that's live in the enemy jungle, right? As much as possible, gain that distraction and just be there. Yeah, you can always regen in the bushes as well, and that's what he's going to be going for. They'll fight out for that crab, and with that, so again, the first blood being drawn over here by AP Bren, and the fact that it went in the hands of Kyle Teasy gives him that small, you know, that minor edge, right, in terms of the jungle matchup. Because the great thing about it, Kyle Teasy can be like, you know what, Ogwen, go do your thing. Go invade the jungle, make Chibi's life hell for now, and I will roll around, literally. I'll get these objectives, I'll farm up, and I have a heart guard available from you. So that's what's happening here.
Oh, man. That's not going to be easy. And, I actually thought that Olga's going to have, like, a sprint there just to get out of the situation. But you know what? While all of that is happening, right? Like, Chibi just turned level 4, while Kyle Teasy has been taking away all the resources here on the side of homeboys. And Owen hasn't even left the jungle camps here on the side of homeboys. I think this is going to keep up even until the end of the game, just not letting this joy of Chibi farm anything at this point.
Yeah. So much support has to come from homeboys here. for Chibi.
Yeah.
And that's the downside of picking a Joy that is kind of reliant right now. And that's what you see AP Bren do it. So if they can pressure, uh-oh.
Yeah. Hard guard onto Flapteezy. He's going to be safe for now. He's got the shields too. It's going to be a magic damage. Angela coming through. Ogun right now forced to use the flicker out to safety. And still no pickoffs here for the side of HomeBois. But you see the swing of resources from the side of HomeBois. They immediately all went to respond. Actually, all of them, I think. Not Chibi is going to have a hard time here. Like, everybody has to kind of answer out to Owen here at this point. Has just been camping out in the bushes, going for the pokes, and all the ultimates are going to be invested into him. He's going to be taking a lot of the damage, and that's going to be the first kill picked off here from the side of HomeBois. Electrifying beats as well, but they're not going to get more here.
That was a great call from HomeBois, especially from Zorn, knowing that, hey, Ogwin already used his flicker earlier, right? Like, if we can catch him, especially having the ultimate available and everything else, like, the implosion is going to keep him there, you know, and then you push him back and work around it. So now, but still, Kyle Teasy,
wow.
He's going to go for the pressure.
Oh man, the Sword have the ultimate here. Kaltizi's gonna be soaking up the damage, but you know what? This is why AP Brain's so confident. You got the hard guard, you can just create chaos here in the jungle, pandemonium in the jungle. You got the hard guard available. Ogun's gonna be able to escape that one, and AP Brain still exerting so much pressure, making sure that Chibi does not get anything at this point. Like, even to the point, like, it's not just Owen, it's even Kaltizi going all the way in, knowing that the hard guard is going to be available for them to be protected.
We'll see. Hard guard is secured here for Udil, but I'm not sure if they actually want to go for this.
Wow.
Oh, Zorn.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of the damage from Flapteezy. They got the hard guard for themselves too. But look at this.
Wow, Chibi got it.
Gonna take in that turtle. Steal from their side, and it's gonna go to the side of HomeBois this time. Nice bounce back though here for the side of HomeBois. They definitely need it because AP Bren has been such a menace here in the jungle. Chibi hasn't been able to farm well. I mean, you can't farm well. Look at how Owen has been trying to make sure that Chibi doesn't get anything at this point. And so far, 5 minutes in, it's still AP Bren leading this time. Quite a different take this time. It's usually HomeBois actually taking the lead.
Yeah, this is big, though. The 5-minute mark now. Big item pickups. Necklace of Durant secured. There's an implosion again.
Onto
Owen's
Owen.
Okay,
Yeah.
so as I was saying, big item pickups here for HomeBois. Necklace of Durant's Blade as well. Kyle TZ. Okay, he's still going to put pressure here. Super Marco there now to help him out.
Yeah, he's also going to be poking in the side of HomeBois here. We haven't seen so much of the gold lane matchup just yet. We've seen Nets actually being safe and sound. All of the action is actually in the jungle side here of HomeBois. 16K for the side of AP Bren. I'm looking at Kyle TZ here and Chibi. So far, he has caught up to Kyle TZ. Even Owen's taking a lot of, or actually is dishing out a lot of damage here up against the HomeBois.
Yeah, that's tough. Again, okay, that's not going to connect either from Sapat. So there's so much back and forth here going, but the biggest thing is AP Bren still playing around on the macro level, guarding themselves still to lead, and they want this turret, but Kyle Teasy.
Owen flickering out
flickers
too.
out.
Yeah.
Okay, so every time you think they're going to break out, this lineup that AP Bren has is very good at getting these resources out from HomeBois and kind of just playing around that, right? Like, they're tanky enough, they're able to have enough mobility to get out of here. That's one great thing about Hilda. But HomeBois, uh-oh.
Yeah. Flapteezy again, though. He does have the hard guard here. Going to be able to sustain him. Oh, there's the flicker in from Udil, but it's not able to get anything. Flapteezy still survives there.
What?
With 1 HP of health. And the turn's going to be taken in here by AP Bren. Wow.
I'm surprised he even survived that. So it looks like they're going to go rotate down bottom to put the pressure now on HomeBois.
Yeah, wow. Zorn going to be the focus here on the side of AP Bren. They got a hard guard here to save him in time too. But Kyle TZ and the rest of the gang, they know what to do. They want to get in this tower, and you see how they're cutting the minions here over to the side so that Super Marco can actually push. Zorn is really low, and Owen gonna go all the way in and take him down, and that's gonna be one less problem for the side of AP Bren.
Oh my
It's not
goodness, it's
stopping,
not
though.
going to end here.
Yep, Net's gonna take it. Just gonna get chunked down here by Calteezy. He's only gonna be chunking him down real low, forcing him to back away. And wow, just like that, 7 minutes in, we're actually heading into the first Lord of the game.
Yeah, this is very different from the previous game, Kim. I mean, there's so much action between every single lane at this point, plus the jungle. So a minute before that Lord comes up, and this is always, like I said, this is the time AP Bren might look for some play, and it looks like they're getting in position for that.
Calteezy too. Again, they're not gonna let Chibi take anything right now. Even the jungle are not safe from the side of AP Bren, and I think for the side of Bren, AP Bren, they know exactly what to do, right? Like, just take away the jungle camps of the Joy. And if you've seen, like, Chibi hasn't been able to, you know, pop off like every Joy has, right? And even at this point, he can go, Baptiste can go head-to-head with him. Actually, making him pop that electrifying beast very early on as AP Bren. They're getting in the map control, too, while everybody is busy trying to either take down Owen or take down even Calteezy. And just like that, Super Marco.
It's on point every single time.
Just like that.
Before the 9-minute mark, before the Lord spawns, they get a kill. And just like I said from the previous game, that's what happens. They spawn it out. Now the question is, do they actually just commit to this Lord? And does HomeBois actually want to commit to actually keeping the fight here for it? It looks like being down Zorn, I mean, he did just come up, but it's going to be too late by the time he even gets there. So they just give this up. And that's what I always say is about the timings of AP Bren is like clockwork. They go for it if they can, and now they have this play.
Gwen again distracting everybody. They're not going to go for more here, but Conceal has been popped here by HomeBois. I'm looking at AP Bren this time. They are very early, actually, as compared to what we usually known them to do, right? Like, they popped out pretty early, and just like that, even Owen there can't be taken down. And to think that they don't really... They're building this Angela to be a magic damage Angela. Calteezy going to be checking up the damage sort of facades. Has been casted here. Flapteezy as well, zoning everyone all the way back to the turret here. They still have to address that Lord that's marching in on the top side here. HomeBois just have a lot to deal with here right now. Not just Owen, right? They got the Lord. They have to defend their towers here. 10 minutes in, what do they need to do? Like, Zorn has been using all of his implosions onto one hero, which is actually either Owen or Calteezy at this point.
Might take one of those miracle plays, miracle implosions. If Zorn can pull it off, he does have the flicker available, so they're going to deal with the Lord right now on the top side. Net's there alongside Sapat. We'll see if they can deal with it just fine. AP Bren, though, they're going to be knocking on the base. That's what they're going to do with these turrets as they make their way down the mid lane as well. They might just be happy getting the tier 1s and tier 2s cleared out, right? They cleared it out. They're happy with that. They've garnered themselves quite a lead, though, here. That's one of the big things because they got the 6 turrets. They now have about 8,000 gold on top of HomeBois. HomeBois, despite them actually having some decent setup potential and whatnot, they have no space to work with. Look at Ogwen.
Yeah, Ogwen just goes... At this point, like, even Few, though, knows that he has to invest the hard guard here. In the clash as Sword. Yep, he's gonna tug Calteezy all the way in, gets the implosion onto him. Hard guard gonna be used onto him. Zorn really low, and Super Marco picks up the kill. 7 kills for AP Bren. They just know how to dance around here with HomeBois, knowing that Zorn's gonna eventually invest in that implosion, right? At this point, like, I only noticed it's Flapteezy that has the Purify, so the rest of AP Bren has those flickers, so they're not even worried about Zorn at this point, right? Not unless, you know, you can catch like 5 members here of AP Bren, but at this point, they're just a force to be reckoned with. There's just so much tankiness in the front line, plus Super Marco kind of shredding everyone apart at this point. I'm not so sure what he has right now. We'll be seeing the items later on, but AP Bren, very great start up to mid-game. So let's see if this might kind of be like a HomeBois, you know, flipping in that switch in the late game. Let's see if they can actually do the same thing as AP Bren here at this point.
Well, as we take a look at the items right now, I mean, Zorn already used the flicker. He did not land the implosion. Like, that's not, like, the way he saw it in his head did not happen. So at this point, he's got to somehow make it happen, right? Because even if he's able to pull it off, let's say he does catch a couple with it, whether it's the flicker or not, I mean, you still have to hope that you have enough damage to pull through, you know, and Nets he might need a little bit more time. But right now, that's another Lord in the hands of AP Bren. There's the Malefic Roar for Nets. So it could line up properly if Zorn is able to get it off. And Sepot as well, he could be the one setting things up. So it's two for HomeBois to find the set they're looking for. And the hard part about that, again, is getting through the sustainability that AP Bren has, right? The shields, the regen, and everything else. Yes, they have some anti-heal items. I think they do have that Necklace of Durance. They got it early on. But it's still tough to deal with this lineup right now from AP Bren. And with the Lord going on the top side, Chibi looks to be the next target here.
Yeah, Owen is just not letting up here up against Chibi. And even Caltesi at this point going to respond to that. Tortoise Poisson has been casted. He's going to be poked down real low. But the real problem here is going to be the Lord here. The enhanced Lord for the side of AP Bren. Marching in the side here of HomeBois. They have to defend up against this one.
Yeah, so they lose that turret on the top side. Lord's going to be worked on, though. Look at the back, though. Udil takes quite a bit of damage just from Flapteezy alone. So right now they hold it together, but AP Bren might want more here. Working on the buffs. Ogwin waiting patiently. Right now, the HomeBois is doing a pretty good job at defending. How long can they continue this on? AP Bren might just get that one turret, though, on the top side.
Oh, there's a lot to take in here for HomeBois, right? Like, they need someone to burst down this tanky front line of AP Bren. Form of Udil, form of Nets, but they're actually not able to position well, right? Because they got Owen here. They got Caltesi. Then they got that hard guard to kind of make everyone like back away from all these clashes that HomeBois kind of wants to do. They have all of the tools that they need. They got two setup plays here in the form of Zorn and Sepat, but we haven't seen anything just yet, right? And so far, AP Bren has taken in 7 towers already right now. 10K lead for the side of AP Bren.
Yeah, tough to anytime like this is the situation, Burger Kim, like you have to consider like what do the teams do? Like your back is completely against the wall. Yes, you've got some items. Nets, like I said, he's got the 3 items that he needs for the most part to deal enough damage, but if he gets caught out for some reason or another, it's going to be difficult to actually find those kills they're looking for, right? So when you're this far behind, 10,000 gold is usually that mark where it's like, yeah, this is tough. We have to just kind of sit in our base, hope for the best. Probably not a good idea to contest Lords unless for some reason we have a numbers advantage, right? And so they might just be at the whims of, all right, AP Brand, they're going to control this whole side of the map. They're going to get this next Lord from us. But if somehow we have a miracle defense, that gets us to that first step to like turn things around, right? That's kind of where they are. And we'll see, again, if they actually decide to play around this. I don't think it's a good idea to contest the Lord, even though they're trying to push into this side of the jungle.
Yeah.
It's
way
quickly
too
taken
fast.
care of. Yeah, it's gone. Conceal play comes out, though.
Yeah, AP Bren. Owen gonna try to find someone. It's gonna be Chibi this time. It's gonna take a lot of the damage here, but AP Bren gonna be backing away. They have the Lord on their side. They don't really have anything to worry about. It's gonna march down on the top side. Let's see how HomeBois will defend this one. I'm looking at Sword at Sepat at this point. They're the ones who have the setup here, so we're gonna have to wait for that miracle play coming out from both sides, but it's not gonna be easy, right? The solid front line of AP Bren plus the Lord to boot here for their side.
This could be HomeBois' last defense here. They're gonna have to keep it together. Heart guard already used.
Caltesi gonna go all the way in. There's gonna be the Tortoise Poisson. Sword's gonna try to find someone, unable to take anything. Flapteezy zoning Nets all the way from the backside. And I think HomeBois, they're gonna be able to defend this one successfully, actually. I kind of respect AP Bren at this point. They know that HomeBois has the tools to kind of have that miracle setup, but they're just gonna take in what they can get. All the inhibitors are down here for the side of HomeBois.
So even given the fact that they're so far ahead economically here, AP Bren's still kind of being careful how they approach this. Sepat, though.
Yeah. Sepat, nice tug in there, but they're not going to go for more. But I think for the side of AP Bren, they might want to commit here. Caltesi. Okay, they're just going to be taking in a lot of damage. A lot of the ultimates have been invested just to make sure everybody's alive. I mean, at this point, right, like once you get a takedown onto at least like one person on either sides, it could be like a game changer here. Like if HomeBois manages to take one down from the side of AP Bren, they can really set up the play here. But for the side of AP Bren, one down, no inhibitors left here for the side of HomeBois, it's going to be hard for them to defend.
Oh, Flap. Gonna get pulled.
Yep, Tortoise Passants. Kaltizi gonna be taking a lot of the damage. Look at Owen onto Zorn.
Oh, Zorn.
Popping in that immortality. Yeah, he might get taken down here. There's the hard part onto him. And there's Odile. Look at Flap TZ just zoning everyone out. Nice tug in there. Nice, I'm offended by Sipot, but it's not going to be enough. Look at the mobility. Look at the tankiness here for the side of AP Bren. A lot of the immortalities are taken out. HomeBois doing their very best to defend here. They're getting chunked down here by the side of Super Marco. It's only Odile left to defend here. Up against the side of AP Bren. They got minion waves crashing in too as Kaltizi going to be stomping in the tracks of HomeBois trying to go for a pick-off, but it's a wipeout. That's going to be it. AP Bren locking it in and showing HomeBois why they're the M5 World Champions.
AP Bren, another sweep here. Second match of the day. Will be sending HomeBois out of the tournament in honestly what looked like, I mean, for a moment there, Kim, like it seemed like AP Bren was just, I don't want to say they were like toying with HomeBois. They were massively ahead. I think they were respecting the damage that HomeBois had despite a massive deficit. Like they still respected the fact that they could get set up on, and you could start to see it, right? Like it did take a lot of work for them to win that last team fight even, and they had to kind of push and pull and get certain, you know, abilities and resources out from HomeBois to come through with those wins. And, you know, taking a look at the highlights here, you're going to see a lot of that push and pull between both the teams. But eventually, AP Bren, like this game was the macro decisions, right? The fact, too, that you have Ogwin really just spending a lot of that time, a lot of that pressure on the jungle side of HomeBois was tough to deal with for the most part. And Chibi, he started to do things that he had to do despite having a very rough early game. But it was like he had to require so much support from the team that it got very difficult for them to actually make plays anywhere across the map. Again, like they have 0 turrets. Like that's the thing, right? No matter how these team fights looked for the entirety of the game, they couldn't get a single turret down because of the macro level of AP Bren here. Now, if for some reason they were able to get this miracle playoff at this point in the game, 18 minutes in, they probably could have marched into at least the base turrets of AP Bren. Like there could have been a play for that, or swing back and get an objective, a Lord or something like that. But there was no opportunity for them to do that, right? So again, we take a look at here, AP Bren with the sweep, 2-0. HomeBois now out of contention, out of the tournament here. And, you know, this is the first time seeing this. I'm kind of taken aback, right? Like, this is great. So we've got the stats there. But again, you know, it's just unfortunate for HomeBois. I think they should be really proud of what they've accomplished so far in this tournament, of course. Now, for Super Marco,
back to back.
This is, but, you know, and the thing is like, again, with AP Bren, for the teams that will be facing off against them in the consecutive days here, they are going to have to go against Arc Yuhoshi, you know, in the semifinals, and there's a lot that they can take from this. Like, there were moments where AP Bren, you should have been able to punish them in some of these instances, right? And there was, but they just, once again, performed very top tier here, and it was tough for HomeBois to catch a breath. You know, when you don't have any turrets 18 minutes in, that's pretty dire, you know, and it showed there in the game.
Yeah, Super Marco with the classic pick up. I think a lot of people have been also talking about like what the possibility of like that M5 skin, and it seems to be a lot of people are talking about this Brody that seemed to be the Brody that was a miracle actually for them even in M5, right? They've been picking this up, even prioritizing it still, which is look at the stats here, 2-0 on this. I think most of the time, like we've been looking at this matchup, it was all in the jungle camps there of HomeBois. Like I do admire the fact that HomeBois was kind of actually able to answer out, kind of focusing their resources on trying to assist Chibi. But eventually, right, with that massive gold lead from the side of AP Brent, plus the map control that they had, there was just a lot that they had to deal with at that point for the side of HomeBois. A good job though. Like it wasn't easy to go up against, of course, like the reigning M5 world champions, and to go head to head with them and even stretch it out to like 19 minutes mark is definitely a feat already for themselves.
Yeah. Again, for me personally, like I'm always hoping for those 3 games, you know, when we get to the playoffs for Kim, because, you know, like even for HomeBois going against AP Brand, yes, it's obviously a kind of a scary matchup, I feel like, for HomeBois, but like I feel like they had what it took to get to a game 3 here based off what we saw from the previous days. But unfortunately, even from game 1, like I said, they controlled that early game really well against AP Brent. And then it's like AP Brent came out. That's how fast they adapt. They know that they lost control of that early game in game 1. So what do they do for game 2? They have the tools they need to deal with early game pressure because they're putting the early game pressure, right? That was the whole Hilda pick. Like, we'll be the ones pressuring in the jungle. And that's kind of what happened there. And they helped control that early phase of the game. And still, same thing. They looked for that play. They looked for that play before that first Lord, which then things kind of just continue to snowball from there. So, again, just a great performance here from AP Brand, looking clean as ever. Again, you guys can kind of contemplate and wonder what exactly is the weak point for AP Brand here. Like, where is that weak point? Because that's kind of what needs to happen for these other teams, you know, that are waiting for them. And yeah, it's RRQ Hoshi that's gonna have to face off against them tomorrow, right? So I believe it is tomorrow, where they'll have to kind of go and do that. But, you know, of course, for HomeBois, they can still take a lot from this matchup. They had a great performance yesterday where they swept, but now today they have to taste defeat here against AP Brand. And it's, hey, yeah, like you mentioned, Burger Kim, I mean, they're the world champions, you know? So hopefully they can take a lot from this and hold their heads high.
Yeah. I mean, you were talking about uncontemporary. I think that's also the first time we're seeing some new picks coming out from AP Bren. First time the Hilda was picked up here in this tournament. So saying that, yeah, we can do that too. We can do that too, HomeBois. But yeah, ultimately, I think for the side of AP Bren, like 2-0 both times that they've gone up against HomeBois was just, oh man, I think they really came in prepared here for games of the future. And you know, no matter how many VODs have been released here, no matter how many games that they've already taken, it seems like they're still going strong here, even up until, you know, after M5 World Championships.
Yeah, and that's why I'm, you know, as we look at a team like AP Brand, the amount of improvement they had from the whole last year even, I'm sure it's inspiring for a lot of the teams out there, you know, that are even competing in this for games of the future. Like I said, though, there's a lot to be learned here for all the teams that all have to go home. But that's the competition, right? Eventually they'll have to go home.
It is.
Now later, I believe later there's still, of course, 2 more matches that'll be happening. This was all for us, for me and you to cast, but I believe people are still definitely excited, of course, for the rest of the games today, because we have later on
ONIC,
Blacklist International,
Blacklist,
and Fire Flux, and then we have ONIC and RCC. So still a lot of action ahead of us, right? But I don't know what this is actually your last cast too for Games of the Future, isn't it?
Yeah, our first cast together ever, and our last cast for Games of the Future. So it's been a pleasure for me to be here on this. I actually wasn't expecting to be here on the casters desk. So, you know, on behalf of everybody here in the production side, you know, thank you so much for having me. It's been wow, I would say a comeback for you too here in MLBB. It's been a while, but it's so nice to see everybody. It's so nice to be, casting the game that I really love. So, thank you so much. And you guys will be seeing more action later on. Yeah, nice who's just mentioned all the matches that you guys have to watch out for, which I think everybody's going to be pulling off an I wouldn't say all-nighter though, but, they've been going past midnight for the matches, I'd say. It's, what time is it here? 10. So it might go like a little bit past midnight here. So, but definitely all of the fans are happy to see like there's going to be a lot more MLBB action here.
I was gonna say, I think a lot of the people that have been watching Games of the Future for the past, few days and whatnot they've kind of changed their schedule, right? Like their sleep schedule and everything else for
clock,
it.
yeah.
Their body clocks, and I know I definitely have, of course, I've taken naps in the afternoon, right? But yeah, of course, like respect all the casters that did cast into the early hours of the morning. Shout out to Wolf, man. The guy's been working, and it's great to obviously cast with you too, Burger King, for the first time, and be a part of this. There is, I believe, like aside from the 2 matches today, I think everything wraps up in about 2 days or so. 2 days left of competition,
2 days,
I think it is.
yeah.
So
it's gonna be March
2
too.
days. Yeah, it's been super fast. So again, on behalf of me and Burger Kim, guys, thank you so much for joining us for these first 2 matches of the day. There are still 2 matches later on. I believe we will be taking a break because everything is on a time slot, and there's a live audience out there, of course, and they have tickets and everything else. So make sure you go and grab your snacks and everything and get refreshed, because we will be back after this break. We'll see you guys then.
of the future. Games of the future.
You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, makes me feel like I can't breathe. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right. Oh no. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right. When you're coming back around.
Games of the future. future. Games of the future.
with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me. Filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head. Filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me. Filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head. Filling my mind with these images, yeah. When you're coming back around. You've got me saying words in my head. Filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me. Filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got
future. Games future. Games of the future. Games of the future. Games of the future. Games of the future.
Welcome back to the Games of Future. We're here in the quarterfinals, second half of the day. We've had some big games so far, and we got some possibly bigger games coming up. My name's Trex. Joining with me today is G, the ACO. It's been a while since we've been on the desk together. How are you doing today, man?
I'm doing good, man. It might have been a while since we've been on the desk together, but we grew MLBB and NA together. So this is like, you know, we're talking about the games, but this is kind of bittersweetness for me because, like, I'm getting to see you again and me on a desk. Like, it's a one in a lifetime opportunity again. Don't cry, Trex. Don't cry.
They weren't ready for this at all. They were not ready for this. But here we are at Games of Future. And it has been an amazing several days. I've been waking up at 5 a.m. every morning to catch these games. From group stages to now, yes, there's been a lot of sweeps, I would say, a little more than I would like. But the games have definitely been hype, and there's been a lot of teams that have showed up, G.
Yeah, that is true. And I mean, I've been there, man. I've been casting nonstop, it seems, but it's been a great experience. And these teams, man, they have been fighting their way up this bracket. Though most of them are sweeps, they're not normally clean, right? Like, I mean, you could say 2-0s, but they fight. Like, they bring everything that they possibly can to these battles. And I've seen teams pressed against the wall and have to fight back so hard to be able to get that pushback and to be able to do that 2-0 sweeps.
Yeah, I mean, and speaking of some of those teams that have had their backs pressed against the wall, the two teams that we're about to watch, Fireflux versus Blacklist, we saw that exact thing. Fireflux in game one was so close to grabbing that victory. So close, had them pinned up against the wall. But all it takes sometimes is one implosion from Haji and everything crumbles. And that is, I feel like that has been the storyline of just Games of Future in general. We've seen a lot of the maybe B tier, C tier teams almost get the wins, but then those stronger teams get those clutch moments where they take the game back into their hands. So what I'm wondering today is, like, can Fireflux break through that barrier today? It's definitely not going to be easy.
It's not going to be easy, but to kind of build off of what you're talking about, I mean, we've seen in that very first game, it literally only took that one implosion to do it. And I mean, they had a plan in mind when they stormed Blacklist the first time. I can only imagine that being the time that it's taken to face Blacklist once again, they've probably taken back to the drawing board. I can only imagine that they have plans drawn up to be able to take this down. We were kind of talking behind the scenes, me and Trex here, and we were saying like how big this rivalry has like just been like growing nonstop. And with Trex being at M5, he kind of has a little bit of the scoop. You want to build off of that?
Yeah, I mean, this has definitely been a rivalry built up over the past year, one that I think a lot of us never knew we wanted. We start back in M4 where Rosa talked about the biggest team that Rosa wanted to go against was Blacklist. Not because he saw them as an enemy, but because Blacklist was a team that kind of inspired some of their strategies. So what happens in M5? Rosa gets the wish come true. They face off in group stage, and Fireflux gets the win. Not just a win, but a 2-0. But revenge is always bittersweet because then Blacklist comes up, meets them in the lower bracket, and takes them out. Now, once again, they meet in the group stage. Blacklist gets the win this time, and now for the fourth time in a row, in I think under 6 months, we're seeing them face off one more time, but this time there's no lower bracket. Everything's on the line. The largest prize pool that Mobile Legends has ever seen so far. I mean, it's for me, this is one of the most hype watches, even when I saw it in group. This is something I wanted to watch even when I saw it in group stage. This is the match I wanted to make sure I was going to be up for, make sure I was going to get to watch, because I think this could be a rivalry that really builds up over the next year or so.
Yeah, and the best part is that you actually get to watch it and cast it at the same time, which that's huge. That's huge, right? So you get to do that on a couple different fronts now, and I'm kind of wondering what they're going to be bringing to this field. And we were kind of talking about it back in M5. They brought out a Leomord, which just absolutely took Blacklist by surprise. They attempted to try to do that a second time here into the Digital Games of the Future, and they just that time around, Blacklist seemed like they knew what was going down. It wasn't a surprise. It wasn't that like rabbit in a hat that Fireflux was able to pull out before. And I kind of want to know, can Fireflux do that again? What do they have in their back pocket that could possibly take Blacklist International by surprise?
Well, I think at the time before, it was a great pocket pick. Back in M5, it was a great pocket pick. It was a great surprise strategy. It's something that could catch you off guard. But just like the meta changes, your pocket strategies have to change as well. You can't pull out something that you used 3 or 4 months ago. If they want to try to catch Blacklist off surprise, or do they want to just stick to the meta? But if they go for the surprise route in game 1, game 2, hopefully game 3, something like that, it needs to be something fresh. It needs to be something that still pairs with the current meta. At that time, the Leomord, the Lilia, they were very strong and they paired well along. I mean, the Lilia and the Tigreal were very strong and they paired well with the Leomord, things like that. So they need, if they're going to pull something crazy out, it's got to pick with what's going on right now, which is heavy CC, big burst damage from your mages, big CC comps, and they got to make sure it's going to work right. They also need to be ready for early aggression because Fireflux, I think it's something that we kind of saw them have a little issues with. Same thing with teams like Deus Volt. We saw a lot of these teams that back in M5 when it was a slightly slower meta, they were kind of able to get their grips on things. But now, teams can get aggressive very, very fast. And if you're not ready for that, you're going to get steamrolled on.
Yeah, not only that, the diversity in gameplay is also a bit wild this time around as well. You can either be steamrolled early in the beginning, or the teams can like AP Brent. Like they they stay relaxed. They don't care if they lose one or two like actual turtles or anything like that, and then they're able to come back, get a little pick before the Lord, and be able to turn things around.
AP Bren's disgusting, man. They're a completely different beast. Like, they will give you the gold lead in the laning phase and just be like, it's all right. We're going to collect interest on that later. Don't worry, man. They're just loaning that gold out in the laning phase with a nice 20-50% interest, because once the 5, 6, 7 second Lord comes in, 7-minute mark or so, they just, I mean, they're taking fights that any other team would lose with that type of gold deficit, and they're coming out on top. They're definitely a team I think could be in a grand finalist for sure. But on this lower bracket, like Blacklist, I think a lot of us wondered how they were going to be able to do with the slight roster change. And they've had a lot of roster changes in the past year. They brought in Renny J, they brought in Sensui, and then now Renny J's gone. Haji's on Rome, which a lot of us question about, but Haji used to play Rome. We've seen him do well. He used to swap around with Venus back in M3, so this isn't something that's new to him, and he's able to really pull it off. I feel like the team in general has just, they never seem to falter. I can never count Blacklist out no matter what kind of roster changes they have.
That is true. That is true. I mean, it could be one or two, but I mean, I think what ultimately puts Blacklist on to that first tier is that they have 3 coaches, right? That allows them to not only have like a coach, like they can almost have a coach per person and individually kind of like they can just do it one-on-ones, right? Instead of normally it's one coach for the whole team, right? And I think personally, I think that's kind of where it can come from, right? They can build off of that. They can essentially tailor individual people to what they need to do in the Land of Dawn, right? And that's what I like from Blacklist International. Now, the biggest thing about Fireflux, right, is that they have a lot of Incendio supremacy inside their lineup. And that's one thing that I find pretty awesome, to be honest, because like when me and you were at M4, we actually got to see Incendio and see what they could bring to the field. And I mean, it was almost a rivalry between Incendio and the Valley back then. So, I mean, every time I was in a room with them, being a KOL at M4, man, the amount of times I've talked to their like coach and everything like that, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we got you." It was a pretty good experience. They always, funny that their name now is Fireflux. They always bring the fire, and I love to see that.
Yeah, I think they're definitely a team that Fireflux is just, Turkey in general, the region has grown so much. Fireflux, as you said, before Incendio Supremacy, I'm guessing after M3 got some sponsorship going, we're able to kind of rebrand it into Fireflux, and since then, they have just kind of grown and gone through the roof. They've been a team that, for me, I've followed pretty closely because it's amazing to be able to see some of the regions that in the past were never able to get out of group stage now be top 5, top 6, top 7, top 8, things of that nature. They're a team that, even though they are definitely the underdogs, you can't help but kind of want them to win. You can't help but kind of want to see them do well here. But it's definitely going to be one of their hardest tests and one of their most important tests because, as we said, this is the largest prize pool MLBB has seen yet. Later on, we have some bigger prize pools coming in the year, but so far, this is the biggest thing yet. A lot of teams, normally they would take this time of the year to kind of re-roster. You know, it's not M-Series yet. It's okay if we're not able to make it to MSC. Yes, we want to, but we're trying to think of the long haul. But a lot of teams, after we heard about Games of Future, after we heard about MSC, all these things, they decided, all right, we're just going to lock in our roster. We're not going to switch too many players. We're going to get right back to the drawing board. No rest time. We need to practice, practice, practice. And now Fireflux here once again, playing possibly one of the most important games of their life.
Yeah, and I mean, the Digital Games of the Future brought a $1 million prize pool to this tournament, which is insane for the MLBB history. From when I've started playing MLBB, when I started, doing my KOL stuff and then esports casting and management for the NACT, it's been, you've never seen, at least I haven't seen a prize pool this big other than the M series. So this is like a huge stepping stone for us in the MLBB scene, and we got to give it up to Physical Games of the Future. It's where you can bring the physical and digital into one unite. And we'll probably see maybe some videos if you guys were watching a little bit later. Man, those videos are so inspiring, and if the teams don't inspire you, the videos definitely will. And I can't wait to see these two teams go at it. Now, later on in the night as well, we'll be seeing ONIC versus RCC. That's also going to be, I would say, like a match of our time, right, Trex?
I think it's going to be an interesting match. I think I definitely put ONIC as the favorite. I honestly, I don't think it's as close as Fireflux Blacklist. But the RCC, a lot of people didn't even think they were going to make it this far, I feel like. I think a lot of people felt like they were the underdogs in this event. They surprised us, they surprised some of us getting out of group stage. I think a lot of our eyes were more on Deuce Vault from this region. They did so well. Deuce Vault have been monsters. Deuce Vault, though, came up short. RCC gets the win over Team Flash, and now they're up against a giant hurdle. I mean, can they keep this run going? If they can get the win on ONIC, I think it is huge. I think it is probably one of the biggest upsets we have seen in a very, very long time. And I'm for it, man. I love a good underdog story. That's what we're looking at pretty much here. We're wondering if Fireflux and RCC can make mountains out of molehills here. Can they cross over this? It is not going to be easy.
Yeah, that is true. Well, I do believe we might go on a quick break here. So I'll let production take over from here, and we'll see you guys soon.
Games of the future. future. Games of the future. Of the future. Games of the future. Games of the future. Games of the future. Games of the future. Of the future.
In a world that seeks a balance between metaverses and healthy lifestyle, video games and traditional sport, live shows and web entertainment, we found the only way to harmony. Introducing a new era in the realm of sports, Phygital, a revolutionary fusion of the physical and digital worlds. This is an unparalleled mix of the most exhilarating and dynamic youth sports disciplines, all integrated with popular video games and cutting-edge technological devices. This unique sports format is accessible to all. Anyone can participate in Phygital competitions. Any sport has the potential to evolve into a Phygital experience. Football, basketball, hockey, racing, martial arts, shooters, and many other sports have successfully adapted to the new reality. The 2024 Games of the Future is a global multi-sport event that represents the pinnacle of Phygital sports worldwide. The event is attended by best clubs and teams, bringing together 2,000 participants from over 100 countries. It marks the beginning of a series of top Phygital tournaments that will take place annually worldwide. The current official program of Games of the Future includes 21 innovative disciplines. They are classified into 5 groups, which we refer to as challenges: sports, technology, speed, tactics, and strategies, openness, show, fun, and healthy lifestyle. Coming our way is the exciting Phygital era. So stay tuned, join our global Phygital community, and come over to the upcoming Games of the Future. Emerge as winners and heroes of the new era. Games of the Future, made for young generations.
All right, everybody, we are back. Sorry for the wait, but we had to make sure everything was squared away. It's Trex and G back on desk once again, and we're coming up on one of my personal favorite games in the in the quarterfinals. We haven't made it to the semis just yet. Don't want to get ahead of myself. G, it's going to be Flux up against Blacklist. Now, we talked about it a little bit before. I want to kind of get into some of the picks, right? I want to get into some of the possibilities here. Ruby has been a very proud pick, but hasn't always done well, at least not in the right hands. I think something that's been on the rise is the Nana pick, a few other things. Anything you think these teams should really be prioing or at least stop prioing here?
I would say there's probably a few things. Is the Ruby has been kind of on the decline. It's definitely one of those picks that are very flexible in this current dynamic MLBB scene that they're trying to build. And it's a hit or miss. Sometimes you can get some good plays, sometimes you can't. but I don't think it's a tide turner like a Tigreal, right? Like that one implosion can definitely make or break a game. I'm guessing one I'm offended could also do exactly the same thing from a Ruby, but I feel like it's a little bit harder for that situation to be put up for a Ruby. So I think it's a little tentative when I see a Ruby on the field. It's more of like it comes down to the individual player. Now the Nana, this is most annoying hero to deal with if you're on the playing field, and it's just something you don't want to deal with. So even though the Matilda is constantly banned, I think you said earlier 100%, right?
In playoffs so far, yeah.
Yeah, so that I feel like Nana should be there as well. I'm not quite sure why so many teams are allowing her to go through. If I'm not mistaken, she has a 100% win rate too. So it's like just seeing that stat right there, it's like, yeah, if it's open, pick it. If not, then you probably want to ban it. So those are kind of like the stick out picks that I would say. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, Nana definitely a monster. It's been 5 picks we've seen her in playoffs, 100% every time. I think it's definitely something we got to keep our eyes out for. Novaria has been something that all of us have had our eyes on for, but let's take a look at the schedule today real fast. We did already see some of it. It was going to be RQ up against Burmese Ghouls, AP Bren up against HomeBois, Blacklist Internationals now what we're going to be seeing go up against Flux, and ONIC up against RCC. Now back to the picks we were talking about. Novaria, I was kind of surprised. She was an amazing pick in M5, has always been kind of steady. Because it's been so long since any big events, all we've had to see is kind of qualifiers around the world, a little taste here and there. So we don't really know exactly, we didn't know exactly what we were going to get into, but it seems that the vision she applies, the range that she applies is still huge for all of these teams. She has still got a huge spot in the meta. She scales wonderfully. And I didn't expect her to be one of the most picked mages, but now she's here. Now, if I want to talk about a hero that I don't think we should be seeing as much, I think the Valentina. I think this is a pick that hasn't really done amazing. I think there could be better picks, like the Nana, like something like that. I think it might just be a comfortable pick for a lot of people. I know it has lost a lot of games. I mean, it's won some as well, but I think it's just something that a lot of teams are still falling back on and could possibly switch up.
True. I also think the same thing with the Valentina. It's ultimately that the hero is diverse in that a lot of teams like the aggression that the Valentina brings versus a Nana, and I understand that, right? But I think that there's still just some teams that are living and they're still being the very first international tournament in MLBB right now into the new meta. I think people are still trying to build that foundation and live and learn essentially. But with the playoffs being a BO3, I'm not quite sure if that's the place you want to live and learn, right? So the Valentina has been a little rough. Some teams have won with it, but again, it comes down to the individual player that utilizes the Valentina. Now, coming off to some other picks that I've seen that have been kind of, the hit or miss, right? We've seen the Barats, right? That Daytona welcome can be dodged now, and it is just, I seen it in one of our last games, and it just didn't clutch. It didn't clutch like Naisu has told me before. It just doesn't work sometimes. You can't clutch it all the time. Now the Kai, I've actually been seeing the Kai quite a bit, and I actually enjoyed that pick. What's your take on the Kai?
I think it's situational. I think it can work well against the Guinevere's when we've been seeing it sometimes, at least some of the top teams. Against the Guinevere jungle, it can kind of handle its own. It can get those pins. I think it's definitely still viable. Do I think it's like first pick prio? No, but I don't think there's, honestly, for jungle right now, I don't think there's anything that is, I'm going to pick this no matter what if it's open. For the first time, jungle is kind of just, you're pretty free. There's a lot of opportunity. There's some damage picks. There's some utility picks. You have a lot of variations in the jungle, and we don't see a lot of like first bans. A couple teams take out the Joy. That's one of them. But even then, we have seen the Joy lost. Now, I wouldn't want to put it in the hands of certain players. Irad had a monstrous joy on our queue the other day. So, I mean, there's definitely some players where you definitely want to ban this out, but overall, jungle is very flexible. We saw heroes like the Akai, we've seen heroes like the Fredrin, heroes that maybe we thought were fading out of the meta, still do wonderful. We've seen the Nolan do good, we've seen the Nolan do bad, you know, so I think in that stage, it's kind of hard to tell. I think the Matilda is definitely still very bannable. A lot of teams know that it's vicious. I think as we move forward, we're going to start seeing some more picks. Like we mentioned the Nana a few times, it might eventually get into the ban phase. It might not. It just kind of depends on how these teams feel about it.
True. Now, one thing I do want to talk about is that I've seen, because I've casted a few of Fireflux's game with in the group stage, is that they seem to have this Xborg signature pick. And not only is it Fireflux's signature pick, it's also North America's signature pick. It's something in North America that we've been constantly known for, is that Xborg. So kind of seeing Fireflux, it seems like Xborg doesn't really ever get banned. Let's face it. If it gets banned, you know why. Right. And I think Fireflux is probably going to utilize that a little bit into these coming up games against Blacklist International. I don't know if they'll attempt to try to, pull out again, like the rabbit out of the hat and do a Leah Mort again. It just didn't feel like they were ready for it. Right. Though the games being diverse, I do think they could do anything at any moment. Now, we can kind of take a look at the Blacklist roster. We do know that there's a couple subs. Haji's on the roam and Sinsu's in the jungle. And then you got Edward, you and Oheb. And again, still a monster of a roster. And each one of them still are really excelling at their roles. So I want to see what they do to bring it back against Fireflux once again here, Trex.
Yeah, I mean, all five of them have just been doing an amazing job. And Sensui, I think there was some doubts when he first joined the roster last year and actually started playing heavily last year, and he has just proved himself time and time again. But let's take a look at Fireflux roster. We're going to have Rosa in the mid, Alien, Sunshine, Apex 47, and TNZ. One of the players I really think we need to see something from is Apex 47 here. We saw him do some amazing sets. We've seen him do some amazing things in the past. But so far, I kind of have felt like he's lacking a bit. Rosa as well. I don't know if it's just the meta for Rosa. Back in the past, Rosa had an amazing Lilia. I need these two players in the mid to set the pace for their team. They need to be the aggressive players that we've grown to love over the past year. If they can't be that, then Blacklist is most likely going to dominate in the laning phase. They're going to dominate in the mid phase, and they're going to be able to out-rotate them and just always have the upper hand. So I don't know if it's completely draft. I think it's going to be the way they take the pace of this game.
True. And one thing that I've noticed about Fireflux is they like to press Blacklist International as much as they possibly can, right? And I feel like that was their goal going into their very first games against them into the Digital Games of the Future, is that they just wanted to not leave any breathing room for Blacklist International. And again, if they can pull that off, I think it could be something that Blacklist is going to have to be worried about. Now, Blacklist, when they're pinned against the wall, like kind of what I was saying earlier, they kind of become predators. Like and Fireflux became the prey last time when they did push them against the wall. So I'm wondering if they're going to take more of a tactile approach coming into this next series. And again, it's a best out of 3. So first game could be the filler outer, and then the second game could be the one that they utilize everything they've been planning. Again, I think it's just going to come to fruition if that's what they attempt to do. I don't know if they'll go the aggressive route. I think they might go the tactile route. Blacklist International, they've seemed to been a little aggressive once things settle. So I can only imagine that they might go the aggressive route. Maybe some set tanks that we'll see from Haji or something like that. I mean, the implosion that we've seen was crazy. But it looks like we'll be jumping into something here.
Possible video. Looks like we're going to be jumping back to us. Here we go.
Hey!
Wonderful video there. Quickest one we've had so far. Now, one thing, right? You mentioned the Xborg earlier. We have
Yes.
seen the X-Borg, like, not just from Fireflux, but AP Bren picked it up before. In group stage, a couple other teams have used it here and there. It's definitely not like a pick every time. But what I've been noticing is, in theory, I think it's mainly used to counter something like the Barat. Sometimes to either counter something like the Fredder, and to deal with some of these utility tanky jungles. The Barat mainly, because he doesn't really have a dash. He does have the Daytona's Welcome now, but still, when he's moving towards you, it is just a straight shot. And the X-Borg has the possibility to kite, to cause chip damage, to do true damage, and it's just something that pairs well up against it. Now, should Fireflux be picking this all the time? No, but if they want to try to let that Barat's through, which has been a monster in the jungle, if they want to try to let Blacklist have something like that and use it to counter, the possibility could be there. Again, though, I think they're going to need to come into this game not I mean, I think their draft isn't horrible. I don't know if they're just completely getting out drafted, because as we saw before, they almost beat Blacklist. I think it's just execution, the way they approach this, and they can never sleep on Blacklist, and they definitely need to watch out for Haji, because you mentioned aggressiveness, and yes, when Haji was roaming before, he was an aggressive roamer. That was the swap between him and Venus. When they wanted up something like Chow in the roam, that's when Haji would come in. When they wanted a support like Estes, that's when Venus would come in. So now without Venus, without Wise, we're definitely seeing the much more aggressive side of Blacklist. We've been seeing OHEB. We've been seeing all of them just stomp through teams. But we're going to be taking a look at the stage now. Pretty sure we're going to be having the teams walk. It's going to be our first team walking on. We got Yue in the mid lane. This guy has been a monster back-to-back. Sensui in the roam position. Edward in the EXP. One of my favorite players on Blacklist right there. Haji going to be in the roam position. My bad. Sorry about that. And then we have Kalad. OHEB in the gold. Been doing an amazing job. G, how you feeling about the team?
I like the team. You know, I've always been a pretty big Blacklist International fan. And even if they got subs, I still think they still got a good comp, and we can kind of see them walking down the stage. They look very comfortable. I even like how they're showing love to the fans, right? You know, the people that are in the VIP is what I'm suspecting there. And then look at the trophy. One thing I gotta point out is this stage is absolutely gorgeous. I don't know about you. I didn't get to too much of see M5 stage, but M4 stage, like this is great compared to M4's stage.
Yeah, it's definitely an amazing stage, and the teams are going to walk back to their respective positions as the next team prepares to approach the stage. This is Fireflux Esports. We got Sunshine, has been part of this team since the beginning. Apex 47 on the roam position, ready for the big sets to happen. Rosa has become a trend and has grown many fans in the Philippines. Alien as well. TNZ coming in as well. I am hyped for this team. I want to see some big plays. I want to see something happen. I want to see them push Blacklist against the wall this time, but not back off. They need to be able to go all out if they want to take this win.
Definitely. And I think Fireflux has that grit and that tenacity to be able to, you know, apply pressure to Blacklist International. And again, it's a rivalry in the works. And if they can secure this deal against Blacklist International, take the win, I think it's just going to solidify it, right? And then you can already see, I love, like, they're not shy. Like, look at them. They're ready for it. They've been on stage before. This ain't going to affect them. And it looks like they're going to be heading to their seats as well and getting ready for the drafting phase here in the digital games of the future. I can't wait to see what they can bring out.
Yeah, you know, I gotta say, the crowd is packed right now. People are still coming in. People are still making their way to their seats. This is a game a lot of people are excited for, you can tell, because the seats have not always been full like that. Yes, I'm surprised how well the seats have been full over the past several days, but tonight it seems like this is a game that a lot of people want to watch, and it's going to be hype, man. It better be hype. If it's a 2-0, I'm going to be a little bit upset. I don't care who wins. I just want to see a game in the playoffs bracket go the long way.
Man, Trex, I don't know if you heard it when you were watching a lot of the games yesterday. But when me and
Deus Vault
Nisu, one of
game,
the games,
you could hear them.
Yeah, you could hear the crowd go wild, and I can't wait. And I hope that we can hear that again, because that's the one thing about being at home, right? You don't get to like feeling the crowd just reverberate. Like the whole stadium and even yourself it's a different type of feeling. And with the crowd being so full out there, that I think they'll be able to bring that hypeness to this game. Now, be it for Blacklist International or be for Fire Flux, we'll have to figure out. And I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a good one. Now, Blacklist International for first Fire Flux. Let's get into some of the gritty details here. Blacklist International, their rotations have been on point. They've been able to make the big plays. Haji has shown that he wants these aggressive roams. Haven't seen any sort of supports really come through. I'm wondering, does Blacklist still have something like that in their pocket, or are they just essentially like a very different team now than what we've known in the past? They haven't been too locked into the Ube strat. They haven't been too locked into what we've known. And I kind of feel like Fireflux was expecting that from them in the group stage. Even some of their bans kind of pointed like, oh, we want to be careful for this. We want to be, and everyone's been careful for the Matilda, but still, I think Fireflux needs to approach this game very differently. And I'm hoping that they have done their homework, because if they hadn't, Blacklist is just going to make this a quick repeat of what we saw in the past.
Yeah, and one thing that kind of sticks out to me from Blacklist International recently is that we've seen one TIG game, right? But the rest of them have been Rafaela. So that's something to keep an eye on, right? It might not be the Ube strat that we're used to, but it's still a similar aspect to it. And I think that the Rafaela just gives that healing aspect and the speed aspect. So that's something to keep an eye on when we're looking at this draft that's coming up here. Is what are they going to opt to go for? It does seem like the Roam and the EXP are normally the first picks, right? And they're normally some flex picks, right? And if we don't see a Guinevere ban here, Blacklist is probably going to want to opt to go for the Guinevere, if I had to guess. But again, it's a little too soon to say. What do you want to see, Trex?
I mean, the Guinevere's definitely been probably one of the most first picked heroes so far. I think mainly the flexibility. We've seen it in Roam. We've seen it in Jungle. If you really wanted to, you could maybe stick it in the EXP. I don't think we've seen that just yet, but there's just a lot of possibilities with it. And with a team like Blacklist, the possibilities are endless. But no Guinevere this time. It's going to be taken out. Fireflux going to throw that into their second band. So we're immediately trying to change things a bit. You mentioned Roam. With no Matilda, does Blacklist just kind of keep it simple like that and go for something like the TIG? The Diggy's also still open right now with a heavy CC meta. If Fireflux decides to leave that open, it could definitely be something we see within the first range of drafts.
Definitely. And I think it could be a little tentative right now, but, you know, Ruby... They like to pick the Ruby, even though it's not my favorite pick. The R-Lot is still available. There's still heavy hitters here. I mean, they could opt to go for the Nana early. And even the Nathan's on the board as well. So there are so many great picks here, but they really have to think about it, because in these drafting phases, I feel like the second team to pick normally has a little bit better of an advantage. And then there's the Nana. Again, mind you, this hero has 100% win rate right now. Like, can Blacklist International keep that percentage up?
They got to give her respect, man. Well, I'm tired of, like, we've been saying it since before this event started. Nana's meta right now, and I think a lot of people have been kind of doubting it. A lot of people have been holding their back, and it's been slowly creeping. First, it was, like, last picked. Then it was, like, maybe a little bit earlier in the draft, and now it's finally in her rightful position. This little girl is taking over the Land of Dawn. Nana, first pick in an international tournament. I mean, but I think it's amazing, right? I think it's a very good pick. Now, on the side of Fireflux, they're going to respond with the Claude and the Ruby. Now, the Ruby, like we said, questionable. I'm wondering, hopefully they have the ability to maybe flex it around. Yes, I think it's still good. I think it can still be meta, but I think sometimes you need to be willing to maybe move it to the EXP lane if you don't have dive or you don't have something that can really get to the back line and you need some sort of big set tank. Blacklist immediately fire back with the Akai and the Paquito.
Now, the Kai is definitely a signature pick for Blacklist International. They've been picking this up a few times throughout the tournament and the Digital games. And again, I think it's more of that anticipation that, Fire Flux might pick something like a Bratz or something, or Fredrin. Fredrin's also been on the rise as well. And it also can break that I'm offended from Ruby,
It's
right?
a great counter to the Ruby, yeah.
So, like, if he gets snagged, like, you literally just got a giant pinball. Yeah, just boom. It sends them flying, right, on all aspects. Though, I do like this is, again, the Valentina, very, very situational. You're going to have to pick your ultimates that you steal wisely when you're facing someone like Blacklist International.
I mean, the possibilities are there for the Valentina, but we just haven't seen it show up. I think after some past nerfs and with the rise of so many other heroes, is Valentina still as viable as she used to be? A lot of teams seem to think so, but the numbers still aren't there. Luckily, they will get a heavy spin for themselves. They will get a Molina Blitz for themselves. So there is definitely some contention to happen during some of these early turtle fights, and I think it will kind of help Fireflux here. It's also a fast-moving hero. They can rotate around quickly. So possibilities there, but what it's lacking is kind of the range. And if you pair that up with the Ruby in mid, you're looking at a very tight composition. No range at all, no way to get to the backside. So with the Valentina here, I think it causes even more to maybe put the Ruby into the EXP lane and give yourself a little bit something different in the roam position.
It is true. It is true. I mean, again, wild enough as it could be, the Kai could go roam. You never know in these situations. That's why they're kind of like the great flex picks. And to build off of kind of what you were saying earlier is that, like, even the Ruby, right, still a great flex pick. Even if it's not roam, it could go EXP. We do see the second phase of bans coming out. They do go for the Bruno. I was actually thinking that Blacklist International would go for the Bruno, so seeing that get banned is interesting, and banning the carry. So there's a few options that Blacklist International could roll with in the marksman lane. They've ran Beatrix before.
I was gonna say, have signature Beatrix, man.
Yeah, they've ran Beatrix before. They've also ran a Clint, so we could see either of those show up, and we're still on that teeter-totter if we're getting a roam or not here for Blacklist International.
Yeah, I think a big possibility we see the Beatrix, maybe the Ixia from the side of OHEB as well. Clint we've seen come up. I'm not sure if I'm crazy about it just yet. I think there are some better picks with nice range. He could also pick something like the Brody. Still plenty of options. It's hard to ban into the gold lane right now. I feel like a lot of gold laners are doing decent in games. Yes, there's like your favorites. Claude has been a very popular pick, but I don't think it's game over for OHEB. Blacklist International kind of thinking, all right, maybe this Ruby will go EXP. We're going to ban out the Minotaur just to play it safe here, which I like that because, like I said, for me, I feel like the Ruby is very flexible right now, and I think Fireflux, it would be wise for them to flex. It'd be wise to put something like the Minotaur, like a Tig, maybe like a Grok or something that can get that big knockup and help deal and break up the front line of what Blacklist International has here. Now, for the pick on the side of Fireflux, there it is. They're not going to swap it. They're going to pick up the CC. So they get that. It's been a powerhouse pick. How is it going to pair up against the Paquito, though?
It is true. It is true. I mean, the sustainability there, the poke is there, and just the ability to harass, right? From what I'm seeing from Fireflux right now, they look like they want to be the aggressors. Again, this is what I've seen that they decided to do quite a bit from what I've seen is that they push Blacklist against the wall. They want to put as much pressure as they possibly can on them and to not allow any breathing room and hopefully forces Blacklist International to make mistakes. Now, I feel like that's what the CC can do. It again has this sustainability, can poke you and keep you at bay, and it also make you think about a decision if you want to go after them or not. I do. Again, you said the Brody pickup's pretty good. Now, the question I have is, what are they going to do?
Ooh. Oh, disgusting.
Whoa.
How do they answer that?
Hold up here. We just got to Estes by Blacklist International on the scene. You were talking about it, the Ube strat. It's a little wild now. We're seeing it with different people on Blacklist International. How can Fireflux respond to this?
That's the real question, right? They do have the Claude already, so that helps a little bit. I was going to say, do they just go something tanky? Go for something like the Fredrin here? That's what they pick up, but that is tough against the Sakai. The Sakai is going to be the big problem. It's going to be the big wrench in Fireflux's plan here. It's like, how do they get around that? You mentioned it as well with the Ruby. Ruby's going to... Apex 47 is going to have to be so careful about using these offendeds. The rest of the team trying to fight for these turtles after Akaya's level 4 is going to be so tough. It is definitely going to be... It's a rough game for Fireflux, for me at least. There's definitely the possibilities. They have the damage, they have the CC, they have the Claude to dance around, so the Claude can be a nice answer to the Estes to kind of melt down some of that heal, similar to how you would use the Claude to deal with the Netherrealm from Fermis. But it's a lot of... It's going to be a tough way to approach these fights for the side of Fireflux. We are going to be jumping into the land of Dawn now, though. This is game number 1G and a best of 3 in the quarterfinals for GOF. How you feeling about the draft?
All right, man. Let me set this up for you, man. Like, this is where it's gonna go. This is where it's gonna go, right?
This is where
We
it's
got
gonna
the
go.
Ube strat, Blacklist International. Again, nobody can pierce their back line from the side of Fireflux, right? Nobody's going to touch Brody. Oheb's going to be impossible to grab, and that's how I see Blacklist International. Fireflux, they're going to have to figure that out, right? The response. They're going to, again, if they're going to be pressuring Blacklist International with such an aggressive comp here, we need to see them find the back line. So I need to see pinpoint precision from Fireflux. They need to be controlling the river as much as possible to keep Blacklist International at bay. And we're already kind of seeing the pressure being applied by Fireflux here.
Yeah, here's the problem, though. Blacklist International, with that Estes, they're looking for that mid-game spike. They're looking for that mid to late-game spike even. So I almost want to see Fireflux not just protect, not just stay on the river, but get aggressive early on. And there's a little bit of aggression up top. Haji is going to get the heal onto Hoheb there. Sunshine not able to get any final hits. But if Haji keeps babysitting up here, protecting Oheb, Fireflux might have to answer that, or Sunshine is going to have a problem. We're going to need to see Apex 47 run up there as well. But now Sensui in the backside, going to get the heavy spin. On to Alien. Alien going to get pinned. This is bad. Will he be able to get away? No. Sensui getting the first blood.
That was a great play. That was a great play by Blacklist International. Now, one thing out here in the EXP.
Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna see Blacklist make any huge mistakes. That's a wish and a prayer for Fireflux here. I think they gotta outclass them here, man. They gotta just play better at this point. Alien already a little bit behind, not even level 4 yet. But Fireflux still goes for the zone. Ooh. A nice IMU, but Rosa goes down for it, takes a Molina Blitz to the face. Fireflux now maybe forced to back off here. They still want to fight for the turtle. Tienzi holding position as Edward pushes back Alien. The rest of the team goes down, but the appraisal's Wrath lands and does nothing. God. They lose turtle and are pinned to the wall. Sensui makes the play to grab the turtle.
I mean, I suspected Fireflux to be the aggressor here, but Blacklist International is showing that they have complete control over this river here. Fireflux gonna have to kind of think about their situation. The Nana is just putting on so much damage at this point, and it's only 3 minutes into the game. We're 2-0, kind of taking a look at some of the items. Of course, the magic penetration boots picked up by Nana. And again, if the Estes keeps roaming like that, there's gonna be a problem.
Oh.
What? Oh man, Alien.
Edward, man. That Paquito's gonna start hurting. This is not the time you want to go up against it. One of the biggest level 4 spikes in the game. I mean, this guy is packing a punch quite literally. Alien still wants to fight for it, get that last minion, but Edward's gonna flicker in, take the fight under the tower and get the kill. A beautiful play by Edward.
And we just heard the crowd go wild just slightly there. It was quite a gritty play by Edward, but it came out on top, and we can see a huge play at top.
Up in the top, a little bit of trouble for OHEB, but the heal is enough. Sensui now here to help out. Tienzi gonna get pinned against the wall. Drops the Pearls Wrap, but still not enough damage. Fireflux looking for something. Apex 47 gonna try to lock up Sensui, but now they're on the run, and Blacklist is on the hunt. Molina Blitz comes out from road there, able to stun them up a little bit. Sensui, though, still staying aggressive. Apex 47 trying to help out. Sensui taking his time. Blacklist International maybe want to go for some gold plating here. Apex 47 going to lock up Sensui. Sunshine forced the BMI out. They just want to try to defend this tower as long as they can. Blacklist International finally walking away.
I mean, Blacklist International has the gold plating off of the EXP and off of the gold at this point. Economically, they are sound, right? They are controlling the map here. Fireflux has to respond to this at some point. Constantly, Blacklist is like flowing into Fireflux, which is wild. Normally, when you flow into them, you're the one that get punished, but not this time around. So I feel like Fireflux has to change some things up here. We are seeing a first Turtle rubber band match starting to engage here, and it looks like they are kind of just waiting and baiting it here, Trex.
Yeah, I mean, Blacklist doesn't have to rush it, right? They can wait for their teammates to clear waves. They can wait for everybody to get here. Fireflux is the one at the deficit. Sunshine gonna go try to clear and macro up this mid lane. Rosa there as well.
Oh my
TNZ.
God.
Oh my, this little girl, Nana is going to be a problem, and teams need to start respecting it. Literally, we're only 5 minutes in, and the damage is already insane, as you said. But Sensui going to hold down the turtle here. OHEB going to take a tower on the boss side. Edward zoning away Apex 47. There's nothing Fireflux can do right now.
They are at a disadvantage at this point. That is for sure. I feel like they need to step back just a little bit. Stop being so aggressive into Blacklist, as it's not the response that you want to go with. I think taking more the tactical approach is what Fireflux wants to do at this point, and they need to get picks somewhere. It's 5-0. Take something, Fireflux. And we can kind of take a look at some of the items. We can already see this could be why that it's taken Fireflux a little bit longer to come online. They are building a lot of anti-heal, and that is respectable, right? Building that into the Estus is what you need to do, and I think maybe into the mid to the late game, if it does make it there, is where they're trying to aim for. And again, if they can keep Blacklist International at bay, I think that is their ultimate move here.
Yeah, they're going to cut the lane, though. Take another tower. That's 2 towers down for Fireflux, and Blacklist is not slowing the pace at all. Sensui going to cut another one. Take some yo-yos to the face there. That's okay, because they're going to whittle away at a tier 2 already. We're only 6.5 minutes in. I'm glad the Fireflux isn't being too reactionary. They are trying to make plays elsewhere. They're going to clear the mid lane. They got to deal with Edward, who cleared that lane as well. Fireflux has taken a tower in the boss side, so making a little something, but now Apex maybe looking for a play here. Rosa and TNZ there as well. They don't want to force it, though.
That was a great combo between the Retri and the Molina throw, but you can see Fireflux being too aggressive once again. Will they get caught? It doesn't look like it just yet. 18 seconds on the next turtle. They want to make a move.
Yeah, nice. I'm offended. Comes in. Apex 47 not able to secure a kill for his team, though. Fireflux does gain a little bit of ground there. Able to relieve some breathing space, but still they've lost so much up top, and they're going to have to continuously send someone up there to clear that wave.
And I was wondering about that. I was like, did you overstay your welcome into that mid lane to try to make a play? And they didn't get too greedy, so I like it. I do think that they need to be able to make a play here for this turtle, though, Trex. There's just, man, at least they got one on the board so far.
Yeah, Edward's one we got to keep our eyes on. He is deadly right now. Key position. Does look like Tienzi is going to maybe go back for the orange buff. No, he knows he knows the turtle's going to melt down too fast. Instead, they change pace. Go for Edward. Find the kill. Can Tienzi get to the turtle in time? A lot of damage. Does land down. Sensui able to take the turtle, but Yue on the run. An alien picks up the kill. Finally, Fireflux making a fight back. Sensui used the heavy spin just to disengage. Haji able to get the heal. But wait, watch, conceal play. Apex 47 looking for a target here. Gets a nice shot onto Sensui there. Alien finally starting to scale. Tensi able to get the stun. Sensui still up, though, down to about half health under the mid tower. Fireflux taking the fight back to him with a 3,000 gold deficit.
4 people on Sensui with Haji's help was just It was too much for them. They don't have the burst just yet. But again, I think that's going to be coming into the mid game. I felt like they were losing a little in the early game because they had to build that anti-heal. They have to prep for what's going to be coming into the future, and that is major team fights with an Estes on the field. And we can already see Blacklist trying to now respond back to the aggression Fireflux did utilize there. And again, I think they need to kind of focus on more neutral objectives, though.
Blacklist, man, the way they're moving around the map right now, just this position is the same thing they just did to the top lane, right? It's the same exact thing they did to the top lane. They come up, Sensui cuts behind the tower, gives enough space for the rest of the team to take the tower. They're not going in for fights, but wait, Apex 47 wants the fight, but they pull in the pinball, knocking everybody back. Sensui able to get away, his team away to safety. Blacklist International got what they came for. They completely crumbled both off lanes and just opened up the map for themselves.
You know, I almost feel like Fireflux is playing capture the flag at this point. It's more of how can they get to Haji at this point? Can they take out the Estes is their sole goal? And then the moment you see them attack, all of Blacklist kind of surround Haji into like a circle. And it's just nasty. And Fireflux is trying every aspect, taking every route they possibly can to try to take out Haji. Now, we're going to see that coming into the very first Lord. I do think this is like, there's a good economical lead for Blacklist International, but the first Lord could be the breathing room Fireflux needs. So I feel like they really need to contest this. And if they can get a pick here, it'd be big.
Yeah, I think they want to stall just a little bit, give some time for Sunshine to get in position, but it's definitely fightable. I don't know if it's winnable, but they could try to go for a steal. They could take this fight to Blacklist International. We've seen teams get wins with bigger deficits, and TNZ going to hold the front line. Alien also starting to scale a little bit, finally getting some items locked in. We're starting to see the damage come from that CC. The person they need to watch out for, though, Yue. One big Molina blitz could cause destruction for the side of Fireflux here. Sensui going to start zoning away. Haji still has the blessing ready to go. Barreau to the backside. Uses the heavy spin with the IMU, trying to split him up a little bit. Yue pops the passive, just trying to get away. Sunshine finally comes in with a blazing duet, but takes a face full of damage. And Oheb goes down. Fireflux collapses on top of them. The Lord still up, down to about 10% of Tienzi, trying to get the better side of it. Can he make a Sensui? Dashes in. Rosa finds Edward. The Lord goes down. Tienzi able to take it. Fireflux with a 4-man wipe. They've turned the tables and taken the game into their hands, but Yue looking for the outplay, does find Alien and may get away here to the mid lane right now.
Rosa
gonna be able to take a tower. Rosa coming down. The outplay. Yue, he does it every time. This man is a god.
What in the world? Nobody can stop the Nana. It is just one after another dropped right there, Trex. But I personally think Fireflux did come out on a little bit on top here, right? They're going to be able to utilize this Lord again to have a little bit of breathing room. Blacklist now. They know that Fireflux has come to fight. The gold lead is now leading in their favor. This is insane.
I mean, Sunshine also just picked up the Wind of Nature. He hasn't taken a single death, and before that Lord fight started, I wanted to mention that he's kind of been their saving grace. He's been away from the team for a while, and he has been able to scale, and that's been his job, just get some gold up. Same thing with Alien. Yes, Alien's taking the 4 deaths, but Alien is back in the game and causing mayhem. Fireflux with a 2K gold deficit have now taken the lead by 3K and taken away more towers.
And that is what the shutdown is there for, right? Shutting down you was probably the best thing that Fireflux could have done. Though we could see how just crazy the Nana is. Again, I think Fireflux is responding very well. They were struggling in the early, but again, I noticed that they were picking up a decent amount of items that would counter the healing that Haji is going to bring into it. Can he keep the Ube strat going? Fireflux is they're responding very well to it. And dude, that fight at the Lord could have leaned either way. And I think it all came down to Sunshine flanking there, right? And Blacklist tried to respond to it, but it wasn't enough. And again, what was it? Sensu jumped into the Lord, and then I think ended up dying, and it allowed TNZ to secure that Lord. And now Fireflux has control over the Land of Dawn.
They do, but just like Fireflux was able to win a fight at a deficit, Blacklist could do the same thing at any moment. The only bonus that Fireflux has here is this time there's no huge set potential from Haji. When we look at the case of CC, it's going to come down to Sensui getting a pin, which is tough to get a pin against multiple people. Yes, it could happen, but as long as Fireflux stays out of the bottlenecks of the map, they should be okay. Next, it's going to come down to Yue, either getting some big stun with their skill 2, getting the stun into multiple members, or a huge Molina blitz. It's definitely going to be tough for Blacklist to pull something like that off, because without that, Fireflux may be able to kind of control these battles now that the gold is in their lead.
That is true. And I think they might have to utilize Edward a little bit here, right? And we can kind of already see that they're attempting to do that. Is that split push capability, the speed. But look, I think they're anticipating Sunshine's rotation, and we might see a pick here under the Claude in the right lane.
Oh, he knows.
They're kind of feeling it out. They're feeling it out.
He knows. He set the BMI up. He's like, I smell Edward. But wait, Sensui taking a huge amount of damage. Alien is starting to hurt. I don't think Fireflux wants to rush this. They want to make sure their macro is good in the mid and the bot side. We are seeing Rosa start to rotate down as well. Maybe they're going to look up for a pick onto Edward here. Excited to see how it goes.
Might.
2 members on the bot side. Edward all alone this time. Rosa there as well. They're going to look for the Terrify. Edward making the great escape up to the top. Back in the turtle pit, though. The fight is happening. Blacklist knows you're down 2 members. We're going to go for this. Alien there, try to defend. Putting a lot of damage onto Sensui. Sensui taking shots from the Lord as well. A nice Molina blitz. Does not connect. But there's the Unoffended onto multiple members. Haji finally forced to use the Blessing of the Moon. Able to heal up. But Sunshine still there as well with the Blazing Duet. Trying to take that heal away. Oheb goes down. He's the first to drop. Second will be Sensui. Yue forced to use the passage just to get away. Rosa there trying to take them down. 4 members drop. Nothing but Haji left on the map. And Rosa doesn't want to let him get away. Haji all alone. Rosa's going to go for it under the tower. 1 more hit. Rosa not able to finish it. The heal still there, but Alien's here to help out. Fireflux not going to try to close the distance. Alien jumps into the base. They've got 1 cannon minion, and it's 15 seconds on the clock until Blacklist International has another member on the field. Fireflux, they don't want the tower. They want Haji first. Fireflux will take game number 1.
My God, you can hear the stage go crazy right now. That early game was just, I don't know about you, hands are sweaty.
Hands are sweaty. My whole body's sweaty.
Whoa.
Right, maybe that came off. Okay. Let's take a look at Fireflux now. The winning moments. The team's walking our way. Blacklist knows, man, maybe we underestimated them. Maybe we tried to be a bit too aggressive. They were able to just completely stomp them in the group stage there, and they came in aggressive. They had map control in the laning phase all the way to the mid game, but then that one Lord, Fireflux turns everything around.
Yeah, and sometimes that's all it takes is one major objective like a Lord, and you can just see, I mean, again, Fireflux, they kept forcing Blacklist International to, again, make decisions, and the team gets split, and that's the worst thing you want to do when you have an essay. It's like, you can't heal everybody if you're split left and right, and I think that's, again, that's what Fireflux was able to do. If I'm not mistaken, I seen Rosa steal quite a few heavy spins, and I think that's what caused the split between Blacklist International on some of these Lords, and I think this is where it kind of went down. We were at the 15-minute mark, and I'm offended. Utilized their heavy spin a little bit too early, not utilized, and then another heavy spin right there, and it caused them to be able to jump into the back line. Look at Rosa keeping them at bay and corralling them into FF at that point. It was just huge for Fireflux and Haji, the last one standing. I could not believe what I've seen, but it looks like Fireflux has brought the fire.
They've broken the code once again. The rivalry is true, boys. Let's take a look at the kills real fast. Fireflux end up leading in the end with 12 kills, 29 assists. Wait, what? I think that's assist over the whole board. Assist over the whole board from everybody. I was like, something didn't add up, but it does look like Sunshine is going to be the MVP. I like it. I think
was like, math isn't mathing.
Yeah, this is not mathing right. It does look like the MVP is going to go to Sunshine, which I think is very well deserved.
I do as well. Again, you can kind of see, like, we were seeing that Edward was trying to split the lanes and force a little bit of decision making by Fireflux, and Sunshine just able to read those scenarios and avoid an environment that could have caused a situation for Fireflux was huge. Being 206, 16% of your team damage, not a lot, but you got to think about it. Like, he didn't die. He scaled up like he should have, and then ended up carrying into the major fights that they needed him.
Yeah, I mean, he just did an amazing job. And even, like you mentioned, Alien, everybody on the team, they were able to hold on there when they were down, because honestly, in my eyes, I was like, oh, this is GG's, man. This is over. Blacklist is just stomping them. They were controlling the map. They were controlling the tempo. They were taking away towers. They were doing things textbook and doing it very well. But the chaos of Fireflux finally broke them up. I don't know whether it was a call at some point in the middle of the game, but what they were really able to do was start splitting them up. They were able to not let Blacklist huddle together. They were able to kind of break Yue off, break Sensui away, get Haji just paired up with Yue, and have Sensui split up on the other side of the pit. And that means everyone isn't capitalizing from the SDs. And then when they did get together, Sunshine was so good at timing his ultimate, so good at timing that blazing duet right in the nick of time, more towards the end of those team fights, that would kind of be the final nail in the coffin for those fights. And Fireflux, with all of that, is able to take game one. What does Blacklist do next?
Well, from what I could see, it seems like this is the moment that me and Naisu were talking about yesterday. Do teams in a best out of three, do they go for the risky plays? And I felt like that was a risky play by Blacklist International. Yeah, it is what you used to use back in the day. Yes, it was a semi-Ube strat, but it's not Venus. Exactly. Like, and again, you gotta think of it like that, right? And I think it was risky. It was like trying to just, you know, replace yourself and being that same person, and you just can't do that, right? And though I do think that Haji was insane on the Rafaela, I just think that in the team comp that they had, they were relying on Sensu to be able to initiate all the sets, to secure picks, and Haji was just there to more keep his team alive. And again, building off of what you said, Fireflux was just able to split them apart, and once they split apart, Blacklist International started to fall apart.
So what we're saying is Blacklist needs to embrace the chaos, embrace the violence, leave behind your old selves, and embrace it. Just come in hitting hard, because that's kind of where they beat Fireflux last time. They put Haji on an aggressive roam. They had the team ready to play, and they were willing to go for those fights and just put it all on the line. And I think that's what kind of broke up because that's what Fireflux kind of wants to bring at points. They want to flip the coin and take it. So Blacklist maybe needs to be willing to flip the coin with them and take those 50 fights every time, but they got to make sure they have the right composition for that if that's what they're going to go for.
Exactly. And I think ultimately I seen it, like, we could see that the match in the beginning was teetering into Blacklist's favor, right? But again, once we were able to utilize our item pool, we were able to see our items finally. It goes to show that essentially they just were lacking damage because they were building that anti-heal. And again, in this current meta, I don't think the first and the second turtles actually mean a lot. Like, of course they can initiate a great snowball, but the first Lord is what makes it and breaks it for these teams in this tournament. So again, they were just building up that anticipation. Almost looked like AP Bren right there.
Yeah, I mean, Fireflux, they were really able to, like, turn the tables. And that's what I was wondering, like, because that's what separates the A tier to the S tier, right? Are you still willing to take those big Lord fights even when you're behind a couple thousand gold? And are you able to win them? And Fireflux had just kind of climbed one of those hurdles. So now Blacklist has to know, okay, we got to think the long haul here. We can't only prepare for early game. We can't only prepare for snowball. We have to be ready to take fights like pros, like top of the food chain teams at all points, because this isn't group stage anymore. This isn't, yesterday. This is the quarterfinals, and all of these teams do deserve to be here. And with one overlook, any team can pull off a huge play, and that's what Fireflux just did. So yeah, I think Blacklist goes back to the drawing board. They rethink their situation. Maybe they don't change too much, but they I think it's more of a mental thing in game. We can't just think we're going to be able to beat these guys every time. We have to always be at 100%.
100%. 100%. You couldn't said it better myself, Trex. Like, they just have to bring that A game. Maybe, and it's not, like you were saying, not go so much back to the drawing board, but again, what Blacklist International Haji sealed the deal with was set heroes, something that could initiate, that has CC, not something that only has slow, right? And I think that's where Blacklist kind of fell behind. They were relying on Sensu the whole time. Yeah, it worked into the early stage, but was troublesome into the late stage. And you got to give it up to Rosa too, had a little bit of struggle with the Valentina, but again, it was a Nana in mid, right? Like, by far the strongest mage right now, aside from a Navaria in MLBB. And I felt like Rosa did really well. As just being able to get that heavy spin was crazy. I think also,
you mentioned that Rosa had a pretty slow start because Rosa picked up that Necklace of Durance, right? Had to go for the anti-heal. But once Rosa got another item, like 2 items in, 3 items in, Rosa was able to finally start outputting some damage, and that probably ended up paying off. I mean, of course, we don't ever see the numbers of like how much anti-heal how much heal was he able to stop, But I'm sure it paid off, because in the end, Fireflux did take the dub, and it was definitely a slow start item build for a lot of these team members. Now, coming into drafts of next games, it's like there was 2 major problems, I think. The Claude was amazing, but also Alien on the CC, man. One of the only heroes in the game that you could take 4 deaths in the early game and still by 8 minutes just be chunking away at the enemy utility jungler. I mean, not a lot of heroes can do that. It is ridiculous. So I think that Blacklist needs to kind of reevaluate. It's like, okay, yes, the Nana was good. I think it's still very prio, but maybe we ban the CC this time, or maybe we take the CC and give them the Nana, because I think those are 2 heroes that we definitely need to keep our eyes open for here.
Yeah, and I ultimately believe that like Blacklist's comp required a little bit of tactics essentially to go with, right? I was kind of trying to think of something there. What was going on is that heavy spin. Every time the heavy spin would be initiated on a Lord fight, it would start splitting everybody up. And then if Nana wasn't able to hit the Melina Blitz, it could have just pushed the person right out of it, and that's why it's so hard, is that you have to think about your situation. And I felt like the heavy spin into this situation wasn't the key. I think maybe a Fredrin, something that was more of a stationary jungle, would have been a little bit better for Blacklist International. And I mean, again, just go back to it. Go back to the fundamentals that secured your first place spot in the group stage, and then just take it from there.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the Estes pick was maybe very last minute, right? I think at first they had an idea of what they wanted to go for, and then they brought in that, and like you said, just didn't all mesh well. You also had Edward on the Paquito, who's wants to come from angles, is never really going to be able to capitalize on the blessing from the Estes. So just a lot of heroes that kind of don't mesh very well. Even the Akai as well, when you hit that heavy spin, you're going out there. You're kind of leaving your team behind for a little bit. So let's see if they do change something up. For sure, Fireflux changes something up. They're going to move over to first pick here. They're going to start off with that Fair ban. Once again, one of the only teams that has really been like heavily banning it. And they've played against Blacklist a lot, and I think it's a fair ban against them. but still kind of surprised because they do have that Claude in their pocket. I think that Claude is such a great answer to those big sustain, those group sustain heroes like the Estes and like the Faramis. On the side of Blacklist International, they're going to take out the Novaria.
Yeah, and again, I mean, Fireflux, they could run it back, right? I mean, they're at the advantage. This is match point for Blacklist International. I mean, they could get a little risky with it. I mean, if it's not broken, don't fix it. But I think it was just they responded really well to what Blacklist International picked. And kind of seeing some of the other bands come out. We see the Joy. We've seen the Matilda. I don't think at this point, I don't know if we'll ever see a Matilda. Novaria getting banned. I'm telling you, maybe at some point. But no circling eagles this time around. I'm kind of thinking, no birdies in the sky. That's for sure. But Fireflux, do they just run this back? Do they run it back, or kind of just wait and bait and see what Blacklist International goes with? I mean, of course they have the first pick, but Blacklist has the next 2 picks, and we'll see. The Kai, I'm actually surprised about this.
Well, I think it's a good ban, and I think they don't want to hurt themselves. Maybe go for something here, right? Force Blacklist. I think Blacklist either chooses, do they ban the CC? Do they ban the Nana here? Something along that range. The Nolan is also still open. So I think they leave Fireflux by doing that, forces Blacklist to leave a few things open. Now, Blacklist has to respond with, do we take one of these or do we go for a full trade, right? Like, do we leave the CC, the Nolan, and the Nana open here? Something along those range. That way, yes, you get one of them, but we get a lot in respond. They're going to ban out the DC, which I think is solid. My guess is Fireflux. Do they first pick that? Do they first pick that Nana here?
You know, and I'm kind of thinking about it. They could go the more of the utility route on the first pick, but the Nana is so strong. But again, they responded really well to it. The CC definitely countered it, and I think that's why Blacklist International ended up banning it, is to not have that CC. They could possibly see a utility pick from Fireflux and then be able to get the Nana themselves. What are you wanting, Fireflux? They are thinking about this. Arlot?
In the air. I mean, yeah, so Arlot, we have a bunch of options. Arlot, Nolan, Nana, the Ruby's still open, the Guinevere's still open, so they're going to pick up the Guinevere. It does go into the slot of Apex 47, but still very flexible. Could definitely end up being TNZ or Apex here.
Yeah, and I like it. It's, again, a flexible, a versatile pick for the side of Fireflux. Blacklist responding with the Nana and the Ruby. I like it. Again, Ruby's been a hit or miss, but we're seeing 2 teams that are in the playoffs, right? Like, these players utilize these heroes on the day in pro scenes, so I can only imagine that Edwards is going to know. If it goes even into Edwards' hands, it could be a Roam, it could be an EXP, you never know. But Fireflux responding with the Minnow. I cannot hear you, Trex.
There we go. Sorry. Blacklist Diggy. That's what I was saying. Blacklist Diggy right here. Counter the Gwyn, counter the Minnow, put Edward on the Ruby. You're looking great. Either way, I think the Ruby is I think the Ruby's solid here. I know we've been kind of questioning it, but Ruby, Nana, you got a lot of CC, you got a lot of damage, you got a lot of possibilities for big combinations here. And this is what we want to see. Whether it ends up being Edward or Haji on the Ruby, we know that this time they have big set potential.
Yeah, and you're seeing a little bit of a response to our Blacklist. They're picking up the carry. There's 2 things that have been a little nerve-wracking for me in teams, and it's the Ruby and it's the carry. And Blacklist has both of them right now. So they have me on the edge of the seat. It's been a hit or miss for these heroes. Fireflux being able to pull off the Ruby really well. Let's see Blacklist International respond to that. I do like the Diggy. They might actually opt to ban that here for Fireflux. They've been kind of targeting a little bit of tanks, a little bit of jungles, a little bit of roams as well. Again, Blacklist responding with the Exborg ban. They still did need an EXP, though Gwyn could have been flexed into the EXP. We have seen Fireflux pick up the Exborg, and maybe they're planning something here.
I mean, the talks in Discords and chats around the world right now has also been in the favor of maybe the Ruby's not bad, maybe the Carry's not bad, maybe the teams who have been using them have been bad. So this is going to be the real answer, right? It's Blacklist International. It's one of the greatest organizations in the whole world. It's one of the greatest clubs in the whole world. It's one of the greatest MLBB teams in the whole world, like it or not. And they have picked up the 2 highly baited heroes. If it falls here, then maybe that's our answer. Maybe they're not as meta as we all thought they would be. But if Blacklist just dominates this game, then maybe the latter was right.
Hey, we'll find out, that's for sure. Kind of looking at what Blacklist is banning into their second phase here. I like the Arlot gone as well. That goes to show that I think we might see Blacklist International go more. We still need, we still need possibly the jungle, of course. And then we'd also need maybe the roam. We're not quite sure if the Ruby's going to be the roam or the EXP at this point. They ban out the Fred. They are just targeting the jungle.
I like it. Because here's the thing. Blacklist gets first pick here, right? So they don't want to, like, leave the Fred open. They don't want to leave the Barats open. No Akai. What does The Nolan is still open. Sensui could go something aggressive like that here. Fireflux really putting out the test is like, do you got that in? Do you got that? Can you play that? I think Sensui can. I know Sensui can be aggressive. Yes, Blacklist International has focused a lot on utility, but I'm wondering what else does he have up his sleeve right now? Because if they don't pick it, I'm pretty sure TNZ can run it. I'm pretty sure TNZ does have a couple assassin picks in his pocket. The Lancelot's still open. A couple options still open on the field for both of these teams.
Yeah.
They also have the Gwenny already, so they could run jungle Gwenny. Like, Fireflux is already set if they want to run jungle.
Yeah.
And it's got to be jungle Gwenny. They already have it. Yeah, that's it. They have Minotaur and Roam. No way Gwenny's going to EXP. There's the Basha, though.
I mean, you never know anymore. I seen a Barato EXP one time. So, again, we're in the playoffs, though.
We're in the playoffs, baby.
We're in the playoffs. I do like the Basha pick. Again, has that built-in anti-heal to counter a little bit of that sustainability that the Guinevere and the Minnow will bring to the playing field. So a great response to Fireflux's build right now.
Most definitely. Now, last 2 picks got to come from Fireflux here. They still need a mid laner. They still need an EXP laner. For the mid, Novaria's not open. No Nana. They could go. We've seen them play the Aurora before, but no, we're going to put Rosa on the signature pick, the Lilia. I mean, with a Minotaur in front of it, I like it. But not only that, we're looking at the Dairoth as well. Very aggressive. This time, Fireflux is leaning into a very early game composition here. I mean, they got to bring the smoke off rip with a composition like this.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. Does again, do they send Dairoth or jungle, or do they send Gwen jungle? You know, again, you're saying no EXP Gwen. No EXP Gwen, but do they get spicy? I mean, this is the time that they could play risky. It's match point, but Blacklist International picking up the Rafaela. Again, this is, what they utilize to beat Fireflux. So we'll see if that's the winning condition here going into game 2.
Yeah, so that means Edward and EXP with the Ruby, which I think if it will pair up pretty well, honestly, against either one of them, against the Guinevere or the Dairoth. A lot of that's going to come against the Dairoth. A lot of it's going to come down to timing, who uses their skills first, things like that. But I think it's a decent answer to that. If the Dairoth gets an early kill, if he's able to rotate down, you do have some of that armor shred to kind of deal with the Basha. I think Fireflux has a lot of answers here for the composition that Blacklist brought. The wild card is going to be Haji, right, on this Raphael. There's a lot of speed. It makes it a bit harder to catch some of these heroes, a bit harder to land that knock-up on the Guinevere and get the Violent Requiem off. So a lot of this is going to kind of come down to positioning, timing, and just executing these skills for both teams. But let's jump into it because it's match point for the side of Fireflux up against their biggest rival, Blacklist International. The winner of this match will move on in the tournament. There is no lower bracket here, so someone's going home. Can Fireflux make a miracle?
We'll find out. I mean, again, if they could take Blacklist International out of this tournament, it would be a huge upset. So we'll have to see, as Fireflux definitely applying that pressure, and they are becoming, like, they're just, Rosa's powering up at this point, right, Trex?
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what Rosa wants to be doing. This is what Rosa always does in the Lilia. I mean, and then you have a Minotaur in front of you to give you heal, give you more speed.
Yeah.
And just be that wall that Lilia needs. Used to see it in the past a lot with the, it would be Lilia and Lolita because you have the first level stun, you have the shield, and you would just see the Lilia behind the Lolita walking around causing mayhem. And it's very similar to that on what we're seeing here. But once again, Haji up in the gold lane, babysitting Oheb, and that means Apex 47 has to do something similar.
Yeah, and kind of looking at maybe some of the win conditions that we're looking at here. Now, it looks like Blacklist International wants to be, they want to be the physical embodiment of speed. They have the Raft, they have the Boxia, they have everything they need to be
embodiment of speed.
I'm telling you, Phygital. The physical and digital combination coming in to the games of the future here. If they can do that, I think that's their win condition. Be fast, be aggressive, take your plays where you can. Now, from the side of Fireflux, they could just play the same game that they did last time. Again, they're up. They have the advantage to play how they would like to. So, kind of seeing some of these turtle takes, their decisions are going to be the key aspects here for, like, I mean, we can already see that they're attempting to try to control the river right now.
Got to watch out for Yue, though. And it does look... Oh, Melina Blitz does land on Alien, but Alien has made him waste that ultimate. Tienzi still has the Violent Requiem. Does look like Blacklist might back out of this one. Edward sitting in the bush, but has not hit level 4 yet, so no big I'm offended play. They're going to trade up. Tienzi able to get the first turtle.
Yeah, they did take the first turtle. I was actually suspecting a little bit of a response via maybe one of the lanes, you know, take some gold plating if you can't take a turtle. Secure something if you can't grab that turtle. And I feel like the team knew that they wouldn't be able to. Now, kind of getting into some of the fights here. At some point, we'll probably start to see some items, and level 4s are being built on everybody's sides. What are our jungles looking like? We got a 6 to a 5 right now. So Sensu on Abaxia he's embodying the speed right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to definitely move around the map very fast. He's a giant spinning wheel. You pair that up with Haji giving you a little boost here and there. It's definitely going to help. And overall, even gold, we're still looking at a stalemate. But there's the knock-up. We're going to try to slow Sui down here, but Fireflux knows they couldn't secure it completely. They're going to back off. Speedy Light Wheel does come out from Oheb. Oheb maybe looking for a shot onto Sunshine there, but Sunshine BMI's away. Fireflux still okay, holding a small lead, but now they're going to move on to Haji. Haji takes a little bit of damage. Out comes the Holy Baptism. Tienzi gets stunned. Ooh, Yue. Every time I see you get a stun, I'm worried, because you just know the damage that's going to come from that Melina Blitz.
Yeah, plus, I mean, you also got to think Rosa is doing an insane amount of damage right now. So I think it's both mages right now are just at like a battle of titans in the mid. And they're both really short too, so it's like short titans going at it in the mid lane.
Two little girls in the mid lane, fist fighting right now.
That is what Fireflux and Blacklist International are doing, is that they're just duking it out. Now, the next turtle, both teams have everything available. So I feel like it might not be the make it or break it, but I want to see someone maybe bait like a tower if they can't secure the turtle. So we'll see what they envision here. But the top lane.
Oh, Oheb taken out 1v1. Sunshine gets the better of him. That's not something you see every day. Rosa also on the hunt against Yue. Sensui there. Apex 47 here to help out. Gonna get the knock-up. Haji trying to come in, help out as well, but Sunshine's onto the back line. Fireflux controlling the map right now. Gonna cut the lanes off. They're gonna cut off Blacklist, and they're gonna try to take some towers.
Yeah, and you can kind of see what kind of happened up here. Again, it just happened to be honest, I felt like the Claw does have an advantage against a carry, and they're not able to babysit Oheb at this point. Fireflux is doing so well right now with them being 1-0. They got to keep this pressure. Don't get the tunnel vision. Rosa right now is kind of, feeling herself.
This is the position you never want to be against Rosa on the Lilia. This is when Rosa's feeling herself, as you said, like this. Rosa will get in your face on this Lilia. There's confidence. And then, like I said, you pair it up with the Minotaur, you pair it up with the Ruby, and even in the bot side, Alien this time making the turnaround, getting the win. But there goes Moheb. It's 2-0 right now. Fireflux just all over the place. Every lane right now winning.
This is looking like game one against Blacklist International in the group stage. Hopefully, Fireflux learns from their mistakes there. They just need to keep this aggression up and not forget where they're at. Their aim is to take Blacklist International out of the playoffs.
Yeah, I think the question on my mind is do they kind of let their foot off the gas a little bit around 7-8 minutes? Because we saw the same thing from Blacklist International last game. They had about a 2K gold lead, and Fireflux was able to make the turnaround. I would not count Blacklist out. Up in the top, though, does not use the Violent Requiem, just gets a knock-up, just kind of pokes continuously. But back to what I was saying, Fireflux still needs to be careful here. Because Blacklist, what have they done in the past when their back's against the wall? They have made the turnaround happen. So as long as Fireflux kind of plays it safe, especially when 7, 8, 9 minute marks, because that's when Blacklist really normally finds their stride sometimes. They have that rubber band effect. It could be huge, but wait a second, big knock-up. Violent Requiem on to Sensui. Sensui goes down. Tien's able to pick up the kill. Edward might just be next. But they decide to back off. Fireflux not going to overstay their welcome. They're going to move on to the Turtle.
I do like the response, though. Like, look at the top lane. We can see that they know they can't get the turtle. They're going to take something.
It's a lot of damage on a Sunshine. Sunshine going to go down. He's not going to be able to do what he did in the past. He's not going to be able to just jump in like that. Oheb with the speedy light wheels, insane.
Yeah, I think it was paired with the Melina Blitz, too, if I'm not mistaken. No, they didn't utilize the Melina Blitz. So they're still saving it? Was it? No. They got me on the edge of the seat.
Oh, Satsui again. They're going to look for the kill, but the I'm offended lands. Alien takes too much damage. The Melina Blitz takes him out. Tienzi forced to back off. And this is what I meant. Blacklist International, do not give up easy. Fireflux maybe needs to let their foot off the gas a little bit.
Yeah, I think they are definitely putting the brakes down. Again, the Turtles don't seem to make a giant impact into the early stages of these games. The first Lord does, so let's see how they respond as Blacklist is now taking advantage of every position they can. Again, I think that goes to show that Blacklist has more of the mid to late game team fight potential compared to Fireflux having that early stage potential. We're kind of looking at some of the items. We can see that Carrie has the Golden Staff and the Corrosive, so looking pretty good. Gonna be fast, gonna be aggressive with it. Now, the same goes for Claude. He has the Demon Hunter, so he's gonna be piercing and taking apart the tanks of Blacklist International, so they got to be careful. Let's not get caught off guard here.
Yeah, Blacklist International going to make their way up to the top side. Try to take this tower before next big Lord, even out the waves a little bit. Fireflux might just want to give it up, honestly. Rosa not able to defend it. We'll be able to drop a couple glooms, though. Maybe clear out these waves. That's the long wave they need to be able to hold that one down, because that's such an important lane right there, the one opposite of the Lord. It's kind of how you control the map. But while that's happening, look at the bot side. Look at Sunshine tearing up the bot lane and now taking the purple most likely.
Yeah, and again, that's good secure of neutral objectives. That is something that Sensu will not have for a Lord take here. As you can see, he was able to take that blue, and they look like they're going to immediately just burn this Lord as fast as possible, and they can do it. This is huge for him.
Yeah, Sensui trying to make his way around the back. Is he going to be able to find the angle? Sunshine able to stop, but Sensui is there. They get the stun, the Nolan's Fury, the knock-up, and Sunshine finds Sensui. The Lord goes to Tienzi. Two members of Blacklist have fallen, Edward and Sensui. Now Fireflux on the hunt once again. Blacklist knows maybe they don't want to take this. Oheb gets a couple speedy light wheel shots onto Sunshine, but it's still not enough. Sadly, the Lord comes out very quick. It might actually be a good thing for Fireflux. They're going to try to make quick work of this tier 3 in the mid side. They're moving down the mid as well. I like the replay, but I want to see the live game right now because they are pushing hard. Fireflux takes a Melina Blitz to the face, but they're still okay. I'm able to watch this little screen, so I'm still okay. Lord marching his way down the bot. Fireflux finally slowing it down.
Yeah, again, keep it at bay, because this is where Blacklist International was able to turn it around last time against Fireflux, is that they just need one quick play at the first Lord take, and then a team-wide can turn this into anybody's game. Now, Fireflux, let's see if they get tunnel vision once again and go for as much as they can. Rosa. Rosa.
No fear, Rosa. That's the new nickname right there.
Eyes on the prize.
I mean, with black shoes like that, you would do it too, man. You just walk up in a deck and fly back, you know?
Hey, it is what it is. Big things that we're going to be looking at here, though, is that we do see Sunshine picking up the Wind of Nature. I feel like that's going to be huge into the next Lord fight, or even a take here. Now, this is something different, right? From the last game, Fireflux kept putting pressure on Blacklist International, and I think they're doing exactly what you said, Trex. They're putting the breakdown. They're holding their own, keeping the lanes at bay, and they're freezing. This is good. This is going to leave Blacklist International to make the decision. Do we stay in the base and turtle, or do we take our chances and, you know, brave the land of dawn?
Yeah, I think there's two big win conditions for Blacklist International here, right? They need Edward to either make a big I'm offended play, get the combo down, and then also we have Oheb. Oheb has taken 2 deaths, but his damage is still unreal when he hits the speedy light wheel. We've seen him shred down Sunshine. We've seen him shred down some of the others. And then lastly, I guess it's actually 3, Yue as well has not taken a single death, and we know how much damage that Molina Blitz can do. So positioning for these 3 players is going to be very key in these upcoming Lord fights. I think they need to look for angles, but they kind of want to group up. So it's like, who do we send away from Haji? Who do we send away from our healers? Sensui gonna lock down, Alien able to dash back. The Holy Baptism is wasted. Nice I'm offended, only lands on Apex 47. That's a lot of ultimates. And Sunshine still ready to go. Green dots on the side of Fireflux right now. All they've lost was the black shoes, and that's gonna put them at an advantage here.
Yeah, and you can see TNZ taking care of that lane on the right side, which once again sets them up to possibly burn this Lord down, or do they bait Blacklist into an engage?
Blacklist might have to go for this. Sensui going to look for the angle once again, but Tienzi decides to go for someone else. The Holy Baptism comes down, but Edwards taken out. And now Fireflux collapsing onto Sensui. Sensui getting shredded low and taken out as well. It's 2 members down for Blacklist International, and Fireflux still stands strong with 5. This is going to be an easy Lord for them as Rosa and the rest of the team zone away the 3 members of Blacklist. And you said it, Sunshine up in the top side, taking wave as well.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what it shows. I mean, the Minos Fury, the knock-up by TNZ, Blacklist just wasn't ready for it. It came quick and aggressive by Fireflux. And again, I love this. They're not getting tunnel vision this time around. They're living and learning in the Phygital games. And Blacklist International, though they have all 3 tier towers, I think that they can mount up a defense to stop this Lord. Again, that's what they're going to have to do in order to get some breathing room and maybe decide on their choices a little bit better here.
Turkey, man. Fireflux. Wow. I mean, this could be it right here. I'm sure Blacklist can defend. They have the ability to defend this Lord, but just the fact that so much is on the line. And this time Fireflux is taking this at a split approach. They're going into multiple towers at once, so there is no big set potential. Tanzi takes a lot of damage, though. Immortality does pop. The top tower does fall. Bottom tower as well. Lord still encroaching into the Blacklist domain. Fireflux looking for another angle. They got another wave coming down the mid. Do they just back off here? I think it's the safe approach. They're playing the distance. Gotta watch out. Edward does have another I'm offended ready to go. Rosa into the backside. What is Rosa doing right now? Literally over the whole base. Finally, maybe going too deep. Pop the black shoes, but still able to walk away safely. Fireflux showing supremacy over the land of Dawn.
The tactics that we're seeing from Rosa at this point are so aggressive, and that's what Lilia could do. I'm actually surprised Blacklist International didn't do something to punish Rosa, but Rosa having that Purify is, I think, key here, right? Now, Blacklist International, kind of building off of what you said earlier, Trex, is that I think OHEB, we're getting into the late game. It's going to be dangerous, right? One item away from a full build. And then we can already see that Nana's 2 items away. So the power spikes could be coming here soon for the side of Blacklist International. I just think they really have to keep their strides down. This next Lord is going to make it or break it.
Yeah, we're definitely starting to see the damage. TNZ has to be very careful using that Violet Requiem, because if TNZ does not land on OHEB, OHEB just shreds you down as you're sitting still with that ultimate. So as the game progresses, that ultimate becomes even more and more dangerous to use. TNZ has to be careful, and the rest of the team has to have his back. Rosa gonna steal away this orange buff. I mean, I still can't get over Rosa just walking behind the tower, taking double tower shots from both sides, just complete Chad. The gangster glasses came on, no worries, like a walk through the park. I thought Rosa was lagging for a second. I thought like the phone froze. I'm like, where are you going? Just all part of the plan, all part of the plan.
And I think that just goes to show Fireflux is trying to make Blacklist International make mistakes. If they would have went after Rosa, it would have split them apart once again and allowed the frontal force of Fireflux to apply that pressure into Blacklist. But we see an engage.
Sensui continues to hold the front line, and Sensui's able to do that, right? They're able to kind of do this hit and run method here because they have Haji who can heal them up. The rest of the team doesn't have to commit. What they're doing is you send Sensui up, you wait for everyone to collapse on a Sensui, and then Edward gets the big I'm offended. You saw Edward kind of creep up behind them and look for it, then notice, no, they're not all there. I'm going to back off. But now Fireflux does control the Lord Pit. Tianzi able to get the knock-up, but Yue there. Tianzi takes a little bit too much damage, but there goes a huge Minoan's Fury. Members of Blacklist are getting low, but Fireflux not able to finish them off. Here comes Alien with the dash in. Rosa there as well. 3 members of Blacklist have fallen. Oheb is going to be next. It's nothing but Yue. He's done it before, but he's not going to be able to do it today. Fireflux clearing the waves. Sunshine walking onto the base. Turkey has risen to stardom. Fireflux International with the miracle, the upset of GOF. They're here to play.
My mind is blown right now, Trex. They set in stone the rivalry. What in the world did we just witness here? Turkey being able to take out Blacklist International in the playoffs, and were they just sitting there? I would have been like spinning around in my chair.
Banging your head against the wall. I mean, yeah, Blacklist International, man. I mean, they tried, and the hard part about this is there's no lower bracket, right? You go home here. So these games mean so much, and they are just best of 3s. So whereas in a World Series, it's normally best of 5. And with the prize pool so high, stakes are even higher, especially with the way it's going. Take us through some of these replays, though.
Yeah, kind of looking at some of these replays. Again, Blacklist International trying to respond to a lot of Lord takes, but again, the Minnow Fury from Apex was just paired with the Violet Requiem was too much for Blacklist International. And you can kind of see, bam, right there, Violet Requiem into the Minnow Fury. And then watch Rosa, look at the flank, corralling them into Fireflux was just, it was crazy, mind-blowing plays here by Fireflux. And then you can see Alien here. He was like, should I hit the base? Nope, I'm getting you.
No, look, you can see the player cams. I think it's either TNZ or Apex 47. His hands are in there. He's like, yes, yes. You're not. Look at him. I mean, I love it, man. These guys played so well. Did lose out in the group stage, but came back. Rosa is in shock. Rosa is like, just drops the headphones like, yeah, we did it. We're moving forward. But they're going to have a bigger opponent in the future of this bracket. But who would have thought? You know, you said 2-0. When we were talking, before we jumped on camera, you did say 2-0. I don't know if you said it for Fireflux, but you said 2-0. And it was a 2-0.
I'm not gonna lie, I definitely picked Blacklist International here, but again, it's anybody's game when it comes to the Phygital games. The diversity, what they bring to the Land of Dawn is just totally different than what we've seen in other international tournaments. And you can see Rosa, the aggressor, the menace, the monster, 207, 49% team damage. Are damaged out. Holy crap.
Yeah, today this little girl took out that little squirrel girl that we call
that
Nana.
Shorty Titan.
Was able to do it. And this has been, and it's so nice to see, because this has been a signature pick for Rosa for a while now. And I think a lot of us knew that maybe it's not super meta right now. Maybe it's not something that completely fits. But here Rosa shows mastery over this hero and just dominates zoning, having the mid lane who can zone like that. And as you saw in the end, literally corral them into a spot so that Alien can get the finishing shots. It was honestly amazing.
It was, man, like, whoo! It was crazy. I seen the craziest plays by Rosa. Just aggression, the TPs, the powering up was just insane. And I'm glad that I was here to witness it. Future being made, Blacklist International being taken out of the Phygital games. And I think we're going to be going to a video here. We'll see you guys in a second.
I think we have a little bit longer for the video, honestly. I think we're still showing
Maybe.
stats right now. Then we come back to us. Then we go to video, G. It's okay. I'm here. So we're going to be taking a look at some of these stats we saw. I mean, honestly, the stats don't do it justice, man. The stats don't do it justice. I still get over the fact that right now, Fireflux, Perky got the upset there. Just pure insanity. Blacklist going home. There's our video.
Send it off. Oh,
He said we
never mind.
we're still here. All right.
We're hot and ready. Dude, I'm sweating.
Всем привет! Это игры будущего. Это Казань Экспо. И это наше будущее. Вперед в это будущее, конечно же. А как иначе, у нас кузов старый, колеса новые. Но мы здесь совсем не за этим. Сегодня одна... Всем привет! Это игры будущего. Это Казань Экспо. И это наше будущее. Вперед в это будущее, конечно же. А как иначе, у нас кузов старый, колеса новые. Но мы здесь совсем не за этим. Сегодня одна...
I'm ready. How's it going, everybody? We're back. A little bit of a technical difficulties on the video there, but man, what a game that we just witnessed here. Futures, the game of the futures are living in the future here. Blacklist International being taken out by Fireflux. My boy Trex will be back here in just a second. This game, I don't know if you guys were on the edge of your seats, but I was. Dude, the crowd had to have been going wild. I personally did not suspect Fireflux to do this. And I'm just being real, right? I suspected Blacklist International to 2-0 Fireflux, but they've reversed it back on me. How you doing, Trex?
I'm doing well.
Welcome back.
I'm doing well. We had 3 minutes. I'm just kidding. Yeah. We're back. I had to go run around my house real fast and just be like, because, you know, the game was crazy. I had to let off some steam, let off some energy. I feel much better now. What a game. I'm still speechless over that one.
Same. I mean, it just came down to Fireflux wanted it, right? Like, again, we were talking about it behind the scenes. The rivalry that Rosa built you could see that Rosa was literally taunting Blacklist International as much as they could. And to see that was amazing, right? Like, it's just, it's wild that you're able to look your rival in the eyes and then take them down. Turkey. My God.
I mean, this is what I was saying before. I mean, I'm glad that I didn't just build up their hype for nothing, honestly, because Fireflux has just made me a fan over the past year. Like, don't get me wrong, I love Blacklist. Ever since M3, you got to be a fan of the org. But like I said, you got to love an underdog story, and Fireflux continues to make chaos, to break the waves, to break the norm of what we see in Mobile Legends tournaments. So I'm excited for it. They're going to move on after this. We got some big games as well. We got ONIC up against RCC. I don't know if that one's going to be an upset.
Whew. You know, we'll find out. The biggest thing that we do know is that RCC is at the home turf, right? They're at their home turf. ONIC is not, and they're the last one standing. Can they pull an FF onto ONIC? That's what I want to know. ONIC, can you do it?
I don't know. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Either way, my vote's going towards ONIC. I think ONIC's got this game. And what I'm excited for after that, if they do win, I'm excited for the FF versus ONIC game. Because right now, yeah. I'm team FF, man. I'm team Fireflux. I want to see them make it to the grand final. But it's going to be the hardest road they ever had. Now, any last things about that last match? We saw Rosa definitely dominate. We saw Rosa be the star of the team. But I just feel like the whole team, even Alien, from top to bottom, Sunshine as well. Actually, I think that's the person to really lock onto, because Sunshine just showed up on the Claude both games in a row, and maybe wasn't always the star, but always very clean. Even getting the 1v1 kill against Oheb, who someone would debate as one of the greatest gold laners.
Mm-hmm. And you got to think about it, like, Sunshine was setting up the playing field. We've seen on the very far right-hand side of that last match, he was pushing it so hard, and that initially was the wave that was left and was pushing the base there at the end. And of course, everybody was dead. It was 20 seconds or more on timers, but ultimately they were able to end quick because of that right lane push, and that was all to Sunshine. And that just goes to show that it's a team game, right? Like, yeah, you're able to make plays and be the big player in the mid lane, but then again, there's the little things that do matter as well. And I just think Fireflux brought everything they needed to take out Blacklist International, and it, again, huge upset in my book.
Yeah, so I mean, after this, we're going to be looking at ONIC versus RCC. You mentioned the fact that RCC is kind of last team standing on the home turf here. Daewoo showed up a little bit short. A lot of us thought that they would be maybe another possible third place finish at an international, maybe a second, maybe even a first. But now they take the shot short. And we have RCC, the team that a lot of us didn't really have our eyes on, moving forward. We got Troublemaker, we got Castle from the Umbrella Squad, who played in the wild card of M5. Troublemaker was the first one to debut the Gushin Petrify in M5 and just completely dominated with it. So we know there's some aggressiveness there. We know they like to have some pocket picks up there. Is it going to be enough, though, to take down the Titan of ONIC?
Listen, I didn't think Blacklist was going to get taken down, so I think anything's possible. It's the games of the future,
baby.
It's the games of the future. You never know what's going to happen. This is where it's made, right? And if anybody could do it, the only person that can at this point is RCC. So I want to see if they can. You know, now kind of going into what could they possibly do here against ONIC to possibly turn the tides into their favor here, Trex? Do you have any ideas?
I mean, they definitely need to try to deal. The thing about ONIC is they have this great blend of hyper aggressiveness, but they do know how to slow it down a little bit. So first things first is you got to deal with the pace of ONIC. You got to deal with the hero pool of ONIC. You got to deal with Kyrie, who, even though it's maybe not an assassin meta, could make something insane like a Hayabusa work, right? Could make something crazy like that work. The Nolan was not picked or banned at all in the Flux versus Blacklist game. I think that is something you definitely want to watch out for. You might not want to put something that aggressive and that hyper mechanical into the hands of Kyrie. It's something they're going to have to be careful for. So first things first is kind of approaching the draft.
Okay. I could see that. All right. So the draft, I'm kind of looking at like what past RCC has done, and they've played a little wild, right? They've brought a little bit of some interesting takes to the digital games, and one of them is going to be that we haven't really seen Kaja too often, and we also haven't been seeing Terizla too often, and both of those are some of the signature picks that they have brought into the digital game. So maybe we'll see them pop off, and again, that goes to show that anything's here when it comes to these teams. They just throw everything that they possibly can at you and can make it work.
Yeah, they need to definitely be prepared. So we mentioned RCC possibly having some POC picks, but also they need to be prepared of ONIC pocket pits, because I also said Troublemaker had a Agushin. Well, you know who had a much better Agushin? Sans in M5 pulled it out as well and was just destroyed teams with it. So it's almost kind of similar, but for me, ONIC's like the big brother, right? ONIC is the more polished and better version. So RCC is going to need to definitely break some bounds. We have seen this other past bans. They've ban out the meta picks, right? They ban out the Joy, they ban out the Nolan, they ban out the Matilda. Nolan has never made it into a game so far for them into the playoffs. They banned it all 3 times against Team Flash yesterday. They always banned out the Joy as well. No, they were able to first pick Joy yesterday. They lost with it against Team Flash. So, I mean, there's definitely some possibilities for them there, but they have to be careful about what they leave open, because you let a player like Sans get something too meta, you let a player like Boots get something too meta, or you let a player like Kyrie get something crazy, you have to worry about it. The only thing, and then that's not even like taking into effect Ogwin or Keyboy. I mean, not Ogwen, or I mean, taking into effect Keyboy, who's known for getting crazy, insane sets. They're just an aggressive team, and it's going to be tough for RCC to try to get over that.
Yeah. And I mean, you just got to prepare for that, right? And I think the best approach for a team that is aggressive as like ONIC is that they just need to build a wall, like, and then just solidify it, right? And then be able to move that around into the river and control a lot of these team fights. And again, I always build up upon that. Right now, it does seem like the foundation of the game is that the first turtle takes they're crucial, but again, they ultimately don't mean things until we get to about the 9-minute mark, right? That first Lord is very crucial, and we see some teams be able to just flip the switch and turn that around, but can we see RCC do that against someone like ONIC? And I feel like that is like the stepping stones that we have to watch out for.
So, I mean, with that being laid out, I think some of the matchups that I'm excited to see, like I said, Troublemaker up against Sans in the mid is definitely going to be something we have to keep our eyes on. ONIC is just a different beast, man. You know, when we go back to M5, a lot of people had them as the favorite. You want to see Lancelot? We saw some Lancelot in the group stage. We've seen a Rad pick up the Lancelot. We know that there's definitely a lot of viability for those assassin picks. And if there's any teams that are going to do it very well, it's definitely going to be the 2 Indonesian representatives.
Yeah, and that's what I want to see right now. And again, I looked at some of the past games, and it does look like ONIC does. There was only one time that we've seen Kyrie actually utilize a tactical hero, like more of like a tanky hero, utility hero, and then that was the Brats, right? And then all of the other times it was Nolan. So even if I seen a Nolan, I would love to see that, right? I want to see the key positioning that ONIC brings to the game, and how high of a level that they can bring it, and how RCC can find the responses to see if they can even handle what they are bringing to the field. And again, this is we're into the second stage of the playoffs here, which again are where things are made. The quarterfinals with Bren, HomeBois, and then a massive upset that just happened not long ago. Blacklist International versus Fireflux. Fireflux moving on. That, again, a lot of stuff has happened today, and I'm just blown away.
you know what else is interesting? So in group stage, ONIC, they had Sans up against Bernix Flash. Sans played the Vexana twice in a row. They won both games. Some other picks that we've been questioning, ONIC has done very well on. Having the Ruby. They won both their games with it. We go back to their 2 games against Flash. They won one of them with Ruby. The next one, they didn't pick the Ruby. They gave it up. But still, ONIC has been able to make some of those questionable picks that we've been seeing in playoffs work very well. So I don't know if RCC is going to want to give those picks over to ONIC. It might be worth the contention or just worth the ban. They also went carry, won with that against Bernix Flash. Just overall had showed that even the picks that everyone else is using and not quite able to get down, we have mastered.
So, I mean, that goes to show that they have that diverse ability to bring it to this field that we're seeing here. I think the biggest thing that we're seeing is that RCC is kind of new, right? They're new on the scene. They've made it a little bit farther than Blacklist International at this point. So it goes to show that they're here to
Not
fight.
yet.
And
they gotta win.
I mean, true.
They gotta win.
True.
They're at the same spot as Blacklist International.
I mean, but it's still a good go. It's still a good go. They're not out yet. So I want to see what they can bring. That, I mean, there's not too much on them. That's why, you know, I mean, at this point, I would say they're almost like a dark horse, but I don't know. What's your take on that?
I definitely think they're a dark horse. I think, I mean, like I said, I think ONIC has this game. I think it's definitely going to be tough for RCC. Yes, the possibilities are there. As we said, it's the games of future, baby. Anything can happen. This is the Phygital Arena. But RCC, it's going to take a lot, man. ONIC are monsters. It would be the same, you know, I put ONIC up there as top 2 finishes, right? Like, right up there with AP Bren. And AP Bren looks good right now. AP Bren was able to get the better of ONIC in the M5 World Championships. So, I mean, it's tough. I think RCC, it's not just going to be about draft. It's not just going to be about bans. It's going to be about gameplay. And Fireflux just showed us that even if you give up certain picks that maybe are meta, even if you get a little out of the meta and pick something comfortable for yourself, that might be your best bet against a team that you just know is a couple leagues stronger than you. Sometimes your best bet is to get back to comfort, get back to your team's basics, what you guys know how to rotate with, what you guys know how to play with, and try to bring that. So Game 1, Game 2 might be something we see from RCC.
Yeah, and again, it'd just come down to it that it's $1 million prize pool, right? You got to have the eye on the prize when you're dealing with these types of things. And I think RCC, they've had enough time to kind of prep and get ready for ONIC, and maybe they're going to be able to bring something to the playing field. Now, the biggest difference right now, statistically wise, right, is ONIC is looking really good. They're 2-0 right now versus RCC being 1-1, right? So statistically, I would say we're going to definitely see ONIC moving on. But again, anything could possibly happen. And that's what I think me and you live for as being casters, right? We like seeing games go to threes. We like seeing crazy games like Fireflux taking out a major team. It's the games of the future, baby.
You tell them, P. That's what we want to see. Woo. But I don't know if we're going to see it this time. I had faith in Fireflux. We'll see. We'll see. If that happens, if RCC, this will be one of the most monumental, upsetting nights in Mobile Legends history right now. And it would mean that there would only, no matter what, so let's just say if ONIC lost this somehow, it means no matter what, there's not going to be a PH or there's not going to be an Indo team, because RQ and AP Bren go up against each other up in the top side, which means if ONIC lost here, if both of the Indo and the PH reps lost tonight on this lower side of the bracket, it's definitely going to be a very different grand finals, what we've seen in a very long time. So let's just see how it happens. I think we still have a little bit more time until the next game comes in. Need a couple more things to talk about here. RCC. So we talked about Troublemaker a bit. We talked about Castle. I think Castle's one of the next people I want to talk about. but we do have the rosters up, and on ONIC, it's going to be Albert, Keyboy, Sans, Boots, and Kyrie. So Albert has been playing the gold lane. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? Albert's been on the gold lane. Keyboy going to be in the roam position. And that's kind of, so we've known Albert as a jungler for so long. He's been in the gold lane for this tournament. He hasn't been doing bad at all. I wonder if this is going to be a permanent swap, or if Clay is just kind of backing up for a bit. It's definitely a question. For RCC, we have One Shot, Castle, Troublemaker, Wiser, and Koopy. Now, I'm pretty sure you've seen a few more of their games, G. Tell me a little bit about them.
So I want to say One Shot definitely lives up to his name, right? We've seen a couple one shots being pulled off by him, and we've also seen him be one shot. So we have to watch out. He is a little aggressive. So he does get caught a couple times, but he's also good at one-shotting. Now, the next one would be Troublemaker. He has some of the most MVPs in the playoffs right now. So that's something to not underlook, right? Troublemaker being into the mid lane. If I'm not, yeah, he's in the mid lane this time around. He also rolls in the jungle, apparently. The wild fact there. But in the mid lane right now, that goes to show, like, Nana, she a little Titan. If you put it in a Troublemaker's hand, it's gonna leave some trouble on the field. So I want to see what Troublemaker does in this. One Shot also being able to pull off some crazy plays, some crazy takes in the jungle. I feel like that's the biggest things that we'll have to watch out for RCC. And again, I mean, we're going against ONIC. I want to see, to be honest, this is like, I want to see Kyrie be flashy, right? If there's anything in this game, I want to see Kyrie be flashy. I'd like to see the Godly Lance and work. And I've even seen, if I'm not mistaken, I wasn't casting in it, but I was watching it. But the Nolan plays were nasty too. So I can't wait to see what both teams bring. I think Troublemaker lives up to his name. I think One Shot definitely lives up to his name. But again, can they live up to their name against a team like ONIC?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough, even with the roster change, right? Even with Albert substituting for CW and everything, I think it's definitely up in the air. EXP lanes, Boots has always kind of been like, you know, a lot of people wonder, he's not always the player to kind of change the world, but he's a good EXP laner for the team. He's always willing to get there. He's always willing to push in. But with the current state of things, with the current state of the meta, it's not like what we saw in M5 where it's like dive EXP laners. It's not Terizla, it's not Lapu. It's more of like CC, Ruby, kind of more of, we're going to sit here and just sustain and be a front line. And I'm just wondering, how is he going to fit into that as we move forward through this bracket? Same thing with the rest of the team. Sans is normally a very aggressive mid laner. He wants to be in your face, but you take him and you don't put him on the Valentina. You don't put him on something that likes to jump around. You stick him on like a Nana where he just kind of has to be stationary. It's a little bit different. It's definitely just a different vibe overall for what we normally see from ONIC. So is ONIC going to just kind of break the mold and do what they want, or are they going to fit into this meta right now? That's going to be one of the main questions on me. And as we move forward into this bracket where they start having bigger and bigger challenges, that's where we're going to kind of see them push to the limit.
Yeah, and I think that's the best thing about the games of the future, right? It allows teams to build the foundations. I kind of like what you said earlier, is that like normally we have the M series and then we go on like a little bit of a break and teams are able to build upon the meta, learn it a little bit, but now they're being thrown into it real quick, right? And that goes to show that these teams are versatile. And I think ONIC, from what I've seen, has brought that versatility to the field. Same thing with RCC. I've seen some of the games in the group stages. I did not suspect that they were going to do so well. But again, picking up some of the wildcard picks from Umbrella, I think has been one of the biggest key methods for them. Now, moving on to kind of what they like to play, we can kind of look at an ideal that we want to go here. I want to theorize real quick for us, Rex. Let's think about this.
Let's hope this is draft.
No.
We got the player entrance that's coming in. We get to breathe. Boots, Keyboy, Kyrie on the jungle position. CW in the gold, who is not participating right now, at least from what I know of. Albert has been the sub in the gold lane. Ex-jungler for RRQ. I like to see him getting a bit more play time. ONIC coming onto the stage now. Super excited to see how these guys look, how these boys look right here. It is going to be Albert on the stage. There's Keyboy. There's Kyrie, a fan favorite from everybody. And they're going to be going up against RCC. They're going to take a stop on the stage, give their bow, give their hello, show their respects to the stadium.
You know, you were asking like how they looked. They kind of look cold, I ain't gonna lie. That guy got the full-blown puffy jacket on, and it's I felt like I would be hot in there. I know I'm hot right now, so who knows? But they're looking good, walking on the stage proud. ONIC leading after them is RCC, and we can see Socks here. One shot, again, living up to his name. Definitely taking a couple one shots. Wiser coming in here. I like their jackets, I'm not gonna lie. Castle, I'm like a red and black fan, I don't know.
Soloist, or Solist, and QP.
Koopy. What,
have we been calling him Koopy?
I don't know. What's he pointing at?
Royal Cybersports Club coming in, and they look ready, man. They look good. They're in their home court right now, slapping hands, ready to play. They definitely look a bit more lively than what we saw from ONIC. They got a lot to live up here, though, as they walk onto the stage. Yes, it is smiles, but yes, they know this is going to be a game they have to play to their best ability. But this is what you want to see, right? You want to see the players come on stage confident, ready to go. They need that energy to feed them through these next few games.
That is true. And just to restate it, this stage is phenomenally looking. Like it's massive, and I don't know if that's a perspective thing, but both teams look really tiny on that stage, and I love to see it. I love the detail that was put into the Digital Games of the Future, where we combine physical and digital into one. It's lovely. Now, kind of going back to what I was saying before we got led into these, the players going to the drafting phase, hopefully here soon, is Theory. What do we think here? Do you think both teams aggressive? Do you think both teams tactical? What approach could either team go? I'm gonna, right out the get-go, I think RCC is gonna bring a little bit more of a tactical approach to ONIC.
I think ONIC definitely, the moment ONIC smells any blood in the water, they go for the choke point, right? Like it's going to possibly be similar to how the game one of Blacklist was against Fireflux, where like once Blacklist kind of noticed there was a little something they could go, they're going to start rotating faster, they're going to start moving faster, and that's what I think ONIC is going to bring in game one. If they win game one and it works, we go into game two and it's just the same exact thing. I think for RCC, they have two options, right? They can either play the long haul, try to slow down ONIC's pace, or play their own pace and just try to counter maneuver. If ONIC is up top, we need to be down bottom and we need to do it better, right? So there's a lot of different variations they could go for here. I think RCC's best bet is kind of, come into this game a little bit slower, not try to play the over-aggressors, kind of feel out ONIC here, feel out what they're trying to bring, and see if you can get the better of them in some of these major objectives.
Yeah, and I also think that always comes down to studying the teams, Even though the draft phase is part of the game, and it's one of the crucial parts, it always does come down to the players themselves. What are their comfort picks? What do they fall upon when times get rough? And I think that's what RCC, like ONIC doesn't have on RCC, right? Is that there's only been a couple games that they could study, they could play against them. And I think that's what could be building them to be in the dark horse here, right? And I just ultimately think that if they have a couple options, they could either tactical or they could go risky. Do they risk it all against someone like ONIC?
And do they go for something very aggressive at the beginning, right? Do they go for something that has a crazy early game comp, right? Something that they can maybe try to bully. I mean, you could try to bait. You could maybe leave the Noland open, leave something like the Joy open. Try to let that go into the hands of Kyrie and then go for something where you can bully in. Maybe go for something like the Barat, something that you can kind of bully around. But it's definitely a tough call. You just kind of have to take it pick by pick at this point. I don't know if it's going to be tough coming against ONIC with like, all right, we already have a full draft planned out, because ONIC likes to get a little crazy sometimes in their drafts, especially game ones. They're not scared to test things out. They're not scared to try something different than what you've seen from them before.
Definitely. And I feel like that's what makes them number one, right? I mean, I was kind of going through their history, and then all I seen was 1, first place. I was like, oh God, right? And then they got second place in M5, right? Like, what? I know you were watching M5. What was their overall factor that caused them to lose and to get second place in M5?
I mean, just small moments, right? I think the final factor was that bush check from Kyrie into the mid bush. That was like the final factor, right? So, I mean, taking it to the long game, can RCC kind of put pressure on them? I think it's a very different story in M5, right? You got 7 games. You've been playing for multiple hours. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to beat them while they're fresh, right? So, RCC... Can they apply the pressure? There's so many different options they could go at this. I think the honest to God truth is just, you just got to play better today, man. Because it's just a best of 3. You don't have time to mess around. You don't have time to test things. You don't have time to, you need to just be able that whatever you end up on that map with in your draft, you are ready to play your best. Don't get caught off guard. And I think it's also just kind of, do you have that grit, right? What do we say? You have that dog in you. Can they do what Fireflux did? Can they do what we've seen AP Bren do? Can they win those team fights even when they're 2,000-3,000 gold deficit?
Yeah, and I mean, anybody could do it right now. I feel like the biggest difference between this MLBB and last meta is that it seems like it's more of a utility, right? Like, the jungle isn't as easy as it used to be. The Lord fights aren't as easy as they used to be. It's forcing people to make choices now that have high pack decisions, right? And I feel like that is what's kind of turning a lot of these teams upside down, and I kind of like to call it the flick of the switch, right? The flick of the switch is what kind of sets the moment in the game where everything just changes and leads into one direction of one team or the other. And you could have multiple flicks of the switches in a game. So I want to see them bring the dog. I want to see them bring the grit. And what better time to do it now in this draft phase?
Finally, we enter the draft of game 1. This is going to be the final series of the night, the final series of the quarterfinals, and I'm ready for it. I think everybody's ready for it. We're ready to see what happens as we move past this stage and closer to the grand finals. Oh, they like to hold us on the edge, G, man.
I'm over here like...
Nope.
But I think all they did was switch the position in here.
From the Blacklist game, man. I'm still like,
I know.
Napkin. I'm like, all right. And now we're back into it. That's what it was. They're letting me rest a little bit. But here we go.
Right.
First, Van Ruby from RCC. Now, I did mention, even though so many teams have done bad on the Ruby, ONIC did do well. Boots has been able to make it work. Keyboy has been able to make it work. So I think it could be a decent ban. It also does leave some things open, because that just kind of changes everything right there from what we've seen in the typical bans of first phase in the past.
Yeah, and I was kind of, when we were talking about if you could be risky or not, this is where you could be risky, right? RCC has first pick. If they can bait ONIC into leaving Matilda open, that could be a key play, a key hero that RCC could utilize. Now, again, is it their comfort pick? Is it something that they can utilize over 100% of its potential, right?
I mean, if you're at this point, you better be able to utilize anything they give to you, right? Like, you can't let a Matilda slip through. You can't let something like that slip through. You have to be able to use it. And if not, then that's why you're going to lose today, right? So I think it's not a question. It's just they have to execute it. Like there's no if, ands, or buts here. This is where we're now in the quarterfinals. We're moving on towards a $100 prize pool. This is when everything's on the line. So yes, if RCC has a chance, they better pick up the Matilda and not give it over to ONIC. Now ONIC gonna ban out the Guinevere first. You know, I like your approach, though. Do we just leave a lot open? There goes the bans again. I'm sure they'll be back up in just a second. But ONIC also, you know, their coaches, they're known to draft well. They're known to not be scared to leave a few things open. It's like, fine, if you want to leave the Matilda open, we'll leave these two open, you know? If you want to get crazy in the first phase of bans, let's get crazy. So I'm excited to see what they end up banning. They did ban the Gwynny. I'm wondering what else they're going to choose here.
Yeah, and I think that just goes to show that ONIC's like they're pure animal. They're pure animal. And so with it being with ONIC being a pure animal here, I feel like that they like leaving bait, right? What better way to get your prey than to bait them? Kind of building off what you were saying.
I think we had a slight issue with the bans. We're gonna need just a second until we get everything back up. So yeah, they're gonna be rehosting the draft. I guess there was some sort of issue with the draft, maybe a mess up. Don't know exactly why, but my guess is it's normally something, either a connection issue, something to where someone couldn't ban correctly, someone couldn't draft correctly, maybe ping issues. We want to make sure that everything is fair for both teams. So they are going to be restarting that. So that gives us a little bit more time. A little bit more time to talk, G. We haven't had enough here, you know what I'm saying?
You know, my mic gets stripped through here. No, I'm joking. Yeah, but going into this, we already seen like a little bit of what they were bringing into the draft. And if go into a redraft here, they're probably going to have to ban those two same heroes, right? We had Gwen and Ruby taken off the board. I can understand why ONIC did the Gwen, right? Because always when the Gwen's open, it's first picked. And really, that Violet Requiem is just way too punishing for a team to let it just be there. So I like it. Like you were saying earlier, I like the Ruby being taken out. That goes to show that, again, even though it being a Ruby, it's a Ruby in the hands of ONIC, you know, or in the hands of RCC. Again, that goes to show that these players, they know what they're doing.
I like it. So do we think, I think one of the things I'm most excited for is, hold on, let me just check something. I want to see, has Sans played the Nana yet? Has Sans played the Nana yet? Has he played any of like the more passive, like more stationary mages yet? That's something I'm wondering about real fast. Since we have time, I get to check.
Do you want him to?
I do. I want to see like how he runs, because in the past, like I said, he's normally like the Valentina has been something popular for him. So he played the Vexana against Burn X Flash twice. He played the Nana against Team Flash, and he played the Gord against Team Flash. So we have seen him play a lot of these stationary mages, and he's done very well so far. We've also seen Albert pick up the Harith twice against Team Flash. And
I was about to say that.
Against Burn X Flash, he did not run it, but we just can see the variety, and ONIC has been one of the only teams to really like dominate with the Vexana as well, which I've seen it do pretty well overall in a lot of qualifiers around the world. We haven't seen it as prioed here, but it's definitely the ONIC has up their sleeve against the right composition.
Yeah, definitely. And to be honest, I think these are the drafts that really, they bring entertainment to the show, right? Like the Harith, like the dealing with a mage in the gold lane. Could you imagine the frustration on the other person's, like the other side? I know I'd be flustered, because you wouldn't even, like, why would you want to deal with that, right? And of course, that's just something you have to learn to deal with. Now, again, they pick up some Lapus, and if I'm not mistaken, Lapu is actually alongside of Yu Zhong, I think has had a rough time in the win rate section, you know? But again, I think it always comes down to the players themselves. So seeing a Nana be picked up would be cool. Also, Nice, who was actually talking to me about this other day, is that they picked up a Gord. Like, that's also something I think we've only seen once throughout this whole competition. So again, I love that these teams are willing to play whatever it takes and kind of take some risk, but they're calculated.
Yeah, I mean, the ONIC so far, just their drafts in general have been a bit different than what we've seen from other teams, but they've been able to win games with it. Boost has been favoring some of the more M5-esque ESP laners, running the Lapu twice against Flash, and then running the Lapu and the Yuzong against Burn X Flash. But again, you could argue maybe those were easier games. Maybe they're still holding on to some things. A lot of teams that felt like in group stage weren't playing the meta as much, to whereas just like what we saw from like Fireflux, they ran the Nana twice in a row. Everyone's now, it's like, okay, now to pull out the big guns, right? Now to start doing things a bit different. So I wonder if we see like a completely different ONIC than what we saw in the group stage, or is that games that they're going to run? Are we going to see more Harith in the gold lane for Albert? Are we going to see some of those more off-brand picks for ONIC? Is that their final form, right?
Yeah, and speaking about final form, I kind of think that teams probably have a lot of things in their pocket, right, that they're not showing just yet. Because if they can make it even higher into the digital games of the future, then they'll be able to pull out something that is like a last resort. And it kind of looks like we might be getting into the drafting phase here. For hopefully the second to last time. I don't know, third to last time.
Okay, so here was the issue. ONIC was supposed to, so it was picks, I think. I think that was the issue. It was picks, because earlier we saw RCC on the left side, and since ONIC, I'm guessing ONIC either, I don't know what the exact rules were, but my guess is maybe ONIC had prio over first pick, or they got to choose which one they wanted. But this time, ONIC will be on the blue side, able to get first ban, first pick. They take out the Faramis, and this time RCC already changing it up. They take out the Matilda.
Yeah, I thought maybe they'd re-ban, but I guess not. Again, hey, stuff happens. You never know. But to keep fair, the fairness of the tournament, I guess they just let everything reset here. ONIC responding with the Lilia. I think we've just seen how devastating the Lilia could be. That kind of goes to show that I actually wasn't really thinking about it, but I believe the Lilia is a great counter to the Nana. Because is the moment that she utilizes the Melina Blitz, you can just shoes out, right? And then bam, 0 damage. Not even have to worry about it. I think it's a solid counter to it, and then it could be that ONIC wants to pick up the Nana.
Yeah, I mean, and you take out the Lilia, so I think it's definitely smart. There's definitely still some other options out there. Royal Cybersports Club, he's going to have to give up first pick, right? So that's another reason why you don't see ONIC banning out the Joy. You don't see ONIC banning out the Nolan. You don't have to, right? They're going to get first pick. So it's up to RCC to decide if, do we want to get rid of both of these? My guess is those are going to be the two bans we see, this Joy and then the Nolan next from them. ONIC, on the other hand, could kind of take whatever route they want here.
Yeah, I mean, they could ban the Navaria, they could ban the Nana, they could, you know, it seems like they are targeting Troublemaker at this point and just trying to whittle as much as they can into the mage lane. And I kind of, again, they could be setting themselves up to secure a pretty heavy mage into the first round here. And they are just... Boy, they are strategizing. There's the Navaria ban. Okay, so like, come on, dude.
You waited long enough. Pick your picks.
I know you know what you want. And
There's a Navaria
so there it is. Yeah. What do you think's ONIC's first pick gonna be?
I think if the Nolan gets left open, high chance we see that. They also did like the Ruby. We know Keyboy did well on it, so that could be up front as well. Nana's still open. No, there goes the Nolan. So big chance that we see... I think they might go for the Ruby, even though it hasn't done well with other teams. I think it's a solid first pick for them. Guinevere's. Forgot about Gwenny.
That leaves open Nana, Ruby, which is something we've seen actually. Yeah, we've seen that multiple times when a Guinevere is picked first, but sometimes it doesn't really work. So maybe they go on our lot. Maybe because like Ruby again is very situational. We haven't seen a lot of our lot, and I think it's mainly because it is kind of getting banned out. But there it is.
There it is. Good call. Good call. Our lot, Nana.
Let's go. I think so. I would
gold
say
right here. Maybe go for something like the Claude up front.
Claude. Yeah, Claude would be probably a good go here.
Especially because you get the Purify, plus you get the BMI, so you're kind of pre-exemptively kind of dealing with the Guinevere and whatever else they bring. But they go for the carry instead.
I'm
What's that face, B?
I'm just personally not a fan. I'm just not a fan. I guess maybe they're anticipating that ONIC's going to be going a bit more tanky because they have the Guinevere pick. But, and again, I think that's Guinevere really shines when they have that frontal line. They're able to jump in front of it, jump back, and then be safe, right? I think that's where the Guinevere does shine. So maybe Weiser trying to pick up the carry. Again, strong hero in someone's hands.
There's that Vex on.
You like this pick?
Yeah, I like the Vex, man. I like the Vex. I'm surprised we're not seeing it as much. I'm glad that ONIC is like being like, yo, this is kind of meta right now. Y'all just sleeping on it. And I mean, it's CC once again. We got the Gwen, we got the Vex, we got the Ruby now. RCC could get crazy and go for something like the Diggy here.
Yeah. Yeah,
but it's kind of squishy. I don't know if you want to be that squishy. And like, if you feel like you're as good as ONIC, yeah, pick the Diggy and just completely annihilate their composition. But if you're worried about that laning phase, it'd be a problem here.
Yeah, I would say probably at this point, I'm just what mage could you be possibly waiting to pick here is what I want to know. Like, you go for the Kai, but yet the Nana was still there. Banning out the Claude, I do respect that. And I'm guessing ONIC or RCC might ban it. I wouldn't know why RCC would ban it out, but ONIC would probably ban out the Nana if I had to imagine. It's like the only mage that's available at this point. I mean, you have Aurora, which could be a good go for this comp because our lot Aurora combo does keep, you can sweep them right into Aurora, stun them, and then heavy spin them right into a wall. Yeah. Could be a good comp to run.
Maybe ban out the Nana, maybe the Minotaur as well, something like that, something very heavily CC based. They ban, I was gonna say, or the Diggy, because the Diggy would destroy them. Like, if RCC were going to be able to play it well, that Diggy would have been a huge problem. So ONIC's like, let's just cover our bases. They didn't want to pick it then. We still don't want to leave it open. I think it's a solid ban.
Yeah. And again, I think that they're probably going to go Ruby Roam at that point. So they don't want to pick a Diggy at all. Because, I mean, a Diggy would also destroy RCC's comp.
Maybe they ban out... do they just keep focusing into gold here? Ban out Bruno, ban out Ixia, ban out Harith. I mean, yes, ONIC has lots of magic damage right now, but we've still seen them go for that, even when they are very stacked in magic. I think just heavily focusing out. No, they go for the CC.
I like it. The CC was definitely been a minute in the EXP lane, and depending on what they want to roll this R lot, be it Roam or EXP, could be a problem for them. Now for the side of ONIC, they're probably going to be, again, targeting maybe another mage. There's the Minnow ban. So there's just not a lot of tanks available. Again, I still think they could just go R-Lot Roam and then go focus into more of the EXP and maybe they could go Export. That way they have that backline dive, you know, or they could go use Zong for RCC and I feel like that's what they're gonna need because we still don't know what ONIC is gonna pick here.
Yeah, you definitely want something that can like dive onto Vex, right? Or can dive onto whatever gold laner ONIC picks. Because the thing about it, if you just have someone that kind of like moves in, kind of goes for the dash, it's a little tougher with Vex because that Terrify is a pain, man. You try to walk up to Vex and you're getting stopped in your tracks and shattered. They do go for the Tigreal on the side of RCC, and now it's going to be 2 more picks coming from ONIC here. They still need a gold, and most likely they need an XP. If it does end up being that the Ruby's going to be in Rome, which it has been for them in the past. Keyboy has been playing it. So I think it's actually a decent play that RCC doesn't pick their Rome up front. Oh, Juan.
Hot take.
Hot take for sure.
Woo!
I'm not against it. And they pick up the Lapu for the EXP. How does RCC answer to that? Do they just do the same thing, pick up a really divey?
That's what I would go for. There it is. Phoveus. Hot takes from every side here.
Oh, wait. Phoveus mid? Phoveus mid?
It has to be.
Tigreal Rome, Arlot, EXP. You wanted crazy. You got it.
First game, RCC versus ONIC. It is spicy. We're going to be heading into the land of dawn here. Man. Juan.
We got a Juan, we got a Phoveus mid, we got the full package here for the last series of the night. Both teams spicing it up, but the question on all of our minds is, can RCC make a miracle happen twice in one night? Fireflux able to get the upset against Blacklist. Can RCC do the same, G? It's definitely going to be a tough one. They picked a pretty outlandish composition. Is it the answer to their dreams, or will it be their demise?
I don't think anyone could have said enough synonyms until we got into the land of dawn. But we have the one, the only Trex on the casting desk. You gotta love it. Kind of looking at what we got here. This Phoveus mid, mind-blowing. Is risky for RCC to pull this out, but could be what they need. Now, kind of looking at some of these win conditions here, RCC is definitely going to have to just farm the mid as much as possible, right? They're going to have to... Is that the crowd?
I was wondering, what's that white noise in the background? Is that a crowd? Uh-oh, Wiser, though. Not looking any wiser. Might take a hit. Oh, down he goes. Keyboy gets there just to secure it, and the crowd goes silent. No, they don't.
They are not giving up. I'm like over here trying to create some win conditions, and the crowd's like, who cares about your win conditions? Let's hype up RCC. Let's go. And we got the power-ups already happening here from both sides. Keyboy taunting RCC.
I like it. I like it. So you were talking about win conditions. What do we see here? Who's got the early game? Who's got the mid? Who's got the late?
So if we're looking at what's going down, RCC, again, I feel like this Phoveus is going to be the riskiest take that we have here. Of course, it's going to shine into the mid to the late game against ONIC, but they're going to be missing that mage, that control, and I think that could be a problem when we see a Violet come in.
Oh, a lot of damage comes on a Castle. Castle taken out. That's 2-0 for the side of ONIC. The rotations are getting heavy.
Yeah, it looks like RCC, again, kind of building back off of what I was saying, they have to wait until this mid to the late game, right? They have the Tigreal, so they have the implosions, they have the team fight capability, but ONIC has the pressure. They have the grit, and you can already see.
Oh, the pin. One shot, forced to back off. Troublemaker comes in with the demonic force, able to dunk on top of Boots, move on to Kyrie, but now he's in between 4 members. He's stuck. Can he find a way out? Taking a little bit of damage. They do move on to Boots. Boots still okay, though. Able to flicker away. The Violent Requiem locks on to Castle. Castle goes down. Kyrie picking up the kill. Troublemaker, though, in trouble, too. They're not going to let him go. Keyboy with 1 health isn't scared, locks him up, and Boots puts the kill into his pocket.
4-0 at this point. Right now, Sans just powering up. Again, ONIC, they're really aggressive right now, 4-0. We can already see the crossbow being picked up by Albert. That's just going to give them more attack speed, and they don't even need to buy boots. That's why Wanwan's so great. And also, not only that, RCC has 2 tank heroes, right? You have the Kai, you have the Tigreal. So, again, RCC is going to have to rely on making sets and making plays against a team like ONIC. Here we go. This is what we wanted.
Nice pin on the Keyboy there. Should be able to get the kill. Finally putting the kill on the map. But in comes Kyrie. Gets the knockup onto 3 members, and they're all melted down and taken out. Boots able to get the double, and Sans picks up 1 as well. Just when RCC thought they had him, ONIC hits him back.
Boots is on fire. Just absolutely destroying it at this point. You can see the Lapu Lapu shining in this game. It's just, man, ONIC, they're well calculated at this point. Again, RCC, they were doing what I told that they needed to do, right? They needed to get picks. They needed to get plays. We can see it right here. The heavy spin into the wall, but the violent Requiem, and then the Lapu Booch coming out of nowhere, just taking care of RCC.
Oh, Weiser might just be next. I mean, he didn't have to do all that. Boots didn't even need to do that. That was just overkill. Like, listen, I got this. Boom. Let's come in, and now the choke point at the top. Weiser once again taken out. Nice implosion, though. Going to try to get the push back. Able to take out Albert. He might just be next. Troublemaker up here. We got a slugfest here in the games of future. Troublemaker in trouble, though, under the tower. Back and forth he goes, but he's going to get stunned up and taken out. Boots getting the final punch in.
Where is Boots coming from? Is it the EXP lane all the way to the right? Like, he is just bringing shockwaves into RCC's comp at this point. Every time you would see an engage, he is there. His presence is just uncontested, and we're seeing the turtle going to RCC. It's a good take here, right? Economically, we do see that ONIC is controlling the board, but RCC is clapping back in some key areas.
They're not just controlling the board economically, they're controlling the board on the map. This jungle is theirs now. ONIC, Sans, and Keyboy are the captains of this ship.
Oh, God.
They do wait, though. Boots walks into the tri-bush, almost gets locked up there. They're able to fend him back, send him back to base. RCC at this point needs to buy some time. They got to get Troublemaker to where he needs to be. They got to get Weiser to where he needs to be. And he's 2 kills behind, and that's not what you want to see at 5 minutes in.
Kyrie over here trying to make some plays, but in the bot lane.
On the bot lane, Troublemaker comes in, but a crossbow goes off. Locks on to Castle, takes him out. Troublemaker keeps on fighting, pushes the demonic force, looking for one more hit, but can't find it because Sans locks him down. In the mid side as well, Kyrie just all over the place. ONIC giving no time to breathe.
ONIC is letting the dog out at this point. You said RCC needed to. ONIC bringing the pain right now. RCC, they just need to, I think they're putting too much onto the gas pedal right now.
Yeah, they need to slow down. You're up against ONIC, one of the most aggressive teams in the world. And Kyrie showing why under the tower, willing to take the death just for the kill. Looking rough for RCC, but that is a little bit of a win. I mean, at this point, when you're this far behind, a trade is not bad, especially if it's on the enemy jungler.
It is true, and we can kind of see something a little bit different here, picking up by Sans, right? They're building the anti-heal already, the Necklace of Durance, just to counter quite a bit of their team. I think it's to counter Troublemaker, the shield that he gets, as well as Castle's sustainability. So they're already planning against RCC. It is 12-3 in 7 minutes. Right now, I like the takes, right? RCC attempting to take the bottom lane, take that tower, take as much as you possibly can from ONIC at this point. It's still only the second turtle, if I'm not mistaken. So you still got a Lord. You got to find a place to fight. Look at Boots on the hunt, on the prowl for RCC.
Yeah. I mean, let's be real though. RCC does have big set potential, big play potential. They could pull off something crazy and try to turn this around. And this is what I keep saying. This is what differentiates the boys from the men. When you're 3, 4, 5K behind, can you make the play that matters? It's really going to come down to QP here. Can he get the set of his life?
It is true. And we've seen that in previous games. One implosion can make it or break it. But one thing that I got to point out is that ONIC, they're not really sticking together. They understand that there's a heavy spin on the board. They understand that there's an implosion on the board. And also, they have the final slash from Castle, right? So there's a lot of team control, though they're looking like they're going to stack up here to possibly take this top tower. What do they go for here?
RCC just playing defensive bout right now, kind of following them around, which normally I would say it'd be good to make your own plays on the board. When you're this far behind, you're just trying to staunch the blood. You're just trying to stop them from taking more. And if that means kind of following them, huddling up under your towers, that's okay because they need to buy time.
It's all a strategic play. It's kind of like a little bit like chess, right? If you can keep your presence on the board, get your vision, and then, like you just said, kind of corral them. If they're corralling themselves to try to attack, just do the opposite. But if you keep it under the tower, then you have it's like 6 against 5, right? And the tower hits harder. And again, we have 13 seconds to the next Lord. This goes to show that we can see RCC is attempting to set the board, right? ONIC, I like it. This is what we see from a lot of teams, to stay mid, to control the pressure of the mid lane, and then take the Lord and collapse in on a team when you bait them. Does RCC take this little bait from ONIC?
You know, you mentioned anti-lifesteal earlier. We got the Necklace of Durance from Sans, and now we got the Sea Halberd from Albert as well. Albert wants Troublemaker to come in there. Albert wants Troublemaker to dive towards him so he can pop the second skill, CC away, you know, get the nullification, and then get the angle to pop the ultimate. And by then, he's already weakened you enough to where he can get the kill. So RCC needs to be careful about how they engage this. Albert had 3 items locked in already, had like a 1,200 gold lead over Weiser. It's going to be a while until Weiser can even output any major damage in this game.
That is true. So Weiser's going to definitely have to be on the back foot, right? And again, Carry's definitely that late game hero. So RCC looking to go the long haul. They need to try whatever they can. Do we see possibly a conceal play and do something here? But you can see the mid being controlled. ONIC kind of baiting the Lord at this point. This could be a good response. If they can take Sans, they might have a little bit of a play. The displacement.
Steal play, because they got to go for the top lane. Sans is taking his way up to the top side as RCC tries to encroach onto the bottom. Albert taking a lot of damage. They don't give him any space to breathe. But wait, no, he makes it. He gets up to the top, flies to the sky, and gets a kill, but he's finally taken out. Troublemaker able to take him. Castle and Albert off the field, and the next fall is Weiser. But Troublemaker still causing trouble, making mayhem. Kyrie on the run, but Troublemaker doesn't want to let him get away. QP taken out from Sans, though. Sans is making it back to the fight. ONIC is re-engaging. Troublemaker in trouble once again. Kyrie forced to flicker back, but the rest of the team is there to finish the job that he started. Troublemaker gone. Nothing but one shot on the map. It's a 4-for-1 trade in the favor of ONIC.
Man, Albert able to get that crossbow and hang off just in time. Like 1 HP.
I know.
And
I thought
then,
he was gone.
So did I. He was gone. He was gone. He's in the sky. Watch it here. It was literally 1 HP, and then bam!
Oh.
Albert online. Crossbow Tang engaged. RCC now on the run, and Kyrie being chased here, just putting the pressure on to RCC. And then look, the team came behind Kyrie. ONIC not leaving a man behind. Whew.
They turned that, and for a second it felt like RCC could take that fight, could take that win if they could have just got the kill onto Albert, but those are shoulda, coulda, wouldas, and it's only close and horseshoes and hand grenades. This is Mobile Legends right here. You can't have close calls. You got to be able to finish the job, and RCC wasn't able to do it, and that's what ONIC is here to do now.
Yeah, and ONIC 16-4. They're looking to take out as much as they possibly can with this Lord. And you can already see it. If they're able to take out some of these tier 3 inhibitors that are left standing on the base, it's going to be a huge play. And they've utilized this Lord to the fullest. Now, RCC looking like they're mounting a great defense. Again, we're getting into the 13-minute mark. Could be a little bit of a tide turner. We've seen one tick and implosion turn the tides on a Lord push like this.
A nice knock up onto the back line. Going to send Castle back to the fountain to get some health. One shot. Going to try to zone things away. The Lord still at 50% health. ONIC changing route, moving up to the top side. They're not going to try to fully engage in. They just came here for inhibitors. It's first Lord, and that is a good push in my book. ONIC could stop here if they wanted to, but they're still keeping it aggressive. They're holding a lead of about 8,000 gold. They can do this if they want, as long as they're careful for QP.
Yeah, and I think we'll see if they possibly engage. They're peeling.
I'm offended on a one shot. One shot gets pulled up. Troublemaker into the backside once again with the demonic force. Trying to lock onto Boots. Boots unfazed. Gets the stun on the Troublemaker himself. While this is happening, Kyrie up in the top side takes an inhibitor. Castle tries to lock onto him as Troublemaker still causes mayhem in the mid side. Locking onto Boots, but now he's alone. He's left QP on his own. QP there to back up. ONIC got what they came for. All they lost was Albert.
I mean, that's a good go. First Lord, 2 inhibitors down, mid lane inhibitor almost down, like halfway HP, like crazy. I mean, ONIC looking really good.
Out of that orange buff too. Pops the emote as he's walking away. Disgusting, man.
It's like that cherry on top. They're just doing them dirty. RCC, what they really need to do, they're doing decent. They had an implosion, but ONIC just replied so well. And again, I do think that they're being baited out of their base at this point. ONIC is like kind of slowly freezing lanes, keeping them at bay. 8 seconds to the next Lord, which is why that we see RCC. They know this is make it or break it for them right here in round 1. They have to contest this Lord somehow, some way. Do something.
Boy. Watch for Keyboy here. Watch for Keyboy here. One shot is able to get the heavy spin off, but that is the utility gone right before the Lord fight. RCC needs to buy some time as QP tries to find an angle, but Sans and Keyboy are there to keep them away. Royal Cybersport Club is just unable to do anything here. I think they just gotta clear waves, go back to base, but wait, no. Keyboy, you're not going back to base. I'm offended. I'm gonna pull you in, the terrify, the knockup, and the destruction is there. The crossbow of Tang locks onto QP. They're gonna secure the kill. ONIC gets the Lord, and one more along with it. ONIC not gonna slow down. We got no breaks here. There's minions on your base, and we are ready to fight.
Look at Sans. Huge pressure. Just right there in the mid. The Lord's going to be barreling down. RCC going to have to mount up the greatest defense of their life at this point. ONIC, the dog!
Oh, there it is, Keyboy with the flicker in. Was it a good play? Only time will tell, because Troublemaker is back out. He's locking on to Albert. He takes him down with a dunk to the face. Castle now on the run as Troublemaker has ran out of the demonic force. He's going to get knocked up, tossed up. The violent requiem, the damage. Troublemaker just trying to get away, but he can't do it today. Boots finds the monster kill. The Lord still coming in. Royal Cyber Esports Club needs to find an answer here. Weiser still on the map with no damage dealer like Albert left. ONIC has to be careful the way they go in on this. Kyrie, nobody has an ultimate except for Keyboy, so ONIC decides to back off.
Yeah, this is, I mean, ONIC at this point, insane. But again, I was surprised that RCC was able to defend that, right? That was such a great play by Troublemaker to be able to lock down Albert, and that gave RCC time to breathe. This is the moment that they need to utilize to capitalize on. And again, if they could possibly take a Lord, that would give them even more breathing room. ONIC needs to keep the pressure up. You have the gold lead. You might want to take out Troublemaker because he's causing a bit of trouble.
Yeah, look at his items right now. He's one item away from being fully stacked. This is where Royal Cyber Esports Club needed to be.
Exactly. And again, what a game. RCC not going down without a fight, even it being 19-6. Right now, ONIC, again, kind of freezing up the lanes. I like what they're doing here. They're controlling the Lord pits. And RCC, again, they're just trying to get as much as they can, kind of taking a look at some of the items, something that could be a key factor here. Again, Wanwan still doesn't even need boots at this point, which is a huge plus for them, but you got to watch out. We see that Weiser is now online. All items secured, Malefic Roar, Demon Hunter, Golden Staff, and Rose Gold Meter, which will allow them to survive in a fight if need be. Kind of looking at, we see immortalities being picked up by both sides, so it's going to be a battle, a strategic battle on who can get who. We're getting into the late game. Troublemaker actually dealing damage now with a dashy team that ONIC has. The Lord is now the target. Do we see ONIC maybe attempt a backdoor, or do we just completely fight over this Lord?
I think we got to fight over the Lord. Now, you were talking about the build on Weiser. War Barbie would be a happy man right now. He hated the tank build on the carry. Well, Weiser is bringing in the damage right now, and it does seem to be working out a little bit, but that means Weiser has to be careful. Could easily get one-shotted by Sans, could easily get taken out by Albert, or even Boots, if Boots is able to lock on to the back line with the bravest fighter. But here comes Keyboy, flickers in, use it all, just for Castle, and they find it. That's one down, and I think it's worth it, especially before a Lord. But here comes Troublemaker, causing trouble once again to the backside. Pops winner Truncheon, still able to hold up, but Boots comes in delayed, and Albert finds the kill. The implosion onto two members, but might not be enough. RCC on the run. Albert holding the front line, does take a little bit of damage. Weiser has to run away. Albert able to find the double kill. Can he make it a triple? Yes. Albert now holding the front line, looking for QP, looking for the Maniac, looking to finish things off the right way. The immortality pops. They're not going to waste any time. A Maniac for Albert to seal game number one.
Whew. What a battle. ONIC taking down RCC in round one here. To be honest, I gotta give it up to RCC. They actually put up a decent fight, right? Like they didn't let ONIC just completely control them. They didn't allow them to completely push them back to their base. Again, I like it when teams don't turtle up and they actually give it an attempt. The good old-fashioned college try is what I like to call it, and that's what they did.
I mean, the fact that they were even able to defend some of those pushes from ONIC, make it that far, speaks volumes and shows that maybe they do have it in them to take a game. Maybe, just maybe, they have it in them to take something more than that. I think they just need to be able to keep up with the laning phase at this point. Let's take a look at these replays though, G.
Yeah, I mean, we can see, one thing I gotta point out here is Boots. Just an absolute menace. You never know where he's going to come from. But again, we can kind of see Troublemaker causing a little bit of trouble into ONIC's lineup there. And there it is again. Look, we can see Keyboy getting locked down. That was a little bit earlier. But again, they bit a little bit too much and overstayed. And then there's Boots coming in from the right flank with the bravest fighter just going crazy. It was just, man. ONIC came to fight. RCC didn't go down without swinging. And I mean, I think at one point ONIC actually started to respect it, but this was a turning point right here. Albert able to hit the crossbow of Tang and change the tide of that battle. Even though he does fall, he set up his team to be able to take them out. Kyrie on the run, trying to get a reposition, but ONIC not letting up. And then you can see that they kind of get corralled and collapsed on. Boots coming in to help Kyrie and take care of Troublemaker. We can see that ONIC just had the upper hand here. Again, RCC never went down swinging, or they didn't go down without swinging. And I just got to give it up to them. I mean, against the team like ONIC, it was a good show. They definitely didn't play peaceful. And man, ONIC just controlling the game.
I feel like if they could have taken the early game a little bit slower, if they could have delayed ONIC scaling, there was definitely some possibilities there. Because even at the end here, when they were getting some kills, they were behind a lot. They were behind like 8K gold and still able to win out on some fights there. Sans is going to be the MVP there as ONIC takes game number 1. Sans definitely did an amazing job overall. It was definitely, it was a toss-up. All of them did so good, from Boots to Kyrie to Albert getting all those crossbow tangs off. I mean, it was definitely a chaotic battle, but Sans a well-deserved MVP.
100%. A chaotic battle was a little, man, that was a war. That was ONIC and CC going at it. Like, and then we can see Sans getting the MVP, 4-0-16. To be honest, I gotta give it up to all of the team, right? Sans definitely securing it. The Vexana is just something you don't want to mess with. The early stage pickup, the Necklace of Durance, definitely set the stage for that mid to late game that allowed them to negate a decent bit of what Troublemaker was bringing to the field to try to counter the Wanwan. So again, both sides were battling it out, but ONIC coming out on top.
Most definitely. This is the rumble in the jungle right here. This is the George Foreman versus Muhammad Ali. This is the slugfest we didn't know we wanted at all, because these guys are throwing blows. And I said it, man. I said, yes, you could try to take the early game aggression, but ONIC is the king of early game aggression. Oof. They're always going to try to push the envelope. And I think RCC had the right idea. Let's go for something that scales. Let's go for something late game. And I think they could go for something similar again. They just have to do better at stop the bleeding. Let's take a look at some of these stats, though. Overall, huge team fight participation from everybody. Troublemaker on the bot side
41%.
with 41% damage. And so, I mean, overall, the pick wasn't bad. I think he just needed to hit his peak a bit earlier.
Yeah, and I think that just goes to show, like what you were saying, the early aggression by RCC kind of, it was like their ultimate downfall. Yeah, I suspected that, you know, like maybe you fight aggression with aggression, but at some point after those first couple, like when you had the heavy spin and you locked, I think it was a Keyboy. Keyboy was locked against ball, then they took Keyboy out.
Took 3 of them out. Disgusting.
Yeah, exactly. So, and then Boots coming out of nowhere and taking them out. I think that was the point where RCC probably should have, like, let's hold up. Like that, we tried to handle their aggression with our aggression, and it just went downhill from there, because, like, you lost your jungle, you lost your mid lane, you lost quite a bit there. Now you have to reset, right? And I think that's where RCC has to kind of just take a tactical approach to someone like ONIC.
Yeah, so I think as they come into game number 2, there's a couple major points, right? You got to slow down a little bit. Don't try to have a fight of violence in the laning phase. And I think another very important thing is keep your eyes on Boots, man. They got to keep up with his rotations, because we saw he was all over the place. Literally within the first 2 minutes, he's in the middle of the map. He's on the other side of the map. They have to keep tabs on him, because he's going to consistently try to tip the scales into the favor of ONIC by making it a 4v3, by making it a 4v2, by making it a 5v4. Always trying to be a numbers man. And Boots has been on fire that last game, and I think we got a lot more to see of it.
I think so as well. I mean, we'll have to definitely see. I think Kyrie on the carry, or on the Guinevere, was just insane. It was a pick that controlled quite a few of those fights and gave ONIC the CC that they needed, right? And then also the Wanwan pick. To be honest, both teams threw us for a loop there at the end. We had a Wanwan come out of nowhere, and then we had a mid lane Phobius. Like, we're in the playoffs. Like, they are firing shots left and right here, and you don't know what they'll go with next. I mean, that was the first time I've seen. Crazy. Yeah, exactly. But is this the time RCC takes the risk? I like the risk, but I think it has to be a little bit more calculated in the gameplay.
Yeah. I think they've shown that they can go for something like I said. I don't think, once we saw the draft in action, I don't think that was the issue, man. I think it was a well chosen pick there that caught ONIC off guard a bit. And if they could have executed, like you said, better, it could have been game changing. It could have been that was such a great pick, you know, like the possibility was there. It just ONIC knew what their win force them, make them think they want to get aggressive back with us, and then just pick them apart in the laning phase, get a strong 5, 6, 7K gold, and try to clean things up early. And RCC almost had the opportunity, right? They almost had the chance, but it slipped out of their fingertips there. ONIC stayed in control the whole time, just textbook execution, knew what their win condition was, and executed it perfectly.
They did. And I think some of the turning points that might have been a little bit favor for RCC, if they would have been able to kill Albert and that pick in the bottom lane, then I think they could have scaled a little bit, right? Like, but that 1 HP crossbow of Tang was just insane, right? Like, so I think it's just, it comes down to those small little minuscule plays that could have really been tide changers for RCT. Again, I like that they never gave up. They always had the goal in mind, which is attempting to try to beat ONIC, and they kept approaching Lords. Coming into this next game, like I'm saying, they just need, I like that their draft was nice, right? It countered, it did what they needed to do, kind of set ONIC off guard. ONIC kind of, flexing themselves in game, right? And then at some point they stopped that. And I think that was because they had to respect the grit that RCC brought into the playing field. That you've seen that they were aggressive. Like even if ONIC was aggressive, RCC was aggressive. So we see some respect. But coming into the next game, I think a little tactical play could go a little bit farther, right? And just maybe even vision, like you were saying.
Yeah, they definitely need vision. I mean, Castle, EXP, RCC has to be able to keep up with Boots. And Boots is definitely like a world-class EXP laner, right? Second place world champion. Against teams like AP Bren, Blacklist, some of the top teams, he's maybe not as critical, He's not like the #1 player on Team ONIC, but he still knows how to make moves. He's been more proactive than I've seen him in a long time. I feel like this game, he played wonderfully, man. He played better. Like, I don't know if it's just because they're up against RCC or what it is, but he definitely showed up today. And if Castle does not keep up with him, I don't care if you just got to follow him around, but cannot let Boots just rain havoc randomly. If they don't have vision on Boots, he's going to continue to get those big backline dives. We've seen him pick up these heroes from group stage to now, where he likes to be able to come in, be the surprise factor, be the person that you don't expect coming. And if they're able to do that, they're going to continue to win the laning phase. They're going to continue to win the mid game.
Yeah, and to be honest, like, it was even wild. I don't know if you did, but I didn't even see Boots come out of nowhere. He just, like, that guy got some boots on him, for sure. He put the boots to the dirt, and he was in the mid lane faster than I knew it. But without further ado, let's get into the second drafting phase here, Trex. We already see the Ruby being banned. I think, do you think the Ruby was actually a playmaker?
Yes, Keyboy and Ruby's scary. I think it was very viable. And I think with the heavy CC that ONIC has been pulling, the chain CC combinations, I think it's very well done. What else I like about these bans already is we know we're gonna have a very different game than we saw last time, because the Ruby's gone and the Guinevere's gone, and that means we already have 2 picks that we're definitely not gonna see from last time. And we saw, remember the mess-up draft where they were on the wrong sides? RCC banned out the Ruby before. That was their initial intention if they had first pick, so they're sticking with that. ONIC going to take out the Gwen. Now RCC needs to respond again. Last time they banned out the Nolan and the Joy. I'm wondering if they're going to want to leave something like that open and how ONIC responds to it.
Yeah, I mean, so the CC going... They're just targeting Boots and a little bit of Keyboy here. Again, they just don't want to see a CC out on the playing field. We've seen how devastating it can be. Now, RCC, what could they possibly be setting up here? Again, we're still only a couple bans in. The Matilda's still available. I mean, you could opt to go for the Claude first, but I don't think you're going to do that. The Claude's normally like the second pick phase. I mean, at some point they could have went the Nana. I mean, there's just so many good picks in this meta. First picks, though.
I don't know. I think so. It kind of depends on how these bans come. Like we said, we still have Matilda, Nolan, Joy open. Novaria is still open, which that just got banned out, which means at this point, Matilda, Nolan, or Joy are going to get left open for sure. There's only 2 more bans left, and those have been some of the hot takeaways for a lot of teams. You mentioned the Claude. I think RCC does need to secure a gold laner up front. One of the problems last time was that they got put on the carry. ONIC also was a little bit, I mean, I think the carry's not it. I think they need something with a little more range. You don't want to be, I think they need to make sure they have some distance from ONIC and be able to kind of play things safe. And they need something that maybe scales a little bit faster to deal with the pace of ONIC here. Now, ONIC has 1 more ban, and I think it comes down to either the Matilda or the Nolan, or they leave both open, right? I think there's a high chance they leave both open maybe and go for the trade. Because I feel like they'd be good with either one. They'd be happy with either one.
Like, because in the long run, they just handled aggression with aggression and won. So why, I mean, Matilda would be the manifestation of aggression and you know, defense, you know. So I think that's what they're strategically thinking at this point. Do we leave the Matilda open? Do we see it in playoffs? And what are we going to go with? And
there it is. They leave Nolan Matilda open. Nolan Matilda open. What does RCC take? Do they? Here's the question, right? Do they risk letting Keyboy have the Nolan and take the Matilda, or do they risk Kyrie getting the Nolan, or do they risk Keyboy getting the Matilda? They have to take one of them, because if they give both of those over, it's juice.
Yeah. I mean, 100%. Like,
I think you go for the Matilda, right? You go for the Matilda.
No, they go Nolan.
They go for the Nolan.
You're just gonna give.
I mean, I was gonna say go for the Matilda, let Kyrie get the Nolan, and then pick up something like the Barats and try to bully. You know, pick up something very tanky in your jungle and try to just try to instantly invade. But they go for the Nolan. I mean, Kyrie's a scary guy, man. Even though he's got a pretty face, but he's a scary guy. I mean, he's one of the most mechanical jungle. He is the most mechanically gifted jungler in the world, in my opinion. And I don't know if I'd want to go against him while he has Nolan.
Even if he only had one hand.
So now it's Matilda. Do they just go for like the Matilda and the maybe Matilda and even the Vex again or something? Matilda Vex, Matilda or Matilda Nana. Matilda Nana.
Ooh.
Matilda Nana is tough. Like Nana can be a problem when you're playing Nolan, man.
Yeah. 100%.
If you don't come at the right angle. Okay.
Troublemaker is a menace on the Faramis, which we've seen the Faramis get banned out by ONIC last time. So, and they pick up the R lot. This could be good, because the one thing about Nolan is that he is squishy. So if you have that R lot for the Nether Realm, you'll have that extra survivability in some of those team fights. Now, the next response would be, what do they want to go for in the jungle, or in the roam, I mean, for the side of RCC, and then in the jungle of ONIC here. I mean, at this point, they could fight aggression with aggression, go Martis.
I don't know. I feel like, I mean, Kyrie's not unheard of to just pick up a utility jungler. And with a Nana, imagine, I mean, Nana, you could go, I mean, and they're going to last pick it, because he can pick whatever at this point, really.
Fanny.
So you have Nana, Matilda, and then something like a Barat, something like an Akai, something like a Fredrin, anything aggressive can easily come in and really hurt a Nolan, man. That is a dangerous trio of mid trying to get to your jungle. Add that up with a Lapu, a Boots rotating Lapu all over the map again. I see ONIC being very aggressive in the laning phase here.
Yeah, and the combination of Matilda and Brats are pretty good, because the little dino just can't travel very fast. So if you have if you have Matilda with you, you're just like a flying dino at that.
Yeah, you're
a flying Rex.
Yeah, man, I wish I had a Matilda.
But getting into the second banning phase here, we see that the Brats and then the Harith. I like that, right? Because they could, you know, it's not a lot of magic damage, but it could be a good go against the comp that they have here. So I like it. Get rid of the minnow. Trying to get rid of a lot of the sustain. Also getting rid of the box. Yeah, they are forcing him to go assassin.
Yeah, but I think they should have banned the Claude here. Claude
Yeah.
hurts against the Fermis, man, and I most likely it's what we see as the
That's
first
gonna be
pick
a
from
Claude.
ONIC here, the Claude pickup to deal with the Fermis. But yeah, I mean, he still has Fred. He still has so many options. There's the Fred.
There's Fred.
They don't go Claude.
Fred and Claude. I think they will.
If I'm RCC, I pick up the Claude here to make sure they don't counter me.
True. Because you don't want to rock the carry again.
You definitely don't want to rock the carry.
I'm just being
Because the Claude-
straightforward here.
Yeah, against a Nana and a Matilda, where like you're just constantly out of
Yeah.
range against Matilda. Like, nah, man. You need. I
And-
think the Claude works great because you get the dash, you get the BMI, you get the Purify. You have ways to deal with everything that ONIC's bringing. So
And then you could
plus
just go
it's
to
harder
Tig
for Boots
again.
to lock on. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Kaja.
Kaja Rome. Yeah, I mean,
I'm also.
Hey, Brody. Okay.
Huh.
That's
ONIC picks up the
how we're
Claude.
living right now.
That's how we're living right now.
How we're living.
Yeah.
I mean, if they could, they might not pick up the Claude, but
They could pick up
that's probably your best bet. That's your best counter to the Fermis right now. But I want to talk about the Kaja and the Fermis mid right here. It's squishy, man.
Yeah.
Yes, you have some movement, but you're up against a very aggressive mid from ONIC, and you just felt the pressure of ONIC's laning phase. And you're risking a lot here, man. You're risking a lot for that. Yes, you do have some grab, like you have some ability, you have the CD suppression.
No
They go
Clint.
for the Clint. At this point, I think ONIC's just like, yeah, okay. Not gonna
I'm
lie.
surprised they didn't go Layla.
Okay, fair,
No.
fair. All right. There's some possibilities there for the side of RCC. I definitely think ONIC, in my opinion, I think ONIC has the better draft here. They definitely came out on top. RCC, though, they do have some potential still. They have the Colt Altar. ONIC decided not to go for the typical Claude counter to it. They also have some heavy suppression. So let's see if they can pull it off. This is going to be match point for ONIC. Royal Cyber Esports clubs have their backs against the wall once again in the quarterfinals, looking to take this to a game number 3. Is it going to be possible, or ONIC move forward?
It is true, and we can kind of get into some win conditions here as we're moving on to the Land of Dawn. I kind of want to emphasize something here, right? Like, I think what they're attempting to do here is to possibly catch Sans with the Kaja, because that's the hardest part, is to being able to secure the Nana and take the Nana out. Also, if RCC could bully Keyboy, that also could be another aspect that RCC wants to go for. Now, ONIC, they're just here to apply as much pressure as they possibly can. 3 on to Keyboy, though.
Pull back. Okay, all right. That might stop him from wanting to come into your jungle again, so it's a good play by RCC, and that's the damage we know from that Nolan.
This is what I was kind of specifying, right? If they're able to just constantly keep applying pressure onto Keyboy, Matilda, a little squishy into the early age, and you can kind of see that RCC not losing that fire that they had, that they brought into the first game, though it only being the first kill. ONIC, they really need to. They need to focus, right? I mean, they're always focused. What am I saying? Boots already controlling the top lane here, but they did just lose one person into the early stage. If they're able to utilize the Matilda paired with the Clint, and then Boots just do what he did last time, right? If he's able to just out-rotate Castle at this point, could be a main problem for RCT.
Yeah, and as long as One Shot can keep making these fast rotations, try to get the upper hand here. He's already cleared out his whole jungle. 17 seconds till the turtle. Got to keep our eyes on Castle as well. This time Boots, you know, he's able to keep this wave back, and Castle was trying to do the same thing, but if Boots can kind of deny Castle this, no, Castle able to get the last shot there, able to make sure he gets all the XP he needs.
Yeah, and I mean, first turtle coming up right now. We see that One Shot definitely needs his blue to be able to contest this turtle. But Keyboy, look, the vision. This is the vision. You see Koopy just kind of fighting Sans in the mid, not really giving vision. And then we see a turtle take possibly going down here.
Oh, wait, what happened? Sans got a kill onto One Shot there. That is huge. And now Boots gonna lock on to Troublemaker here. RCC in shambles. He must have got the full combo off Sans. Must have got the Molina, the Blitz.
I was like, he got the blue
whole
buff
package. He got everything down, and that is a bad death for one shot.
Look at Sans just hopping around. Wiser!
Oh God, Weiser in a little bit of trouble, able to get the knockback. Oh, the Molina locks on. Kyrie smells the blood, pulled back, not able to get it down, but KeyBoy is there to pick up the kill. QP tried to save the day, but that's a lot of damage onto several members. Royal Cyber Esports looking for a kill here. Kyrie on the run, they're not able to find one. A nice transformation onto QP there. Taunt comes in, a little bit of damage. Kyrie goes down, one shot, picks up the kill. It's 2-2 right now, and the slugfest does not end.
Wow, Koopy able to find KeyBoy there. Surprised he just let him go. And again, yes, it is a slugfest. And RCC not giving up. I like it. Again, they're not pushing too hard on the gas like they were last time. They're actually taking tactical kills here and going about it. But the same comes back from ONIC, right? That Molina's blitz that was able to secure the kill onto one shot was rough. That is not what you want to see in your jungle in the beginning, because you are controlling the lead a little bit. And I think that really set the moment.
Oh, a lot of damage on Weiser. Weiser goes down. KeyBoy able to find the kill. QP forced to run away. ONIC taking the better blow in that fight.
Yeah, right now I think RCC needs to find a some type of reply to Sans. Like, I don't know, it be keep that mid lane pushing or maybe try to pop the passive. They're gonna have to do something against Sans because he is just controlling and rotating like a menace.
I mean, all of them, they're everywhere. Both teams just going at it.
God.
QP gonna get the pull back onto Albert. Albert taking a lot of damage. Can he get away from this? No, one shot, gonna pick up the kill. Hit him with the one shot. They're gonna trade that for Turtle. RCC gonna go for the gold plate in here. They give up the Turtle, but I think it's a fair trade as the gold is starting to even out. RCC trying to get the lead. Oh, KeyBoy in a little bit of trouble here. Gonna get taken out as well. Royal Cyber Esports Club still in this game. They've taken the first tower. Kyrie onto two members looking for QP. Doesn't use the Appraiser's Wrath. He's going to get pulled back from Troublemaker there. Weiser in a little. Oh, Kyrie finds and dashes through the wall. Castle and Sans, though. It's back and forth once again. Sans now on the run, but Boots able to get the stun with Bravest Fighter. The taunt, the lockdown, and Castle's taken out. It's 5 minutes.
This is a KO match from both sides, each side not giving up. I gotta give it up to RCC though. They were able to take out a tower, though they did lose a couple lives in the meantime. And taking a look at some of the items here, that's how Boots is able to rotate so fast. He has that Hunter Strike in the early, and the crowd is just going wild, Trex.
They are definitely going wild. I think everyone around the world is going wild right now. This is Games of Future. We keep it physical. We keep it digital. RCC putting up the fight we didn't know they had in them right now. Trying to go toe-to-toe with the second place world champion right here. This is huge for them. Can they do it, though? How do they scale here? Do we think they have late game to compete with ONIC?
I mean, they're focused, right? They're securing neutral objectives. They're securing vision on the map. They're keeping ONIC at bay. So, I mean, it's a little bit of a win. I mean, they are leading in the towers right now, but the Turtle is coming. Now, this could be a make it or break it, as we can see ONIC already setting up a play here.
Oh, the Molina Blitz does miss. Sans unable to connect it. Turtle coming up, and this time RCC might just want to fight for it. One shot. I think just lost his purple buff, so it's going to be a little bit dangerous. But QP, a lot of damage coming on to KeyBoy there. One shot, able to back up. A Weiser now in trouble. Caught up by Kyrie once again. Able to catch the Netherrealm. Boots is there. Boots once again finds two members. Albert able to pick up the kill there. Castle will be the next. That's going to be rough for the side of RCC. They're going to have to go back and lick their wounds as Kyrie takes the Turtle.
While all of that was happening, though, we do see one shot. Oh, we're going to look at actually a little bit of a highlight here. Boots coming in from the left flank. The bravest fighter on the two of them. It was insane. And we can see Castle trying to sustain against all of ONIC, but it just wasn't enough. Kind of back to what I was saying is that one shot might be in trouble.
Oh, one shot definitely in trouble. Boots going to try to get... Oh! This is bad. Boots is on the line. 2-0 and 3. Don't give this man the Lapu, but you might not have a chance to give it to him again. RCC now on the back foot. Sans, a little bit of trouble. Castle missed the final slash. Sans able to flicker away. Oh, man. 9-5, 8 minutes in. A 2K gold lead for ONIC G.
This is the moment that I think RCC needs to hit the brakes, right? We can see that ONIC they're feeling good. Their momentum's there, and they are just now trying to bully RCC. Keep them at bay. Keep your mind on the prize. Neutral objectives. It's not all about kills.
And then keep your, ooh, nice final slash. Woo! And the pullback, Keyboy in a little bit of trouble. He does not get away. Troublemaker able to pick up the kill, and now RCC want to go for the fight, but Boots is there once again with a two-man stun. They take out Troublemaker, and RCC is back under the towers. Albert gets off free shots. One shot has left the building. He's up to the top lane to clear things up.
He definitely left the building. Quite a few fell for RCC. And this is what I was going to point out earlier is that One Shot has just been really focusing on farm. And you can kind of see that he is 6,100 gold in versus Kyrie's 5,000. So 1,100 gold difference in the jungle. It couldn't be a saving grace at some point into this game. So it's something to keep an eye on. He has been stealing Kyrie's like purple and red buff at one point during that last turtle take. So I think keep an eye on him. The Melina Blitz coming out on the castle. Nothing really going for it. But again, you can see ONIC, the chessboard play, controlling the Lord pit. What can RCC do?
I don't know, with Lord up now, they got to look for an angle. They got to get this macro down. They do have the advantage in the bot lane there. It looks like One Shot might try to steal the purple. They might give up this Lord here and just go for some towers instead. Go for some ground and then go for the defense. If they don't lose any members, they may be able to not lose too much from this Lord push, and taking that tier 2 in the boss side could be huge.
Yeah, and again, it is One Shot. He is just constantly on the farm. I like it. I mean, he's the most mobile person on their team. So if they can keep that at bay and he doesn't get caught off guard, but Sans on the hunt.
One Shot, quick fingers there. Able to move back to his purple and secure it. I thought Sans was going to get that for sure.
I mean, he did it once. Why couldn't he do it again? That's for sure. But I mean, hey, if it happened to him again, it'd be shame on him, right? So again, the Lord is going to be barreling down. RCC has to reduce the risk here. Try to avoid as much as possible. Get this Lord down. Don't give ONIC enough. Keep some of your tier 2s if possible, but don't lose your life in the meantime.
I think they can do it. I think they just lose this one as long as they don't make any huge mistakes. We got One Shot controlling the bottom lane and is going to try to clear this mid. Lord breaks through the top side. ONIC doesn't want to force it here. They're going to move over to the mid side, try to take something else, take the tier 3 there. It's a good defense by RCC, hanging in this game. ONIC has tipped the scale of the gold, about 4,000 in their favor. But we saw nice hit onto Sans. Sans gets the passive. One Shot does not go down at all. It's a good play, but RCC still in the game.
Yeah, now this is their time that they need to utilize. The passive's procced. Sans probably not going to be as aggressive with the Nana at this point. Again, I would want to see RCC maybe take a, like, they know they sent the Nana back. Like, control a little bit of the mid of the map. Do something to make a play. Force them into a bush or something. But you can see ONIC clapping back.
Oh. Keyboy decides to go back. Castle jumps in. A lot of damage on the two members. Sans goes down. Boots as well. The conceal play coming in. QP looking for a target. Locks on. Pulls him back. But wait, the Cold Altar is there. Boots taking a lot of damage. RCC looking for the finishing blow, but the Appraisal's Wrath comes down and deletes 2 members. Wiser gonna just be next. Keyboard finds another, and Albert is there on the chase. It's one shot and Troublemaker against Albert, and Keyboy make it nothing but one shot. One against all. He's got to get back to base. They wanted a slugfest. They wanted a rumble. Well, we're here.
My God, the turning tides. Look at this. They engage by ONIC, but then RCC clapping back to fall by one shot there. A little bit of a concealed play, but look at Boots. He's able to keep him at bay, utilizing the Bravest Fire there. Even though the Nether Realm came out, it just wasn't enough. The damage by Albert was too much, and Kyrie securing the deal here. And then the chase comes down by Albert and Keyboy. It was just too much by RCC. ONIC coming out top.
All right, do they fight for this Lord, though? They're going to try to find a position here. QP and one shot, hiding out in the tri-bush. ONIC doesn't have vision over there. San's going to hold the mid. Sans throws out a Molina, trying to get something, get any sort of information. If QP can get the lockdown onto Kyrie, one shot can maybe get the retreat onto the Lord. That's got to be the goal here. One shot switches position. Maybe not the best idea. He's going to go for the purple real fast, then go for the quick re-engage. QP, keep your eyes on him. He's going to look for Boots with the Bravest Fire, look for the Sun, look for the zone, but they pull back Boots instead. That's going to give the Lord over to the side of ONIC. One shot, unable to get the kill there, but RCC looking for an engagement, and they still don't even get Boots. ONIC definitely comes out on top.
ONIC now going to be utilizing this Lord to its fullest potential. Again, we see that RCC has the ability to mount up a defense, and you got to give it up to one shot at this point. He is constantly split pushing, keeping ONIC on their toes, right, and causing a little bit of trouble. But if he gets caught, could be a little bit of a problem. Doesn't have enough burst to take out Kyrie here. Again, RCC down to their tier 3 inhibitor turrets here. Can they mount up a defense? I think they'll be able to. I think this would be breathing room they need to take this here. Uh-oh. Do they take Boots?
Boots doesn't die. It's cold in Russia, but Boots is just warming up right now. Looking for the dive. The Lord comes in, smashes it onto the inhibitor. ONIC, Esports, looking to close this game. RCC just trying to defend. They find one inhibitor. They're going to try to move on to another, but ONIC decides to keep it disciplined. We're not going to force things. We're not going to rush things. We got a 5,000 gold lead. We are holding the wheel right now.
Conceal play!
Oh! A lot of trouble, untargetable, but wait, Sans able to dash through, but Castle's not going to let him go. Troublemaker in trouble, though. Has to back up. The rest of ONIC now on the prowl. Troublemaker goes down. Albert holding the backside. He's getting free shot. Flickers in and finds Castle. Wiser looking for a shot of his own, but it's nothing but him and QP. One shot hanging out of the building right now. He's got to get back to defend. ONIC still not forcing it.
They're keeping him at bay. I mean, they... Oh, one shot. What is he doing?
Maybe Spider's in. Boots! Boots! Gets the stun! Looking for more. Keyboy, the rest of the team collapses. One shot, though. Wiser and QP still up. 2 more seconds. Troublemaker. 9 for Castle. It's a 5v5 in just a second, and ONIC knows it. They're not going to overstay their welcome.
Man, both teams know the extent of all of their heroes at this point. The re-engage, the escape by ONIC was insane. RCC not giving up, though. Kind of taking a look at some of the items. We do see that one shot is online, fully built at this point. I would say that the biggest thing is that they really need to get Wiser fully built. He's 1, 5, and 6. So I feel like that is where they're struggling. Koopy's been doing really good to secure picks and sets, so they just got to keep that up. Maybe get a key pick here at the end. I like this. Look at the set that's happening on the right side. Just don't let it get to you. Let's see if they can bait ONIC up here to maybe take out one shot.
It's going to be tough. They got to get something. ONIC doesn't seem to care. They're going to hang out by this Lord pit. As long as they got Boots to clear the waves, they're okay. But here comes the conceal play. QP looking for it. He smells it in the water, though. No way to get Boots there. Boots actually dives in, and the rest of ONIC isn't closing. On to Wiser. Wiser used the flicker, but still not enough, and destroyed.
Is this the time, though?
RCC
The
back
Lord!
to the Lord, though. Can they get the
Lord!
steal? Can he make it? When it
They
matters,
did!
one shot takes it. But Albert looking to get the finish here. One shot back to base. Run away while you can. RCC survives another day.
Troublemaker in trouble!
Should be okay. He's going to be back in just a second. 29 seconds is enough. They got the Lord. I don't think ONIC can close out here.
I don't think so as well. This is great breathing room for RCC. What an interesting play here. Oh, one shot almost taking out ONIC there. Again, this is great aggression by RCC. I loved the play to force them to split off the Lord. And you can just hear the crowd going wild. RCC's getting the crowd buff at this moment. Can they utilize this in their favor to set ONIC back a little bit? Again, they did get breathing room while having the Lord, but let's see if they can take as much as they can. They need to go for some of this mid tower. You can kind of see a collapse possibly about to happen.
Yeah, a lot of stuff going on. They're trying to QP's looking for a target.
Albert
in trouble, able to dash back. Castle trying to lock on. And he get the finish.
No.
Albert flies to safety. The immortality pops. But look at one shot. Now on to San. San's gonna go down. Boots locking on to Weiser. Weiser able to flicker back, and Boots is in trouble.
Oh my God!
Taken out. Castle locking on to the next. RCC have taken advantage of this game. They've evened out the gold. They've evened out the playing field. RCC, the crowd could be chanting it right now. Can they get the finish?
They end? Can they end is the question.
Yep, we're going to hang out. We're going to wait. We got our minions coming, and they're feeling good about it. It's 20 seconds on clock for Boots. They're going to try to end this here and bring it to a game 3. Kyrie in a little bit of trouble. Keyboy gets the knock up. RCC still there, but the Appraisal's Wrath comes down, and Keyboy is gone. Nothing but Kyrie who stands in between. RCC in a game number 3.
RCC taking game 2 against ONIC. What in the world?
Listen, man, this is games of future. Look at those boys. RCC feels good.
Woo!
One more game to change the world, to change Mobile Legends.
Games of the
ONIC
future.
just takes the loss. We were talking about momentum. Does this give RCC some momentum?
I mean, this plus the crowd buff, I think maybe. Just maybe the Phygital Games of the future might be the biggest upset tournament here ever. Can ONIC make it? Kind of taking a look at some of these key highlights that was the make it or break it for both teams. Again, ONIC heavy pressure into the early game, but RCC not giving up, doing the same thing that they did in the first round. They fought back. They didn't go down without swinging against the team like ONIC. And again, let's just look at it, man. I mean, they were utilizing their defenses. They kept creating moments that they could breathe. And we can see that a lot of the aggression onto the early was by ONIC at this point. But look, the damage was finally coming in. Conceal's play made. But again, ONIC still coming out on top on some of these fights. But RCC just not losing the pressure. They kept going. And then in the end, it was crazy. This wasn't the turning point, I would say. It was definitely when they split and forced ONIC to make decisions here to then fight the Lord and then the referee by one shot to secure the deal. You can see ONIC, I think it was a mistake on their part not ending the game at this point and showing that they were the aggressors. This was the play. Albert flickering out, almost making it there, forcing a lot of ONIC here. Man, what a game, Trex.
Yeah, they forced Albert into one shot there. He gets a bunch of damage. Albert's like, whoa, I got to go back. And then Castle's waiting on the other side. They hit him with the sandwich there. And then ONIC is just kind of in pieces. Everyone split up. One shot able to lock onto Sands, and they had the sustainability to deal with some of the burst damage, and that was it. RCC, they got scrappy. They said, fine, you want to play our game, ONIC? You want to just go for blow? Well, they brought it to them, and RCC brings us to a game number 3. I think 90% of the people around the world thought this was going to be a sweep. Well, here we are at the end of the night. If you're staying up late, if you're over in Philippines or Indonesia and it's 2 a.m. for you or something like that, it's worth it, guys. It is worth it.
This is definitely a game of the future. RCC showing that they are fierce competition, the dark horse in the digital games. Over here pushing ONIC back against the wall. It is match point right now. It could be anybody's game. My God. Again, giving it up to RCC. I personally, Trex, think that it was the crowd buff.
That is, I mean, it's nuts, man. It's crowd buff. They played well. Towards the end, they were making some great micro decisions for those team fights. Even like we saw, finding great angles, willing to use the conceal play well. I mean, definitely a different vibe than what we normally see, but they did wonderful in those fights and in those small decisions, taking the risk, and it pays off.
It pays off huge. I mean, this goes to show, we can kind of look at some stats. I was thinking this a little bit earlier into the game, is to keep an eye on one shot. He was just diving into the jungle. He was split pushing. He was doing everything he could possibly do. If the team fight went south, his main objective was to secure as much gold for his team as he possibly can. Take neutral objectives. Do whatever he can, because all of ONIC loves to respond to RCC's attacks. They love fighting blow to blow, so that just leaves them open on the left and right lanes, especially when the engage is in the mid lane. So again, I think that's where RCC was able to take advantage. Trex, what a game. We casted one upset. Are we gonna cast another one?
Are we the curses?
What in the world?
I jump on my first day on the desk and things just start getting crazy, man. First day on the desk and things start getting insane, and I am for it right now. You know, it's only 2:14 over here in America right now. I'm ready to go all night. Let's keep this thing going.
You know, I got a job to do, but it's all right. I'm here too. Again, what a great game. Big shout out to RCC. One shot being an absolute menace. This is the tactile gameplay that I wanted them to bring against ONIC. They took it a step farther than what I suspected. They went aggressive and tactile. So they hit him with a double whammy. ONIC didn't know how to reply, and that was crazy.
So it's at this point, so we see things like this happen sometimes, and then normally the favorite will come back and just like stomp, right? But at this point, I don't know if that's the route that ONIC wants to go. Right? I think it might be time for ONIC to slow it down. I think it might be time. It's like, okay, these boys can get scrappy. We've tested them. We've put them to their limit. Maybe it's time for us to take a more disciplined approach to this game in general. From game 1, their laning phase was insane. Game 2, their laning phase was insane. I think game 3, maybe slow things down a little bit. See if RCC can play, you know, the slow game. See if they can play the disciplined game. See if they can, you know, maybe make RCC come to you this time.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing that kind of threw me for a loop is that RCC picked off this Kaja, right? It was a little wild, right? But the versatility that it brought to the playing field was quite amazing. It just allowed them to take advantage of the Nana, right? Being able to capture it, the passives being procced on it. I think it was just a manifest that ONIC was just a little bit too aggressive, and then they seen how aggressive they learned from the first game, which I love when a team can live and learn, right? And RCC just did so well at that. And if they can do this again, I mean, ONIC, do you think it possibly came down to the Clint pick? Like, if a Claude was there, that probably would have been a whole different story.
Maybe. Now that I look back, I think one of the reasons why there was no Claude was just the worry for the They're worried for the Kaja, right? That was a possibility. The Kaja does kind of possibly hurt. But I don't know, man. I don't think the gold lane made a huge difference. I think RCC just kind of just were able to pick it up at the end there, man. They had some decent scaling. One shot as well, man. Played an amazing game from start to finish. He was the macro of Team RCC, just a one-man macro from even the beginning, making the split decision to maybe give up this Lord. From the first Lord where they went for the tower instead in bot side. Just some of those decisions, they made them and they paid off. You know, sometimes it's a little risky to go for those plays, but they seem to continuously make the right choice at the right time. And that's where I feel like RCC just really thrived.
Yeah, I can definitely see that for sure. And I think it, again, to build upon that, I've seen a couple times where one shot was actually stealing the blue and the red buff of Kyrie, which again can cause a Fredrin to not be as much as a menace into team fights. So maybe if Kyrie would have went with an assassin versus an assassin, you could have seen a little bit of a different outcome. But again, both sides were fighting back and forth. I mean, that was anybody's game at that point. I wouldn't have. I thought ONIC was going to end it at one point, and then I also thought, and then RCC ended it at one point. And so overall, it was like a definitely a rubber band match back and forth, but RCC coming out on top. If they can just do that again one more time, they have the crowd buff. Now they got the momentum. Like you were saying, I think ONIC just needs to take this serious.
I mean, I would like to think that they've been taking it seriously, hopefully. I mean, if not, then we're definitely in for a show in game 3, because if they weren't taking it seriously and they were still dominating like that in game 1, we're definitely going to see something crazy. But I'm just wondering, like, what is the plan here, right? Like, do they just get crazy? Like, do they just like, fine, you want to play with fire? Let's put Kyrie on an assassin this time and like go all out. You want to see who plays it better? Or do they take the safe route here? It's definitely going to be a little insane.
And it could have all came down to that like baiting, right? You know, that Nolan Matilda bait that we were, gearing up in the very beginning of the draft phase, is that we suspected that RCC would have picked up the Matilda, but the Nolan ended up actually being the key puzzle piece, right?
I was completely wrong.
Like, yeah, it was wild. It was wild that was the take. And I mean, I suspected, again, the Matilda, it's been banned out because it's just an absolute menace. It can get you out of any sticky situation, but it wasn't able to get Albert out of that sticky situation in that far right lane in the game. So I think ultimately it was the macro and the micro of RCC making those great decisions to farm up and keep themselves at bay, while also I don't even know if I want to call it like a baiting ONIC into multiple team fights.
Yeah, it's gonna be insane. So Boots was a big problem. I'm trying to think of like draft for this last game. Do we just completely switch it up, man? Because I don't think, like, all right, ONIC will definitely think twice about letting the Nolan slip through to one shot, because that was scary, right? I don't think we see that on the map at all. My guess is ONIC may get first pick again here. So it actually might be the other way around. RCC has to ban out the Nolan. It's definitely going to be interesting about how they take this. I'm just surprised we made it this far. Game 3. ONIC, do they, what's your final say? Do they just play the same game, or do they completely switch it up here?
I mean, I think they play exactly the same game. Like, just be aggressive, keep the pressure up, because you could do it, right? They could do it. I just think they made I feel like there was a couple times they definitely could have ended against RCC, but then they underestimated RCC from that first game, right? And I think that's ultimately where it came, and it was just a good game played by RCC. But from ONIC, they just need to keep the pressure up. Keep the pressure up, secure neutral objectives. Sometimes, like, I don't know if it was that split decision to go up there to send 2 people up there, because I think Boots had that tower secured. If they would have kept all of their team but Boots at that top tower while 2 were pushing from RCC, the Lord could have possibly went into ONIC's hands instead of RCC. And So there was just some of those, like, that's how games are won, is by forcing a team to make a split decision like that. And they knew that ONIC was the aggressor, and it paid off. So ONIC just kind of probably dial it just back a little bit, you know.
So do you think ONIC like underestimated them a bit? Like even in that play right there, I think the thought is like, okay, we're gonna leave Kyrie at Lord. He's fine. He's not gonna let it get stolen from one shot. It's all good. So they make the split up play, right? And because of that, and I think a lot of those plays kind of came down like that. There was a lot of times where ONIC is almost like, I hate to like use this terminology, like playing with food a little bit, you know, or like just underestimating RCC in general. Maybe coming into this game thinking it was just going to be easy GGs. And now they have to completely rethink that. So that's where it kind of comes to me is, yes, keep it aggressive, but also like, don't bite off more than you can chew. This team is here for a reason. RCC is obviously here to play. I think ONIC knows that. I think as long as ONIC's morale does not get put down, Game 3 is still in their favor, but RCC is feeling momentum right now. Like you said, they got the crowd buff, they got the homeland buff, they got it all right now, and they're feeling good about themselves. So I think them as well, they either come into this really aggressive, really feeling themselves, or they just keep their cool.
Yeah, it's kind of like that moment when you're at home. Well, you know, I'm building a story here. Let's not do this at a house, but
you got story time.
Know, like it's like a moment where the team is pressed against the wall. It is their last choice, their last chance to, you know, represent their home turf. Not only that, the crowd buff, they just predator mode, switched on, and then they just went gung ho. Just in there. And I think, again, like you were saying, building off of that, the underestimating of RCC, they just played such a good game. Normally when a team meets such an aggressive team like ONIC, they kind of like turtle up. They lose that momentum. It breaks. It didn't with RCC. So if they can keep that momentum up, I actually suspected that they were gonna like dial it back, but they dialed it up. So I want to see what they can do. We're getting into the final draft of the quarterfinals. Whew.
I thought we said that about the last one, but here we are. One more draft to go. One draft to rule them all, and I like it. ONIC is going to take out the Faramis first. We're already getting some respect bans, making sure Troublemaker does not get his hands on that. It was definitely a problem last game, sustainability. It's kind of how RCC was able to withstand the hyper-aggression of ONIC. We need something that buys us a little bit of time. We need some heavy suppression to help buy us even more time and lock them down and stop them from punching us in the face. And that was the answer right there. So how does RCC do that again here?
Now, RCC, again, I think they need survivability, so the best way they could possibly, depending on ONIC's build here, they could go a Diggy. I mean, that gives a little bit of sustainability, but I really think RCC they need someone that can set. So they might go, I mean, they might go a minnow route. This is, I feel like some type of comp that encourages minnow would be a huge go, because if you're able to have the sustainability that Minotaur brings, as well as that team fight engagement, I think it could be key, because it does seem like RCC enjoys fighting back. Like, they're not going down without swinging.
For sure. And now the Joy's ban, the Nolan's ban, I think RCC definitely bans ONIC stays, just like keeping it safe. Like, all right, so RCC has to ban the Matilda here, right? They got to ban the Matilda here, but the Ruby's open for Keyboy if they ban out the Matilda here. The Guinevere's open. So many things still in the field. Do they take the risk? I don't know if I want to see Kyrie on that Gwynny again. That thing was scary last time. But either way, there is a lot to trade. So do they do the same thing ONIC did and leave it open and like, fine, you get the Gwynny, but we get the Ruby Matilda, or you get the Matilda, we get the Ruby Gwynny. I think that might be the route to go, is leave all three open and risk it. But that's what, I mean, it's definitely up in the air, and RCC knows what's on the table here. No matter what, they get some sort of trade, but it's definitely risk.
It is. And I mean, this is what they...
Go for the Ruby. They leave the Matilda open. They beat it last time. I mean, why not, right?
Yeah. maybe they force the Guinevere and then take it themselves.
Take the Matilda themselves.
That
What else do they pick with it? What else do they pick here? They get a second pick. They get a second pick.
They could go Brats. I mean,
They
out
could
the
go for the
get-go,
Nana.
they could
Take the
go for the
from
Nana.
Sans.
Yeah, because I mean that would be a good pressure. I mean, oof. This is Navaria's band, so not gonna have to worry about that. They could go Vexana. I mean, if they needed more CC, they're gonna opt to go
Castle on the
Arlot.
Arlot again.
The Arlot
They love
was
that
nice. Yeah.
Castle's played. I mean, he's played it both the past 2 games. Even the game that they lost, he did decent on it. Last game, he did tremendous on it. Was able to continuously focus onto Albert. So I think it's going to be huge. I think it's definitely not a bad pick at all. And this time, Albert going to pick up the carry, and they go for the minnow combo.
I mean, if RCC didn't go with the minnow combo, ONIC had to, right? And I feel like it does pair pretty decent with the carry as well as the Guinevere. So, I mean, you have double CCs here. I mean, RCC could get spicy, right? They could, I mean, this is wild out of the box. Diggy mid. They could go Diggy mid, counter all CCs, but they're not going to go for it. It was out of the box, you know. It's a risk it all.
I don't think it's very out of the box. It's a fair pick, man. It's a fair pick. But RCC doesn't roll that way. They want to trade blows. They don't pick passive roams. They don't. They want to get in your face, man. And that's what they're going to bring. So they lock in Troublemaker with this Valentina. They ban out the Nana, which I think is solid. Let's focus on the Sands. Do they ban the Vex next? The Vexana next? I think RCC could. That he picked it in game 1. We know he's liked it before. I think RCC could definitely ban out the Vexana here.
I think definitely. I mean, the Aurora could be a devastating comp into ONIC. So, because Aurora with a Minnow combo has actually been devastating in this tournament. And then, I mean, you have Aurora, Minnow, Gwen. Like, you're infinitely locked into CCs.
The Vex.
But they do go the Vex. So, I mean, that leaves not too many mages open for the side of ONIC. I do like, so I wanted to really talk about RCC, the Valentina pick, right? I did say that they needed like the Minnow for the sustainability. Troublemaker they got it. They got it in a different sense, right? Like, so, hey, the Wan still could pick up a Claude on the RCC though.
Yeah, I think it works. I mean, they could go for that. I mean, the Ixia's banned out. They could go for something like the Brody again. Does have range over the carry. If they want to put Wiser on that, I think it'll be a little bit more comfortable than last game. I think there's plenty of options for Wiser here, and they still need a jungler as well. Barats is open here. Fred's open. Plenty of tanky choices if that's something they want to go for.
Yeah, all I can tell is that I feel like ONIC's about to pull out something spicy. Like I just
spicy?
I think spicy. Or do they just
like
keep
how
it
spicy we
cliche?
talking? Talking
I'm
like
talking
Indonesian
like a fanny.
spicy? We talking like
I'm talking like
Mexico
a fanny.
spicy? Fanny.
Mexico.
What's so funny?
Who knows? Why are you laughing? Clint being picked up by RCC. I mean, I feel like it did decent. Clint does lack a little bit of mobility. I mean, maybe with the Matilda is the combo, but I still would have probably liked a Claude.
Yeah, I don't know. The Clint, I know it's been getting picked here and there, but I'm not on board. But there's the Odette. You want it spicy. ONIC's going to give it to you. Okay, you pair it up with the Minnow. Then CC, wait. All right, no, all right, so it's Gwynny Jungle, CC in the EXP. What do they pick for gold? Or they already have gold. They need jungle, man.
Brats,
so you just go for it? You just get crazy?
Yeah.
I mean, just get real tanky.
I mean, you could go Fred,
damage.
Too. You have tons. Like, and the biggest thing that you'll have to worry about on ONIC side is the Guinevere. Like, the Guinevere dive is about the only thing. I mean, unless you're scared of Odette. I mean, CC could kill the backline.
Maybe a Kai here. Maybe a Kai.
Yeah.
Get the
I feel like a
pushback
Kai
on
in
the
this
Odette and everything.
could. Oh, yeah, you'd be able
Go
to
for the
knock
Fred.
him out. The Fred, I mean, safe choice. Get the tanky front line. Still have a decent amount of mobility. But hey.
We got a draft, boys.
Woo! Game point. RCC.
Match point for both teams. This is the decider here. Nobody thought we would make it. If you've been staying up all night, big shout out to all the people watching right now. I know we got that Clipper guy, DJ Y. We got Zia over in NA
gosh.
tuning in. We got a lot of people around the world tuning in. Big shout out to you guys if you stayed up till 2 a.m. to watch this game. I'm excited for it. This is RCC up against ONIC Esports. We're going to jump into the land of Dawn for one last time in the quarterfinals of Games of Future Mobile Legends. Once again, will we have a double upset? Will RCC make a miracle, or will ONIC crush their dreams?
The ultimate duo casting with the ultimate... What just happened?
We're back.
We're back. The ultimate duo castings now the
Getting
game.
ready to stand up.
Where you just...
I've been standing up this whole time.
That boy is getting into it. Okay, I got
Brought
it.
the
All
hype
right,
in.
well, my guess is that there might have been some type of technical pause or
Maybe a
something
pause, yeah.
that happened in that game in the initial starting. Could be having some equipment problems. Who knows? But getting into this draft, I can kind of talk about some win conditions here, right? Just out of the get-go. I feel like ONIC's going to have to really defend this Odette, right? The Odette's going to be a little squishy. And if I'm not, no, they already had the Valentina before the Odette came out. The Valentina has decent options. I mean, could steal Odette's ult, still have decent mobility, could steal Minotaur's ult, have decent mobility. So I think it's all going to come down to how RCC can reply to this Odette pick. It is spicy.
Yeah, Valentina's definitely got decent options. You never want to see a girl with a lot of options. It's never good for us boys. I'm just kidding.
Us men, calm down here. We're men, we're casting men.
All right, so coming into it, I think I kind of agree. I think the Odette's definitely an interesting pick, and I think last time we saw an Odette on an international stage was M5, and it was AP Bren that picked it. Was it against ONIC that they picked it? Or am I wrong? Or was it ONIC that picked it? I can't remember which team. I know we saw it at the M5 World Stage. I'm having a little trouble remembering it. But it was like a clutch pick, and everyone was surprised by it. And it worked very, very well. Then it got picked again and worked very, very bad. So we'll see exactly how it works out here. Could be the game changer. Or that spicy pick could be the Ender G.
This is actually the second time. This is the second time the Odette is being picked in this tournament. I'm trying to figure out which. I can't. It wasn't a game I cast it. Oh, here it is. So it was Twisted Minds pulled out Odette against S2G Esports. Yes.
Yeah.
So we did see the Odette actually excel, though the comp was Exborg, Fred, Odette, Claude, and Arlott, which is that's a whole load of meta right there.
A whole load of meta right there.
That's
Face
a
full
whole
of
load of
meta
meta.
right there.
Yeah, so wild we're seeing ONIC pick it up. I want to see, maybe, again, I like to always keep it like a little passive. Like maybe the Odette was like one of those like secret picks that we've seen. We can kind of see what their most bans and their most picks are, and I'm guessing Odette's not on here.
Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. Lapu Lapu is the most picked, though. They've been slotting that over to Boots for a while now. Vexana, Guinevere, Nana. I mean, it's definitely interesting how they go. And I want to take a look at RCC. It's a very different set of most picks for them. They got the Akai, Bruno, Paquito, Novaria, and even the Terizla that I'm guessing they picked up a lot in the early stages. Bans on the other side, they ban out the Nolan, they ban out the Joy, Matilda, all regular things for them, but this time they get their hands on the Matilda. This is going to be our first time seeing them play the Matilda, I'm pretty sure. So I'm excited to see how they play into it.
Yeah, 100%. The Matilda, I was wondering if that was a bait, and I can't believe we're seeing so many baits in the drafting phase, and I love it because normally we don't get to see anything that spicy in the drafting phase. Normally they just ban out the heroes. They're not like strategizing anything, but to give ONIC the Guinevere and then take the Matilda for themselves, I mean, that goes to show both teams have the confidence, you know, and I understand the confidence behind ONIC, but now we're seeing that RCC actually has what it takes to take on ONIC. And again, I don't personally think that last match was too many troll heroes. Like I felt like both teams were bringing a decent amount of what they have to offer to the playing field. I mean, this is the playoffs.
Most definitely. It does seem like we finally got word. There was a couple technical problems, internet problems. So we're just making sure everybody's queued up and ready to go with a fair setting. And I mean, we got game 3. We got everything we wanted. So I think it's good that that's how we're going to be doing this. I'm excited to see how it goes.
Yeah. I think the internet might be affecting you too. You kind of got
I got a little
something on your face.
Yeah, it looks like. Oh, I fixed it.
Hey, you fixed it. You fixed it.
That was weird. Can I do it again?
You just change faces. But yeah, I mean, last game, this is.
So who do you got, G?
Games of the future. I mean, I want to say RCC at this point. I mean, the Matilda, they're you know, I like the underdog story, right? Like, they were the dark horse. You know, this is what, as a caster, we live for. These are the moments that make us love what we do. So, again, I love ONIC, but again, I would kind of like to see RCC. They have the stadium buff. They have the momentum now. Can they keep the momentum going and not get tunnel vision is what I want to know.
They have to be able to know everything that's going on. And let's just do some what ifs here, right? Let's say RCC does jump into this, but here we go. No more what ifs. It's game number 3 at day 4 of the quarterfinals. Royal Cyber Esports Club trying to get the upset against ONIC. Match point for both teams.
Yeah, and ONIC already showing the emotes and the aggression early out. Now, I feel like from the side of ONIC, what they really need to do is that I believe the combination of Gwen, Minnow, and Odette, all 3 at once, is just going to eradicate RCC. So from the side of RCC, I'd like to see those tactile plays. They have a Fredrin. I mean, he's kind of fast. Maybe keeping the Matilda and the Fredrin together and focusing on the side objectives while trying to keep ONIC at bay could be the win condition for RCC. But again, we are seeing a little bit of a different game. Not too much aggression here, but Castle, boot.
Oh, a little bit of damage on a boots there. He backs off, but yes, you're right. I mean, this normally happens. When you get to a game 3 like this, both teams start slowing it down a little bit. It's like, okay, let's not get too crazy. If we make one wrong mistake, that could be it.
Going back to the fundamentals. We can kind of see heavy pressure up here on the EXP lane, mainly because I'm guessing the turtle's up here. So given that early presence, trying to see what they're going to want to do here. Kyrie, already level 4. We see one shot level 4. They're kind of filling it out. Look at it. They know they're there. I love it. I love the pressure. Minnow clearing mid. So ONIC going to have a little bit of an advantage here on this turtle take, but they're going to go for EXP.
Yeah, they went their way up. I mean, One Shot definitely doesn't want to go up against Kyrie by himself. So he does zone them away, but Kyrie knows they're coming, so he lets the turtle reset, lets the rest of his team buy some time. Now it's 4 up top against 4 up top. Everybody ready to go. ONIC gonna take the delayed approach. One Shot goes in, gets it done, but Kyrie knocks him up. Kyrie in a little bit of trouble. Out comes Boots, able to get the kill onto One Shot. Turtle's still there, but now it's mayhem for the side of RCC. They're taking too much damage. Troublemaker goes down. Boots able to get the final slash onto 2 members. Looking for Kyrie, but he has to escape before he can get the kill.
I mean, that ONIC won that by a mile.
A lot.
I mean, 2 kills. The turtle. I mean, we've seen Troublemaker steal. Like, what is it called? The something.
Swan
one.
song.
I don't
Yo,
even know.
that?
Swan song? Yeah, Swan Song. So able to steal the Swan Song, utilize that on the turtle take, but it just wasn't enough. And that is one thing to kind of talk about, is that they really don't have any knock-up on the side of RCC to interrupt the Odette. Because that is the only thing, if I'm not mistaken, during the new patch, is that knock-up is the only thing that will stop it. And ONIC has that. So RCC, I think Troublemaker needs to start stealing Keyboard's ult, utilizing that Minnow's Rage. So let's keep an eye on that. On ONIC's side, they just got to keep doing what they're doing.
Yeah, and I think them being up right now, like they have a decent late game right here. They're going to have a great power spike with boots on the CC. We know how much damage the CC can do, especially against chunky guys like a Fredrin. So RCC needs to be careful about that. They need to maybe slow them down a little bit. One shot does take a hit to the face and a little bit of trouble. But here goes QP looking for the engage, decides to back off, does zone away ONIC there. ONIC definitely not overstaying their welcome at any point. They're taking things slow in game 3.
I was about to say, game 2 ONIC, they would have attacked that. So, again, we're kind of seeing them going back to the fundamentals, building that foundation, and keeping RCC at bay. And again, that's a good go for when you're facing a team that is as aggressive as RCC. Keep them at bay. The next turtle take is coming up. Is this the time RCC takes one for themselves? Oh my God.
Kyrie might be in a little bit of trouble here. Gonna get dashed on. They're gonna try to move in onto him. Kyrie looking to get away. Will get stunned, but no. Troublemaker gets the kill. The Nolan Spirit comes down, and now Troublemaker's in trouble as well. Castle forced to run away. QP fell already. One shot. Trying to stay on this turtle. He really wants it, but is it worth it? He's taking too much damage. Moving on over to Boots. Weiser getting a couple free shots. One shot goes down. Boots picks up the kill. Castle should be next. He decides to get away. Keyboy decides to back off. It's 5-1, 5 minutes in. ONIC still holding a strong lead.
I mean, one thing to point out by ONIC is that Kyrie just knows how to force RCC or just any team into the position that he wants. Combined with Sans and Keyboy there, it was too much for him. Oh man, Odette's actually punching a pack. Or packing a punch. Jesus.
Jesus. Come on.
Pastor G in the house.
Here too is you mentioned how ONIC they're always forcing the fights. Well, they don't have boots this time on a heavy CC engager like Lapu, right? It's more of just, I'm gonna chip away, do damage, so they have to definitely approach these a little bit differently when you don't have boots like constantly causing the mayhem that he causes, but they're still doing it well. To Kyrie, just Grand Theft Purple buff, as the great Leo would like to say, just walks in, takes it, walk out, and this is the ONIC that we know picking apart RCC right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking neutral objective after neutral objective. RCC trying to respond against with their aggressiveness, but you can already see 19K versus 15K. ONIC in a little bit of the lead. The pressure there.
Oh, the knock up. The Violent Requiem paired up with the flicker from Keyboy, knocking 2 members up. QP forced to back off. ONIC have taken over the jungle. They're bringing the aggression now at 7 minutes in.
My God. ONIC is just... They're showing why they came in second place at M5. The aggressors, the controllers... Kyrie isn't even farming at this point. He's just showing his presence. Let's see what they can do here. I think they are going to go actually help Boots in the top lane. Maybe try to get a gank on a castle. Oh, no.
I mean, definitely got to figure something out. RCC, at this point, probably just need to get back to kind of what their plan was in game 1. Just slow it down. They haven't I mean, 5K is a pretty big gap, but they definitely don't want to let it go anymore. But no, RCC, man, they're like, yo, what's up? Let's do this. Let's run it. They're going to move on to the mid side. B-Boy in a little bit of trouble, taking some free shots. QP with the Ka, able to knock him up. And in comes Kyrie. Albert getting free shots as well. But the final slash locks on to Sans. Sans might have gone too deep. They get the kill. ONIC now forced to back off. They lost a member. RCC comes up in the trade.
Yeah, they did take down quite a bit of ONIC, though. And then this is, again, where one shot exceeded in the last game. They're going to give up the turtle, but they're going to secure some neutral objectives. Taking out Kyrie's purple buff kind of leaves him at a disadvantage. Guinevere really needs that extra defense, but look at Kyrie responding.
He's like,
by
yeah,
taking their own.
We can trade up, bro, just like Pokemon cards. You take this one, I take that one, and now ONIC's going to take a tower in the midst of that trade, still consistently coming out on top in the midst of it all.
That is where key communication comes, but look at the fly trap possibly coming down. RCC, but Boots in the back
Boots
line.
in the middle of them all. He's in trouble. Does not get knocked up, though. RCC decides not to go for it. QP didn't get the knock up there, or at least stopped it in midway.
I'm actually really surprised that they... the second round RCC would have took that engage, but again, back down to the fundamentals. They are definitely playing a passive game. Last time around the 9-minute mark, we were like 30 kills in, but that is a different time.
Something like that, yeah.
Here. He said something like that. Next turtle's not too long. I mean, economically, we can definitely tell ONIC's on top. Right now, I feel like they really need to stop Boots, Albert, and then if they really need to catch a pick on the Keyboy. He's kind of off-centered, but look at this. I like this. They're going to take what they can, take a tower down in the bot, but maybe they lose mid?
No, Castle was able to push those minions in, should be okay. I was a little worried he missed the final slash, but at least they get to clear the minions quickly. And in the bot side, RCC still finding macro across the map, finding something to get. And those minions are going to push in, take a little bit more damage onto that bottom tier 2 as well.
Man, I see, this is the stickiest situation. Like, we can see everything. It might have been almost beneficial, but the minions, are they going to take out the second? They did!
Oh. That's a dub.
That's two towers. That is a win. I mean, huge. That's going to set them up for the Lord. That keeps Boots in the bottom lane. Do they respond with a pick on him, though? That's what they want.
Yeah, they're going to go for Boots in the bot side, take the kill. They don't want to fight for the Lord, but if they can get Boots here, it's a great trade. They got to take the slow. He's got to hold on. Boots in a little bit of trouble. They find it. Down he goes. QP able to get the kill. Up at the top, Kyrie still on the Lord. Down low, Kyrie will be able to get it, and we saw the same exact play, and I think it was game 2, right? They gave up the Lord, went for a slide push. Wait a second, gonna lock on a Castle here. Albert has already used a speedy light wheel. Castle should be okay. Kyrie, Keyboy, and Sans are going to try to close in onto the boss side. Weiser in a very bad position.
Oh, gosh.
Don't know if he's going to be able to get away from this one. Sans on a one shot. It's 2 up against 4. Pinned up against the wall. Albert there with speedy light wheel. It'll lock on. Big Violent Requiem, one shot in trouble. Should go down here. Is he going to be able to get away from this? Weiser goes down, but one shot still on the map. Able to just get back to his team, get to safety, but Kyrie still on the chase, gets the knock up. One shot still up, though. One shot, man. Big W's on the map. You might have lost Weiser, but he has been carrying the past 2 games.
Man, I mean, just the combination of Koopy there to be able to save one shot was clutch, but this is a huge disadvantage for RCC. They split. Keyboy able to read the situation and keep them at bay, allowing all the lanes to be synced, and the Lord barreling down. RCC needs to defend this, and again, we've seen them do it before. Can they do it again with such a deficit?
I mean, I'm wondering what ult Troublemaker takes here. I think he's got to go for the No One's Fury, but it seems like he's not taking it, even though he's right next to him. Maybe he's looking for the Swan Song, looking for something else. But I feel like they need the big CC potential. They need the combo. They need the big play possibilities. Troublemaker does end up picking up the Swan Song here. Lord is gone. ONIC, though, still being aggressive, looking for a singular mess up. Watch for it. Keyboy into the backside. Waiting to use that Minoan's Fury, but a lot of damage on a Boots. Boots goes down. Swan Song comes out from Sans. It's a 1-for-1 right now. Boots for Castle. Make it one shot as well. Albert able to pick up the kill. Keyboy falls to Weiser, though. Weiser getting 3 shots off, and ONIC has to back off. They did get an inhibitor, though. It's 2 for 2. Royal Cyber Club kind of evens out there a bit, even though they lost an inhibitor.
Yeah, I mean, losing your tier 3 inhibitor does force that lane to be a little bit stronger for the side of ONIC. So again, a little bit of a win. They did overstay their welcome and lose 2 of their own. Right now, RCC, we can kind of take a look at some of the items. We see, again, Kyrie, we're looking at 7-3 versus 6-6. So again, Kyrie's definitely winning in gold there, as well as the mage difference is there with the gold. There's so much penetration and burn picked up by Sans, and Albert maxed out already. Definitely gonna have to keep a. Ooh, they were able to hit the retry there.
Oh, that was worrisome. Weiser was able to pick it up though. One shot now, looking for the purple. Should be able to get it.
I would force this.
What do you mean?
Force this. Kyrie already used retry. They could force this right here into.
Force Lord.
Yeah, they could force Lord.
That's dangerous. Don't get too crazy. They're gonna look for pickoffs as well. But yeah, I mean they could. You're right. They could just like get in there and yo, let's do this. But we're
I guess it just comes down to communication. Like,
Yeah.
did they know that Kyrie utilized his retry right there in the bush?
RCC is forced to go back to base, clear out some of these waves, play the macro game here, and just hope they can hold on to this defense. They do have Weiser, who, I mean, even though he's behind Albert, he's only died once. He still has picked up a decent amount of items. He can make work of the Lord if given the time. RCC just needs to provide that for him. They need to provide that space for him. Once again, I want to see Troublemaker with that Minoan's Fury, man. I mean, I think the big knockup could be the time that they need for Weiser to unload just the extra bit of free slot shots.
Yeah, you can see that Troublemaker's attempting to try to steal probably Odette's ult at this point. They need as much AoE as they possibly can. The crowd buff is engaged. RCC, can you mount up a defense against ONIC?
Watch for Keyboy. He's going to be one of the engagers here. He's waiting for the right moment. The flicker play to end all flicker plays. Lord marching down the bot side. Kyrie's going to be taking his hand. Boots also making his way around, but they are chipping away at it. ONIC haven't made the big move just yet. Boots gonna get final slashed over. Castle looking for the angle. Kyrie tries to dash in, but gets no knockup. The Swan Song does come out from the side of RCC. Lord finally down, but look at the damage! On to Castle, Troublemaker, and one shot, they're all deleted. And ONIC make quick work of game number 3. It was a valiant effort from RCC, but in the end, ONIC comes out on top.
What a great classic game right there by ONIC. They reverted back to the foundation that they soar into MLBB and took out RCC. RCC definitely a valiant effort though, put in so much pressure on ONIC to force them to go back to the fundamentals. Man.
And I think they made that game. They played that game very, very cleanly. Taking a look, even with the Odette pick, I mean, it just came in clutch. You had a little bit of CC. You have nice AoE. You're able to deal with Castle, who's trying to dash in. You're able to deal with the rest of the team who's trying to dash in. And RCC just didn't have the answer for it.
Yeah, and I mean, I wouldn't say there's any like crazy turning plays. I mean, that was a really good play by Kyrie, being able to drag RCC where he wanted them, reposition the team to where you want them is always key into team fights here. And you can see RCC, once again, the aggression by ONIC into the early stage, about the 6-minute mark, still applying heavy pressure onto him. Again, this was another great play. It did swoosh some of them in there, but was only one fell onto ONIC, and they were still able to secure the turtle. This is, again, they were being really aggressive. RCC mounting up a great defense here, and I think that's ultimately what kept them alive. They kept backing up, utilizing both base and the crystal and the tower to defend. They took 2, but did lose their inhibitor there. And then this was the final push.
Just damage right here. Oh my God. Sans and the rest of the team just shred down Troublemaker in an instant. GG's to ONIC Esports. Moving on to the semifinals, 2-1 against RCC, but we got to give it up to RCC. Definitely a name to be remembered here. Showing spirit, getting a win against ONIC when nobody thought they were going to be able to. And even in game 1 and game 3, they put up a great fight, but in the end, ONIC comes out on top, and they're going to move forward to play up against Flux.
Which is going to be another game, kind of looking at the MVP here, Albert. The carry, you know, we like to say it's not a roughly good pick, but in the right hands, like someone like Albert, 5-0-3, 31% damage for his team. That is just, it's like textbook.
I mean, Albert has just done a great job in his transition over the gold lane, filling CW's shoes right here. Albert has showed up in almost all 3 games. We saw him on the 1-1, did an amazing job. We're seeing him here on the carry, doing an amazing job. His positioning is clean. I mean, just all around, truly a surprise to me. Did not know how he was going to be able to fill these shoes in the gold lane, but he's just doing an amazing job, and I'm excited to see how he moves forward in the games of future.
It is true. Same as well. Going up against Flux is going to be a show to see. And we're kind of looking at some of the stats here. I love this intro. This is by far the smoothest thing. We kind of can see what went down here. Kyrie had, I mean, again, his job was to secure neutral objectives, keep him at bay, but that. Albert just, he did. He put RCC where they didn't want to be. And that's not a pun, but hey.
It's a rhyme. It's a rhyme. But, you know, Albert with 31% damage from his team. Sans as well, though, 32% damage. And that's the thing about the Odette, because it's like damage over time, right? Damage per second, the DPS. You don't really notice it's happening when it's happening, but it is definitely packing a punch. A wonderful game overall and a wonderful finisher to the night. We really wanted to see a best of 3. We got to see it. So we got the best of both worlds, G. We got to see a crazy upset with Flux beating Blacklist. We got to see an almost upset and going all the distance with ONIC up against RCC. If you waited all night to watch these games, it's definitely well worth it.
Hey, and not only that, we got to bring back the famous duo from North America, man, that kind of started it all. You know what it is. So it was great. I'm G the Ico. We'll see you guys next time.
In a world that seeks a balance between metaverses and healthy lifestyle, video games and traditional sport, live shows and web entertainment, we found the only way to harmony. Introducing a new era in the realm of sports, Phygital, a revolutionary fusion of the physical and digital worlds. This is an unparalleled mix of the most exhilarating and dynamic youth sports disciplines, all